One more job left, then I'll be back to entertain you guys.
Thank you. motorcycle.
Freaking lucked out, dude. These people aren't here.
Eh?
Yeah, they're not home, so.
No, you should rob the place.
Yeah, I got an hour and a half drive ahead of me. Whoop-de-doo. All right, you get a pick, Ruhiv. We watching Ether or crypto videos?
What? Like cryptocurrency?
Yeah.
No, definitely not crypto.
All right. Well, let's hear the Ether narrative on UFOs. How about that?
I have no idea.
Oh, I'm gonna stream a video here. See what old bald fat tattooed monkey has to say about these this MIC technology, military industrial complex technology. Let's see what he's got to say. Mute myself.
Hey, Ruhif.
Yeah.
Vertical a great circle?
Say again?
I said, is vertical a great circle?
No, it's a vertical. What do you mean, is it a great circle? It's a vertical.
Can you have a vertical great circle?
No, it's just a vertical.
So is it a horizontal great circle?
No. What are you talking about?
Is it so? What kind of great circle are when you refer to it? Is it a vertical or a horizontal?
Great circle is just the part of the arc between 2 points on the surface of a sphere, not a vertical or a horizontal.
So it's neither one.
Yeah.
So
Vertical's a plumb bob, and horizontal's perpendicular to that.
So it's not a great circle. It's just a perpendicular.
Yeah.
So do you agree with the plumb bob divergence?
Yes. Measurable.
What is actually uh diverging? Like, because when you set up your tool, it's vertical. I mean, it's vertical, and when you start out, right?
Yeah, you took an auto level, right? Or a
I
theodolite
don't think
anyway.
you do it. I think you do. Yeah, I think you do it with a theodolite.
Yeah.
But it's plumb and level when you set up your tool, right?
Yeah.
On both tools are plumb and level.
Yep.
So what's the divergence come from? Using it.
Yeah. Measuring the angles to the other instrument.
So when
You
you
get more than
actually
180.
so when you use the tool, does it lean back?
Well, relative to the other one, it's leaning back, yeah. But they're both plumb and level where they are.
So they're perfectly straight and plumb and level. And then
And they're still both.
when you actually look through it, it starts leaning back or leaning forward.
No. Relative to the other one, right? If you are standing at one of these theodolites, then the other theodolite is leaning back relative to you.
So one of them is plumb and one of them is tilted.
No, they're both plumb, but if you're at one of them, then the other one is leaning back relative to you.
I don't get it.
Can you imagine spokes on a wheel?
I need to imagine, like, if it start off like level and plumb, and you use it, it wouldn't change the orientation of it.
Right. But they're
So it's
both
always going to be plumb.
They're both pointing towards the center, like
But
spokes on a wheel.
that wouldn't be a divergence of the plumb if it's set up to be plumb and level.
Yeah, but
Initially.
each one has to look down at the other. That's because they're not parallel.
So, like I said, like so when you're using a tool, like if you're sighting something through the tool, the angle you're looking at, is that the diversion point?
The fact that if you point two theodolites at each other, measure the angles for both of them, they will add up to more than 180 degrees.
But one of them, well, let's go one at a time. One of them is plumbing level to start with, right? And the other
Yep.
one is plumbing level, like no divergence in setting up the tool, right?
They're both plumbing level where they are, yes.
Right. Okay. Step 2.
Yeah.
You look
Measure the
through it,
angle to each other.
and then that creates the divergent.
The fact that they add up to more than 180 degrees, yes, the plumbs are diverging.
That wouldn't be a divergent plumb because the plumber was set up level and perpendicular, right, to the plumb.
They're set up plumb where they are, right? But on a globe, like the spokes on a wheel, those plumbs are not parallel. Plumb is pointing towards the center of the Earth.
Right. So I was trying to see if your vertical was like a circle.
Right, let's say we're on a flat Earth and you set up 2 theodolites, then they are parallel, right? The plumbs will be parallel, and you measure angles to each theodolite. It should add up to 180 degrees, right? Ignoring refraction for now.
But would you ever use that method to get an accurate? Because it's not local. If it's like over 10 miles, it wouldn't be something that you can. Like, what would that be used for? Anything practical?
To show you that the Earth is a globe.
Uh, so it's just like a begging a question experiment.
That's not begging the question. It's saying if the Earth is a globe, then I expect to have a sum greater than 180, and I do have that sum greater than 180.
But what would you check it against? Like, you couldn't check it against a plumb bob because that would show it was level.
Right. If the Earth is flat, I expect 180 degrees. I don't get 180 degrees, therefore the Earth is not flat.
I don't think it. I mean, you can assume that, but the measurement wouldn't give you that information because it's not
It
even
does.
done accurately or locally.
It's done accurately and over whatever distance you like.
So what would be the check? Like, could you put it next to something and show the deviation?
What do you mean the deviation? The sum of the
The-
angles is greater than 180.
Yeah, but it's no way to check. You just gotta say, okay, that's what it is. Like, it ain't no verification. Can you put it next to a square?
It's a measurement, dude. It's a direct measurement. Like, what do you want me to
What?
check it against?
So a direct measurement would be like a right angle to like a 90-degree square to the ground. That would be a direct measurement, right?
No,
You can
a
actually
direct
see.
measurement would be measuring one of the sides of that square and saying, okay, I measured 10 feet. It's 10 feet. I can recheck it, and it's 10 feet again. So the side is 10 feet. That's a
You said a
direct
square?
measurement.
You said a square, sir?
Do we need to draw this for you? I think we do.
No, he just said a square.
But do you understand that, just
For this
ignoring refraction for now, do you understand that on a flat Earth, the sum should be 180 degrees?
The sum of what?
The 2 angles we take with the theodolites. So we point theodolites at
So
each other.
two
We measure the
angles
vertical angle.
would make 180.
Yeah. The 2
Are you
zenith
sure
angles,
about
right?
that?
So, well, yeah, ignoring refraction, just ignore refraction for now, right? If I point one theodolite at another and the other one's pointing back to it, if those plumb lines are parallel, then those 2 angles between the vertical and the theodolite should add up to 180 degrees.
I don't see how 2 angles would make 180 unless it's a straight line. And you need
think we need
3
to draw
angles
it.
to make the triangle, right?
Let me
Wouldn't you
see.
need 3 angles to make a triangle?
We're not making a triangle. Let me see if my laptop's got any charge, and I'll draw it. Oh, right. I'm not going to draw up my phone.
But is it a
Oh,
way to check it, or you just gotta take your word for it?
these are the measurements. I've made these measurements. It's yeah, they're direct measurements. Oh, I've got low power on my laptop.
So if you were to do it 1 mile away, would you get the same deviation? Because if y'all assuming the Earth is a ball, then it would have some type of it wouldn't be a parallel on the ball.
All right, I'm going to pick it back in 1 minute. Who wants to hear my daughter screaming? Anyone? Oh, fuck, everything's closed. Why am I lighting up constantly? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. All right, just lighting up constantly. All right. Fucking stinks around here. I can't hear any screaming. Anyway, all good. All right. See you with you.
Well, that was a good video.
I have returned. Going all quiet again.
Back, buddy.
I am back. My daughter lasted an hour and a half at school.
So, is there any like diverging buildings that you can associate this with, or like maybe obelisks that's anything measurably diverging away at the same rate?
All right, so I've posted in the chat. Can you see that image?
All right, I see it.
Right, so you see on a flat Earth, those plumb bobs would be parallel.
On the top of a mountain.
Anyway, plumb
Anyway,
bobs will be parallel on a flat Earth. Those two red lines would be parallel on a flat Earth.
you mean like how you set up the tools to be level and plumb?
Yeah, they're always set up plumb, but those
So,
two plumb lines would be parallel if the Earth was flat.
so that's what you get when you have plumb, right?
If the Earth is flat, then those two angles that you take, x and y, would add up to 180. If those are parallel.
At what distance?
Doesn't matter.
At any distance.
Yep.
On the same what? Horizontal?
They will have the same horizontal if the Earth is flat.
At any distance? That's not true.
Or we're ignoring refraction, remember? Do you understand that those two angles will add up to 180 if they are parallel, if the two red lines are parallel? Like really simple geometry.
Where are you measuring the angles from?
From each theodolite.
And it's divergent or it's not? It's not.
This is
giving
on
you
a flat Earth, right?
Where's it giving you the 180 degrees?
If those two red lines are parallel, do you understand that x plus y equals 180?
You mean
Just really
290
simple
degree?
geometry.
Two right angles?
They don't have to be right angles, but the sum of them will be 180.
That's two right angles.
They don't have to be right angles, but they will add together to be 180 degrees because the red lines are parallel. This is really simple geometry.
Where would you line up the right angles at?
But they don't have to be right angles.
They don't have to be.
No.
So how would you get the sum of 180
If those
without
two
two
red
right
lines,
angles?
if those two red lines are parallel, if they are parallel, then do you understand that x plus y will equal 180 degrees?
So yeah.
Okay, yes. Very good. So that's if the Earth is flat, they will add up to 180 degrees. Okay. Let's go. If the Earth is a globe. So on a
So you
globe, those two red lines are not parallel.
is he falling down the mountain?
No,
It looks like he's falling down.
he's not falling down a mountain. His plumb line points to the center of a sphere.
But it's
Right?
off the ground.
Spokes on a wheel pointing towards the center of a sphere.
So you turned the red lines. Why would you turn the red line?
Because we're looking at a globe now.
But it would matter the distance that it diverged back, right? So would you see this in buildings?
You would, whether you'd be able to measure that with buildings is a different question. Like whether it's leaning back, that's a different question. Do you understand that the x plus y here will be greater than 180 on a globe?
If you get angles, you always gonna get 180.
No,
Is
on a
that the
globe,
is
on a
the is
globe,
the
the two
eye
red lines
is
are
the eye
not.
line?
What? Understand on a globe, those red lines are like spokes on a wheel. That's your plumb.
Are you measuring rise over run or not?
No, we're just establishing plumb, but in this scenario, we're saying the Earth's a globe.
But that would be a radial.
Yes, yes, those two lines are
But you're
radials.
showing you're showing all straight lines.
They're radials. Radials are still straight lines, all right? But those two red lines are radials that point to the center of the Earth, right?
So is it a radial with 180?
Do you understand that then x plus y is going to be greater than 180?
Where's the radial line at?
Two red lines are radials.
It create a circle.
The two red lines are radials.
Wow. I don't even know what to say.
Do you understand that x plus y will be greater than 180 then?
What does a radial look like?
The red lines, spokes on a wheel.
So it will create a circle at some point where it diverge at. It'll cross at
They're
an
just
imaginary point somewhere
they're
in the
just
center of the
radials
Earth.
to the center of the Earth. Yes, center of the Earth.
So which line will be making a radial?
Both the red lines.
That would be a straight line if you connected the dots, right?
They're both straight lines. They're radials from the center of a sphere.
What makes them a radial? What? How is the lines not curving?
They're just straight lines down, and they will meet somewhere in the center of the sphere. On a globe, right? We're assuming we're
I
on a
don't get
globe.
your premise. You're gonna use a straight line to prove a curve and
The
then call it a
radials are straight
radial.
lines. The radials are straight lines like spokes on a wheel, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Am I missing something here?
maybe. Really simple geometry.
Which geometry? You using straight lines to prove a curved line?
Is a wheel curved? Yes. Are the radials curved? No.
So the radial isn't curved.
No, but the wheel's
It's,
curved, right? Can those two things exist at one time?
yeah, but where are you putting your right angle against?
We're not putting a right angle anywhere.
How do you get 180?
Well, if those two lines are not parallel, do you understand that the two angles that we measured will be greater than 180 if those are radials?
So how are you verifying the radial?
We measure these angles to be greater than 180, right? So it's not
Where
flat.
are you? Where are you measuring from?
The two theodolites.
That's how far apart.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. I mean, I guess if you can't falsify your,
We went through the
is
first
it
one.
in reality? Can you
We,
falsify it ever?
we've
Which way would you falsify? Can you debunk it?
we've done this in reality. If the Earth is flat, then the angles should add up to 180.
So
If
this
the
is your
Earth is
evidence to prove globe.
if the Earth is a globe, then they'll add up to more than 180. Guess what we see in reality?
We see straight lines, not if they do diverge, it's from like a refraction or a illusion.
Right? We measure greater than 180. Okay, we can talk about refraction, but I don't think you're up for that yet.
So how did you take that into account when you're measuring?
Yeah, if you can't understand very simple geometry, I think refraction is beyond you at the moment.
So where's my geometry wrong? I'm using straight lines as a horizontal baseline, and like your eyesight line is a horizontal. You're representing a straight line, and you're telling me it's a radial. So which one is conflating? You're using a straight line to prove a curve.
Right, are radial straight lines?
No,
Radials are not straight. So the spokes on a wheel are not straight lines? Is that your claim?
the spokes. No,
The spokes are
the
not straight
spokes are
lines.
straight.
The spokes are straight, yeah, they're radials, right?
No, they're straight
No?
lines. The wheel
Okay.
is radial.
I think that might do.
All right.
Is that a Montreal in the house?
Yo.
Yo, yo.
Are you back, Rufy?
Oh, I'm back, yeah, but yeah, it's no real point trying to explain stuff to you.
So are you saying I have a misunderstanding what a right angle is? Do you know what a perpendicular is?
I do. Yes.
So where is it not perpendicular?
Horizontal is perpendicular to plumb.
Always.
Yep.
So what's divergent then?
Yeah.
You're saying the plumb bob divergent, but it's going to be perpendicular.
SE, do you want to explain the geometry of reciprocal zenith angles to him?
Oh, bro,
No,
that's you do it. Let's hear it.
no, I've already done it. I'll play my game. Did I stream my game? Let's stream
I
my
believe
game.
in perpendicular. I don't believe in these fantasy tilting angles, tilting plumb bobs.
All right.
That's
Well,
Rumpus and you guys.
all right.
Blue is in that too.
Even his little man is tilting back.
Three. Four. This would actually be a good game for flat earthers. I reckon.
Are you a flat earther?
No.
Right. You know that the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Mm.
Is it at the east-west poles? Is that what the bulge is?
Something like that. Trying to zero in on curved visual space. Hello, Jesse. I've returned.
So which one are you, Rufy?
Huh? What?
Who do you
Which one am I? What do you mean?
look at live stream
The chat.
text one? I couldn't say it with a straight face.
Which one am I? I guess the guy in the end.
Looks like fucking Pavarotti or something.
Hmm. Hmm.
Good question, Balanced. Apparently it's flat, according to the latest findings.
Hey, Rufy,
Yeah.
do you know how a mirror works?
A mirror.
Yes.
Sure.
Would it be a difference between a curved mirror and a flat mirror?
Sure.
Or is it measurable?
The curvature in the mirror.
Yes.
Sure.
So if it's a perfect mirror, it wouldn't have any like distortion.
Sure. Well, like just make your point.
I mean, I don't know where you draw the line between fantasy and reality.
Hmm.
So no point then.
Yeah, how much curve do you expect to be like on a completely slick body of water that's reflecting the sky? How much curve do you think that we say there is?
Well, I was gonna use, your space as the mirror.
Space
It's talking about
as a mirror.
Aren't you the guys
the
who
geometry
are
of
always telling us we shouldn't use the sky to determine what the ground is?
So you want to run from space now? That is.
Right, so
Ed,
we can
Ed,
just dismiss what you're telling us now then.
Ed, if you scroll up to 10 past, I've posted 2 diagrams about reciprocal zenith angles. We had probably 15 minutes trying to explain the geometry of that. So, yeah.
Hey, I know what a right angle is. So I mean, if you
Which
don't know, then you need to work on your perpendiculars. Is it a perpendicular radial? Ruhe?
It's a weird question.
Did you even look at the things he posted?
I did.
I think he's too stoned to even make a coherent sentence. There is a high correlation between drug use and flat earthers, I'd say.
And you figured this out exactly how?
By talking to a lot of flat earthers.
Good evaluation there.
Yeah.
You get stoned, Rufy.
Sorry?
I said you get stoned.
No, I don't. been stoned. Well, it's debatable whether I've ever been stoned in my life.
So now we found the problem. It didn't take a couch or anything. No expensive therapy. You need to loosen up. So you're saying you never smoked a joint in your life?
I've never smoked anything. I fucking hate smoking. That.
You never drank when you were...
Oh, drank.
You don't...
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's either one or the other, I guess, yeah.
Or you can do both if you can balance it out.
Yeah, I did some of that in my younger days, yeah.
Gotta know your limit. So, Roofy, in my picture, can you get a right angle from the water and the sun if you made a zenith to the sun?
Yeah, like I said, we spoke for about 15 minutes just trying to explain the basic geometry of reciprocal zenith angles.
But that's assuming your radio, which you don't represent in your lines. You're representing straight lines, and I'm challenging you on it. You're just trying to dismiss it. You're saying the radio is from the center point.
Of course it is.
Okay, so why are you not representing it in your line that you're measuring? Left lane.
Right.
Why are you representing this curve in the eye line, the horizontal? You have
Well,
no answer?
let me ask you this. If you had two theodolites a mile apart and you set them up, leveled them, they're at the same elevation, and they looked at each other on a flat surface, they'll look eye to eye, right? One will be looking straight at the other one, and vice versa. Is that right?
I'm trying to see if you guys are assuming the straight line or you're assuming the curved line. You're conflating the
Not
two. I'm trying
not
to be
assuming. Just set it up
okay.
and do the observation. No assumptions. Just do the observation.
The observation, you're gonna see a straight eye line, right?
Yep. Each theodolite will be looking directly at the other. You don't have to tilt them or anything. But the problem is when we do these observations, each theodolite has to look down at the other because they're not parallel.
That
Yeah,
has
see my
nothing to do with
diagrams at
distance
10 past the hour now.
or the
Huh?
temperature.
See my
That-
diagrams at 10 past the hour.
Oh, I've seen them.
Yeah.
I see. I'm not looking at them, and I see them.
Hey, we see your cartoon with the guy falling down the hill.
Yeah. Case in point, Howard. I mean, I really hope you're highly stoned.
So you can dismiss it.
It's pretty simple geometry. If you're not stoned, then yeah. Lord have mercy.
Or non-Euclidean.
Hmm.
Hey, Rufy, have a look at your buddy Blue.
Good job.
Did he do your numbers proud? Have a look at 40 past.
Hang on. Right. What do I look at? Southwest arm. That's that one. All right, so it's horizontal approximately in the middle of that
Approximately.
southwest arm. Well, close enough. Slightly west.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay. What's the?
Oh, you're good with see, he's got a drop there. He's got a 4-foot drop on one arm.
Right, so it's horizontal. It's horizontal,
It's
closer to
horizontal with a
the
drop.
end of the southeast arm.
Sorry?
It's like the horizontal point on the southeast arm is close to the end, right?
Well, are you referring to the arm on the right?
Yeah. You got the arrows wrong way.
What do you mean? No, they're not the wrong way.
Yeah, the drop goes the other way.
Well, no. Blue agreed to this, so you're going to have a word with Blue.
Well, they ran the wrong way. Doesn't matter.
Okay, I'll let him know next time I see him.
I'm sure you will. They had to build up the corner station, right, to 64, whereas the end is 60.
So you're saying the apex should be 64? Is that what you're saying, or no?
No,
60.
if
The
he's
apex should
written
be
down
60.
the numbers, if he's written down the numbers correctly, then the horizontal point on the southeast arm will be close to the end somewhere, and on the southwest arm, it's close to the middle.
So you think that we have a 4-foot difference on one arm?
Yeah.
From one end to the other?
Yeah, that tells you where the horizontal point is, right? The tangent point.
Okay, and the other arm, you notice that the center is lower than either end?
Yeah, so they've built up a foot either end, right? So the tangent point's somewhere in the middle.
In the middle of that arm?
Yeah, and the tangent point for the other arm is towards the end.
So we have two. Is this on a plane?
Are you asking, is the Earth a globe or is the Earth a plane? What are you asking?
This contraption here, is it on a plane? Is it on a level horizontal surface?
I'm asking, do you mean is the Earth a globe or is the Earth flat? Is that what you're asking?
I never mentioned the word Earth.
Okay, but the word you're using, is this on a plane, is ambiguous. Can you please clarify what you mean by is this on a plane?
Is this on a level and horizontal surface, the LIGO complex?
Okay, it sounds like you're asking, is the Earth flat or is the Earth a globe? That's what your question sounds like.
I never mentioned the word Earth.
Okay, when you say on what?
What is it sitting on? The surface that it's sitting
on
on.
the Earth. Sitting on the Earth. Is the Earth a plane? That's what you're asking. So I will answer your question highly specifically. Those two straight arms, right, can form a plane, right, on any kind of surface.
Okay, so are they on a plane right now?
Like, clarify your question, SE. Sick of your fucking word game bullshit.
Why are you getting upset for?
I'm not upset. You're just full of shit. Like you're trying to get some words out of me, right? Because your question's ambiguous. Clarify your question. When you say, is it on a plane, what do you mean? I've told you two straight lines can form a plane in any orientation on any kind of surface. These two arms could be straight in the fucking air, perpendicular to each other, and you can form a plane between them. But when you ask, is this on a plane, what do you mean?
Okay, never mind.
Okay. Thanks, SE.
No worries.
That's classic.
Yeah, it's typical bullshit from fucking Bevites. Oops, did I cancel that? What happened?
You don't know what horizontal is. You don't know what level is. You don't know what a plane is.
All right. Thanks, SE.
And you agree that there's a drop, a 4-foot drop from one point to the other.
Yeah. From one end, like I said, those points tell you where the tangent point is for each arm. Those elevations.
You know where Blue told me the tangent point for this whole structure is, and he put it on a plane. He was perfectly
Okay.
fine to say
Yeah.
that.
Right. So yes, you can form a plane. You can form a plane with any two straight lines, right? And that
Okay, so why
plane
didn't you just say
will
that
be a
before? Why did
tangent.
you get upset?
Why couldn't you clarify your question?
Because it was pretty clear. Anyways, let's not get into that.
Clear. Okay.
You
Yes.
put
So
two.
those two lines can form a plane, and that plane will be tangent to the surface of a sphere at a single point. And that single point is probably in the center bottom of the image.
In the center bottom of the image. Oh, pretty.
Yeah.
You know what? Blue said the same thing.
Right. Blue's correct.
Blue said the same thing. So I'll give you that. But before you were putting though a tangent point in the middle of the southeast arm, and at the end of the other arm, you had two tangent points before.
Yeah, for each of those lines. Yep.
So we have three tangent points.
You have a tangent point for each of the arms, and then a tangent point for the plane that you form between the two arms.
Okay. All right. And we have from one point of the tangent point in one arm to the other, we have a 4-foot drop.
Right.
And on the other, right?
Right. From one end to the other end, which is 4 kilometers. Yes.
We have a 4-foot drop.
Right.
And the other arm, we don't have the same situation. We have an arm the same length, but this arm is lower in the middle by 1 foot and higher at either end by, I think, 2 feet.
Right. Because when we're in the middle, there's only a 1 foot drop to each end. Do you understand the formula, 8 inches per mile squared?
I just want clarification that you're agreeing with this thing. Okay.
Yeah. Pretty simple
I'm not
stuff,
challenging
SD.
you.
Okay. It's very simple geometry.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Everybody heard it.
Yeah.
One arm has a 4-foot drop from one end to the other,
From
and
one
the
end to the other, yes. Other one has a 1 foot drop from the middle to each end. Do you understand that those are different, SE?
Thank you. No, I got it. Thanks.
Okay, good. Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Ruhi.
You're welcome. One day you'll get there, SE. One day you'll get there. Or maybe you won't. I don't know.
One day I'll be as smart as you.
I don't know. One day you'll understand really simple geometry.
One day you'll be able to be as condescending as him, SE.
Oh, yeah. One day.
That's my hopes. One day I'm striving high.
Yeah.
One day I wish to bend straight lines with a single thought.
Yeah.
Think two things simultaneously that contradict each other at the same time in my head while doing a doobie like Snoopy over there.
I have to make a guess here, don't I?
Is there any perpendiculars in that?
Well, the arms are
image up
perpendicular to each
there?
other.
Sorry?
The arms are perpendicular to each other, right? In the tangent plane.
How about the arms running along, like the 2.5 mile arm, straightest thing in the universe?
Right.
Can we have any perpendiculars running along that straight arm?
Like I said, two straight lines in any orientation can form a plane.
That's not what I asked.
So there is a plane, right?
There's a
That will
plane,
be
there's an
tangent to the
arm
surface.
sitting on it, right?
Right.
Straightest thing in the universe.
Right.
Can we have perpendiculars running along that
There will
arm?
be a perpendicular along the center of the southwest arm and at the end of the southeast arm. It will be perpendicular to the surface at those points.
Only at those points.
Right.
And in between the 2.5 mile arm, they will
They're
not be.
no longer perpendicular to the normal of the Earth.
So we have the straightest thing in the universe, and the only two perpendiculars are either end. You guys hear that?
Yep.
That's quite amazing.
Do you have a rebuttal or just personal incredulity?
Oh, that's all he has. Like that's how many times I've told you that, SE? How many times, SE, have I said all you have is incredulity? Probably 1,000 times.
You hear what you just said? You have the
I'm well aware of
straightest
what I
thing
said.
in the universe, 2.5 mile long, and you could only have at either end perpendiculars. And you're asking me why I find that funny, why I find that ridiculous. Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
an argument would be great. Yes. Do you have one?
Nah.
What we're here for, SE.
Makes absolutely sense what you guys are saying.
No, go ahead. Explain it, Professor.
Nah. Got nothing. You guys are spot on, man. I never heard a.
Exactly. You have nothing. Just ridicule.
Yes, Ed. You did it,
Why don't
man.
you make another meme about it? That will make you feel really good, right?
Yeah, let's do another Alison Bob.
I love it. I feel that love in you, Ed. I bring out the best of you, huh? Yeah.
Well, it's not about me.
Oh, it most certainly is.
No. You were trying to make an argument and then you just laughed.
Nah, I'm
Well, we're
laughing
still
at you
waiting.
coming in and trying to do what you're doing now. I'm just gonna ignore you now. Watch how it's done.
Okay, so that's nothing new then.
So, Rufy, you sticking to your guns?
Sure.
Okay.
It is such a really simple proof, though, isn't it? Ligo.
I don't think you realize what you said. I don't think you realize the implications of.
Yeah, because you didn't explain anything.
No one's talking to you. Do you realize
Now
the
open chat, buddy.
implications of what you
Sure.
said there, Rufy?
Oh, Akumu. Akumu's in the house. In many, many moons since I've seen that name.
Who's that? Akumu virus?
Yeah. I'm in the VC, Akumu. 4, 5, 6, 7. You guys can you hear me? Eh? Eh? Can you hear me? Eh?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm having problems with yeah, your audio's not great.
Yeah, it's not that good. Yeah, you're a little.
Oh, never mind then. Beep boop beep boop.
Like this, Ruhif? This is what you believe?
Tangent plane.
This is one of Blue's latest.
On that, yeah. In the middle of the southwest arm, yeah.
So just in the middle. So if we were to draw straight lines all along that tangent plane, they wouldn't be perpendiculars. They wouldn't be parallel to each other.
Say that again.
You said on that tangent plane, only on either end of that line can there be perpendiculars.
No, in this one on the south west arm, the tangent point's in the center, which he's got there, right?
Right. So we can only have one in the center in this line.
The tangent point for the other arm is towards the end, and then the tangent point for the plane formed by the two arms is to the center bottom of the image.
And we can have a perpendicular in the center here.
It's horizontal at that point, yes.
And
So
how about along the other? Can we have any other perpendicular? Can I draw another perpendicular line there?
No, on the end of the other arm you can. And then
No,
at
no,
the
this
tangent
arm
point
here.
of the plane you can.
This 2.5 mile arm here.
Mm-hmm. Right, tangent points at that point in the center.
It's perpendicular.
Yeah.
So that's the only place where I can have a perpendicular in this arm. In this 2.5 mile long straight arm.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Sure.
All right. You guys heard it.
One.
Tangent plane with only one place where you can have perpendicular.
Yes, it's one point where it's normal to the Earth.
And they asked me if I have an argument. It's amazing.
Yeah. You clearly don't, actually. Clearly don't. One, two, three, 4. Where the fuck? Fuck.
Sounds more like SE. When you talk, you're so clear. Everybody else is speaking in code.
Yeah, I do understand that geometry must seem like, code to you.
Yeah.
Logic.
Now you sounding more clearer. Thank you, Ruhiv.
Logic, Red.
Yeah. Logic only ends up in one point. What it sounds like to me.
Yep, we got them to a single point geometry. You heard what he said, 2.5 mile, straightest thing in the universe. Only one point where it's perpendicular. You can just have one place where it's perpendicular along that whole 2.5 mile span on a plane.
And that is wrong because
Uh-oh.
I would say you could have perpendiculars
Uh-oh.
all down the line, except only one of them will be plumb. Right?
In imagination, right?
Sure.
That's not imagination. Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
is that
That's a
right
simple
though?
argument, though. Yeah, I mean, you can make something perpendicular to anything straight, sure, but they're not going to be plumb.
talk louder. We have to get closer to the mic. We gotta hear you.
My apologies. I did sit back.
Oh, left
Anyway.
lane upgraded Ruhi.
Yeah. This is such a simple argument. The elevation profile of a straight tube is curved. Like that's unbelievably simple. Therefore, the datum is curved. Hey, Kumu's in the house.
No, wait. You said a straight tube.
Mm-hmm. Right? The elevation profile, if you were to graph, like have an XY graph of the elevation profile, right? The elevation profile, the XY graph of that elevation will be a curve, right? But the tube is straight. What does that tell you about the datum that those elevations were measured from? They're curved.
So the Earth is a tube.
No,
Is
the
what you're
Earth
saying?
is a sphere, dude. Holy shit.
I'm just making sure. You said a tube.
All right. The tube is straight, but if you took the elevation above sea level for many points along that tube and plotted it on like an XY graph, that graph would be curved. Right? What
Got
does
a
that
picture?
tell you about the sea level datum?
You got a picture of this tube Earth?
Tube Earth? What?
That's what you said.
No, it ain't
Jesus
what he said.
Christ,
I don't
dude.
know why. Why are you trying to twist it around for?
I'm not.
Yeah, it's not clever to appear stupid. I
No,
don't.
never stupid. Never stupid. I asked you a question.
No need for that, Rufi. Come on.
Then, like I said, you guys have incredibly bad reasons for being flat earthers.
Guys, you're talking to me.
Okay. I don't even spoken to you since I was in Bevs, right?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, excuse me.
You said a tube. Everybody know
tube
what a
is
tube
straight.
is, right? All right.
The
So you
tube
got
is
a picture
straight.
of a tube, right?
LIGO is a tube and it is straight, right? Called the straightest thing in the universe.
Okay.
Right? It's 4 kilometers long. If we oh, fuck.
Bless you.
Goodness gracious.
Hang
You
on.
need to take some for that. Continue.
he's in the middle of dying.
I don't know nothing about that. It ain't got nothing to do with me. Only thing I'm gonna say is if you call it a tube, it's not a sphere. That's all I'm gonna say.
Know what he called it? You've heard the LIGO argument, right?
Left lane.
No,
Sit tight. Sit tight.
I'm tight. I'm sitting really tight. I want a 2-lane
I
back
bet.
road in this big truck. And my ass is drawn up.
Now, is your truck a sphere or is it a tube? What's closer? I know
Yeah.
it's gonna sound funny.
Yeah.
You're a robot. You call it a tube. Now you're trying to call it a sphere. That's all I was trying to make the distinction out of that? Robot guy. You're roboting. Go back to work. So SE, how's everything been going?
Good, bro.
Oh yeah. Okay. Nobody can make make out what shapes are what. That's what it's starting to sound like.
Yeah, sorry, Red. What'd you say, man? I was a little bit busy there.
Almost sound like people can't make out what a shape is, what it's supposed to be, or make it up as they go. I don't know.
All right, I think I'm okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, their model has been going under a lot of stress lately. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it sounded funny to me.
They're very angry. They're very triggered.
I don't know. If I was that triggered, I mean,
Uh,
go live life.
Where were we? The elevation profile of the tube of LIGO.
You said tube?
Yes, LIGO is a tube.
All right. So it's a tube.
Yes, very straight.
Okay, cool. So what's the shape of the Earth?
The globe.
What shape is that?
A sphere.
Okay, so how you get a sphere?
Apparently
And then
spherical.
got cheerleaders in this.
As soon as I try and talk, it gets fucking coughed again.
You got a tickle?
Oh, I'm sick, but then I had something tickling my throat that I can't get rid of.
That's what she said.
Yeah. I almost threw up, actually. I was fucking, gasping.
So why are you so worried about that?
Uh-huh.
You know what? Wrong subject. Sorry.
All right, LIGO is a tube. It's 4 kilometers long. If you were to take the elevation of lots of points along that tube and put that into a graph, like an XY Cartesian plane, that graph would show a curve, right? The elevation profile of a straight tube is curved. What does that tell you about the datum, the sea level datum those elevations are relative to?
So you said that the tube itself is straight,
Yes.
but the ground is not.
We're talking about elevations above sea level.
Is the
Don't
tube
worry
straight
about
or
whether
not?
the tube is straight.
Yeah. Did he go again or what?
I'm here. The tube
I
is
said
straight.
tube is straight. 0.
Mhm.
Straight line, right?
It's just straight.
It's straight.
Mhm.
Okay. So at what point of the tube is 0?
0 what?
Okay. At what point where you count at the one point of the tube is 0, where you
0
count.
what?
Okay. Is
Zero. What units? Units of what?
You know what? All right. So if you
Are you talking about the elevation above sea level?
No, I'm talking about it at one end of the tube. We count that 0
Okay.
level. Then you look at
Zero
the
what? Zero elevation above some benchmark.
right,
Elevation,
right.
is that what?
That'll
Okay,
work. That'll work.
elevation.
That'll work. Then you look at the other side. And you go to the other side of the tube. Is that 0 over there?
No.
Yes or no? No. It's higher or lower.
The elevation will probably be higher if your starting point was horizontal, then yes, it'll be higher. The elevation the other end.
Okay. So the tube is straight, but the ground is not.
The elevation. Don't worry about the ground. Right, the elevation. So the distance between it and sea level.
All right. So how high is it on the other end of the tube?
Let's say it's 4 feet higher.
4 feet?
Yep.
How far is the tube?
4 kilometers. Sorry for mixing units, but 2.5 miles.
2.5 miles. 4 feet. So is that an assumption or has it been measured?
The elevations have been measured.
Okay.
And they're in the architectural drawings for it as well. It's how the whole thing was planned out.
But as long as I know the tube is straight, right?
Right.
I go checking it for myself. Can you put anything in the live stream?
I can.
Please. Pretty please.
Can. Very short video.
I don't want the video. You got data.
Well, it shows you the data. I'll give you a link to the data if you want.
If you can.
Where is it? LIGO.gov, isn't it? LIGO. Oh, fuck.
Oh no, I can't have this conversation.
There we go. So there's a link to all the drawings, architectural drawings, engineering drawings.
He dropped.
Who? No.
Yeah, I think he said I can't handle this conversation. Bling. I think he dropped.
No, I'm still
Where's
here.
Oh,
I'm still
okay.
here.
Okay.
Drive your
Okay.
truck. Do your job. Don't worry about me.
I got my truck.
Okay. That's right. Do your job. I'm still here.
Good call, Ed, in the chat.
Yeah. I see. Thank you.
Yeah.
Everybody else, y'all can carry on with your conversation.
So Ruhif, you agree with the boys that on the tube on the left, where it's lower in the middle, I asked them if we take 2 ball bearings and put them on either end.
Mm-hmm. They will roll to the middle.
Yep.
That's what they said. Yeah. So you're with them. You're with them. They'll roll to the middle.
Yep.
Cool.
It really isn't difficult stuff, SE. Now, on the other arm, if you stick the ball at the corner station, it'll roll to the end.
Straight down to the end. That's I was gonna just ask you that. You beat me to it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't get you, SE. I just don't get it.
I know you don't. I know you don't.
Oh, nice. I was going to go through the documents later, Jesse, and get all the elevations. I can't find the one where it's got all the elevations for both arms on one diagram. Fuck.
Refraction bends the LIGO arms. I haven't heard that one. Vacuum virus. Nice one.
Oh, the concrete has been refracted. It is refractory concrete, I think.
Yeah. Special.
It's time. Oh, I got to go in a minute. One day you'll get there, SE. One day.
No, you
Oh,
won't.
enjoy that throat of yours. And maybe one day you'll understand how your dialetheism has prevented you from seeing reality.
Okay. Dialetheism's a nice one.
Yeah. I think it's a
Like
must
a
in order.
bevism, right?
Sorry?
It's like a bevism.
If you want to call it that.
Yeah, well, it is, right? It finds a word that most people haven't heard of before, and takes ownership of it.
You take ownership of that one. I got to go through this shit.
See, our words are catching up with them. They're liking.
Yeah.
Those
They
are
can't come
on
up
the
with
level terms. Yeah.
They
Which
can't
are
come up
old.
with. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it's an old term. It's an ancient term, right? Dialetheism. It's an old Greek term. Dia, two, aletheia, truth. So two truths, believing in two truths. That's a standard staple for a baller.
Contradictory truths.
Wouldn't that be cognitive dissonance? If
It's a little different, but yeah,
because
it's
you're
different.
not aware of the dissonance, then it doesn't cause you cognition issues.
Well, it's like saying a straight line can be a curved line. That's dialetheism. That's believing in. Sorry?
Tell me who says that a curved line is straight.
I didn't say who. I'm just giving an example of what dialetheism would be.
Right.
And who says that? Charles is one. Charles says that you can have a hump and a drop at the same time.
Right. Didn't I
There's
send you a
another
diagram of
formula.
that? I busted
Sorry?
out the fucking crayons one day for you and sent you a diagram of what that looks like. Have you still
No,
got
you
it?
didn't hear me. A hump and a drop at the same time.
Let me see if I've probably still got it. Give me a second. I'll post in the chat.
Oh boy,
Pretty sure
here
I sent
we
it to you
go.
like fucking 2 years ago.
I know what a diatheism is, sir, Montreal. This guy was telling me about this laser beam. This one laser beam. He described it being in two contradictory places at the same time. Is that one of those diatheisms?
How do I go to my fucking albums on here now? Oh, there we are.
Bouncing off something, so maybe not. I don't know. You have to describe the situation.
Nope, no bouncing. Just a single shot laser, right from the laser to the target. No bouncing whatsoever. No refraction, no bending, no. Yeah, just a plain laser beam.
Oh, I don't think I've still got it. Let's see. Oh, yes, I do. Here it is. Found. There you go.
You guys.
Pretty sure I sent that to you about 2 years ago.
Oh yeah, that's famous. They made all kinds from that one. Yeah. There it is, guys. The double drop hump.
Well,
That
Andy
looks
Globe is here.
accurate.
I want to disagree. There you go.
Yeah.
You'll catch up
Screenshot.
one day, SC. You'll get there one day.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Screenshot.
Is that heavy or what? Huh? Yeah, this is an old one. He made it special for me. Remember that?
Yeah.
My buddy.
I'll see if there's a date on it.
He got your name attached to it. Watch out.
Where is it? Here. Hang on. Date. Where is it now? There.
Yeah, is anybody gonna come to the rescue of Rufy's draw? Because I was getting on SE pretty bad, and this is the exact representation of what he was talking about.
Yeah, November 2021 essay. So like 18 months ago.
Nice.
All right, I better go, people. And,
All right. He went out with a bang. Look what they believe. Like it's truly
Are you
amazing.
back to laughing again? Really?
Isn't that exactly the way it would be, though? On a ball, like say even a beach ball.
You have drop from in the air. Is that what you're? This is how you envision your reality is. Is this how you envision?
The surface of the beach ball would drop from the ruler that was laid upon it, right?
Forget the beach ball now. Let's talk about reality. Well, you assume that you live on a beach ball in reality. So this is what you envision happening in reality, correct?
Well, if the Earth is a ball, then this is what
What do you
would
mean
happen,
if?
right?
What do you mean if? It is, no?
Well, I know you think it is, but not all
No,
people think
you
that.
think. Nice try there. Nice try there, Jesse boy.
Okay, can you do me the one favor and answer the question about the beach ball? If a ruler was laid on a beach ball, would the surface of the ball drop away from the ruler? Like Luhif's diagram shows?
Yeah, anywhere you put it on a beach ball, yeah, of course. Anywhere you put a ruler, there'd be drop on it, no? On either side, no?
Perfect.
Yeah, so now I answered your question, now you're gonna answer mine. This diagram is a representation of reality, right? Not just some fantasy you have in your head. This is where you imagine you live in reality, correct?
Wait, you asked him if it was not his imagination, and then you asked if he imagined it.
Not talking to you. What do you say,
It
Jess?
doesn't matter. You're contradicting yourself in the same sentence.
Go ahead.
It's not even listening. Let them two talk.
Uh,
What do you say, Jed?
so are you asking if this is the way reality is, or what was your
Yes.
question again?
Yes, this is a representation of reality. We have presented this as a representation of reality.
I have actually found in my own measurements and observations that the surface of water at rest does in fact drop away from a horizontal.
So that would be a yes. This is what you believe reality is.
That's what I've found to be.
Okay, wow. And where have you seen this hump of water? Can I ask where, please?
Oh, sure, I got a little lake I like to go to. Plus, I've done quite a few measurements over salt water. Plus, I've done quite a few measurements just over land.
So you're saying, let me get this straight now. You're saying if we have two people on a water in a canal, for example, and there's a hump of water blocking them, you're saying there's two drops in between them that form a hump?
Well, remember,
Double drop hump? Is that what
the
you're saying? Because that's what Ruhiv explains here.
well, answer me this, and then I'll answer that.
No,
These
no,
two
no.
guys.
Don't ask me a question. Answer my question. Is that what you think?
No, I answered several questions for you now. Now it's your turn. These two guys that Ruhiv drew
Don't play games. Don't try. You tried the same thing yesterday, I think.
are their plumbs parallel to each other? That these two guys, they each hang a plumb line. Are those two plumb lines parallel?
That's not what the question is. Is this what you think reality is? And are you saying that those two drops are happening in the air? Two drops making a hump. Is this what you think is happening in reality?
That's what I just said. The surface of the water drops. The surface of water at rest drops away from a horizontal line.
Therefore, the drop between two people eventually becomes a hump and blocks the view, right?
It depends on where you're looking at.
Yeah.
See,
And you know this already,
time
I
the
see.
crucial question, Ed, like you're starting to get on my nerves a little
Well,
bit.
why? Because I'm exposing your nonsense?
No.
You're pretending to not understand. This has been explained to you 3 years ago.
Ed.
All right. We'll
Ed,
talk another time.
let them talk.
We'll talk another time,
Let
bro.
them
Can I get a
talk.
mic check? Can y'all hear me? Mic check?
We hear you, Seeker Find.
Yeah,
And-
thank you. Y'all go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
Well, so it's just like the diagram shows. If you're looking straight out, eye level straight out, then the surface will drop away from the direction you're looking, that line of sight. If you're trying to look at your friend around the bolt, beyond the bulge, then you'll be looking down, and the bulge will appear to be cutting him off, right? Just like the diagram shows. If the Earth is a ball, right?
Now, let me tell you what the diagram shows. The diagram shows two people with a hump in between them. And then an imaginary line in the air saying drop. That's what I see. I don't know what you see, what imaginary stuff you see. This is what I see. Now I'm asking you, where have you been on this planet, on this whatever this is? Where have you been and you've seen this? Can you please tell me?
Well, there's this little lake I like to go to at an undisclosed location. And I saw it there, but instead of another guy, I had a flashlight on a tripod, exactly the same height above the water as the observer. And that was at 1.5 miles. And then at 3.1 miles or so, I had another light on another tripod, also at exactly the same height above the water. And the nearer light was dropped down, and the farther light was dropped down even more.
So you're saying you saw a hump of water?
Yeah, and in fact, I put a light at the 3 mile mark down near the water, and when I stooped down, it disappeared, and I stood back up, and it lit back up again. I stayed at the lake till after dark. It was really funny. People would walk by in the park, and I'd say, "Hey, you want to see something funny?" They'd say, "Sure," and I'd say, "Well, see that light over there?" And they're like, "Yep." And I'd say, "Okay, bend down, and squat down." And they would squat down, and it would disappear, and they would stand up, and I'd come back, and I'd say, "Aha, that's Earth curve."
Amazing, unbelievable. Good on you, bro. So you
I got a better
actually
question.
measured Earth.
I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
SD.
Can I get in? Can I get in right here?
I mean,
Go for it.
what else
Go
could
for
I
it.
say?
Y'all
No,
can hear me?
I got. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. I just wanted to ask Jesse one question,
All right, go
and
ahead.
I'll be out. Go eat my dinner. So, is the water lower than the land?
Well, not if you're lower than which land? The
It doesn't
surrounding.
matter.
Yeah, it's lower than the surrounding land that I was standing on. If that's your question.
The water was lower than the land that you stand upon.
Right.
Okay. So, second question. Sorry. So, is the water always higher at some points than the land itself?
Well, is it always higher than the land? Do you mean the land I was standing on or the land under the water?
No. The surface of the water and the land you stand upon, where you were standing, are you going to tell me that the water was higher than where you were standing upon?
Nope.
No, what?
No, I'm not telling you that the water in the lake was higher than the shore that I was standing upon. Have we been drinking tonight?
No, I just
I don't
asked a
remember it,
question.
but okay. Neither have I. So okay.
No. I
Have you
mean,
been
are you
drinking
drinking?
before you ask the questions?
Hold up, Ed. I asked a specific question, and I'm about to be out. I got to eat my dinner and take me a good night. But I was just making sure that he was saying right now that the water that he's looking at is still lower than the land that he's standing upon. That's all I was asking.
Would you like me to get you the video?
I don't care nothing about your video.
Oh.
I
But I
got
like
a
the
question.
video.
I got a question when y'all done.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Because he already answered it.
All right, what's up?
The water
Jesse?
was lower than the land he's standing on. Sorry.
This who's talking, Jesse?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up, Jesse? This is Seek and Find. What's up, man?
Oh, hey, how's it going?
So I got a question. This diagram that y'all like to post. So if I'm standing on the surface of the sphere, right? Isn't it always that the observer is as if it's from the top of the sphere? Like for every observer, it's as if they're at the top of the sphere, correct?
Oh, I think I see what you're saying. I would word it that the sphere doesn't necessarily have a top if down is
No.
defined as center, but it could be like being at the top, always at the top of the sphere for each
Yeah. So
observer. Yeah.
so let me break it down for you, real simple, because I'm a simple person, right? Me and you are at the beach. We're standing at the beach, right? We got our toes in the water, right? You with me so far?
Oh yeah. I've been there.
Tangent line from my feet, if I draw it straight up, right? If I'm standing on a sphere, there will be a drop, right? The water would drop from that tangent, correct?
Right.
Okay, so that's as if I'm on standing on top of the sphere, right?
Right.
Wherever I stand on the sphere, it's gonna be like I'm on the top of it, correct?
Right. For you.
So my question is, why on that diagram y'all don't draw it like that? Like, so to depict that, you would have the observer at like 12 o'clock, maybe, on that sphere, instead of like y'all got them at like 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock instead of 12 o'clock and 3 o'clock. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So a sphere doesn't actually have a top. If
I know
down
that.
is the
I
center.
know
Okay,
that.
look, man. I let you talk now, and I'm not a wordy guy, so just let me get a few in, okay? So this was specifically drawn to show two people, both of which felt they were each on the top, and to show their horizontal tangent lines, and so that's why it was shown this way.
Okay, so forget the diagram. Let me ask you like this, right? So back to the beach. We're at the beach. We got our toes in the water. Tangent line. There would be a drop from that tangent, right? So when I'm making an observation and I look out at the horizon, I'm not going to say that it is going to be eye level. Let's just say chest level. It appears to be at chest level or chin level. Do you agree with that?
You mean in reality or without refraction?
See how you I'm asking very simple questions, right? So we're at the beach. We're looking at the horizon. Where would you say the horizon? If I was going to put my hand where the horizon is on my body, y'all don't like eye level. So I'm willing to go nose level, chin level, chest level, whatever you want. Where would you say it's at?
I would say 0.043 degrees below eye level.
So you're not going to answer the question. Point to me on your body where you think about where the horizon would be.
Well, that's not a valid equation. It's at an angle. It's not at
I'm
an
not asking
actual
for an
height.
equation. Would you say it's about chin level if we're looking out at the horizon?
It's 12 feet below you and 3 miles away. What do you want me to say? That's where it is.
So the tangent from my feet drawn straight out, it drops from that position, correct? You already agreed to this, so
Wait, are you asking about the tangent point of your feet or the tangent point
yeah,
of
we
your
got our
eyesight?
toes in the water. We're at the beach. We got our toes in the water. I draw a tangent line from my feet out straight out horizontal.
Okay,
If I'm
straight
standing
out.
on a sphere, there's going to be a drop from that tangent, correct?
Yes, 6 feet
So
or
why
in 3
when I
miles.
make an observation of the horizon, does it seem to rise when I look out at the horizon? Why does it seem to rise from that perspective?
Uh,
What's the cause of it? Is my question.
because the same reason chocolate
It's
seems to taste good and
no, it's just perspective. It's just perspective. It appears to
Okay,
rise. It
so
doesn't actually. If you actually measured it, if you looked at the horizon through a theodolite, and I don't know if you would see it at 6 feet because it's 3 miles away and it's only a 6 foot drop.
12 foot.
so
Yeah,
left lane. I like what you said there. It appears to rise, right? So
It
and that's
but it
feels
doesn't
perspective. You said
actually.
that's perspective, right?
it,
Because
it
usually when y'all talk
feels.
about perspective, y'all just say things get smaller in the distance. So perspective now is not only things getting smaller in distance, it also is this appearing to rise thing, right? I know y'all don't want to admit this, but go ahead.
Uh, let's be honest about it. I mean, that is. I mean, and I understand what you're saying. Like if you drew a line, like from your feet to the horizon point, that you would have to elevate that line a little bit on a piece of paper if you were going to draw it to draw it in perspective. And due to perspective, it appears that the water is rising. But if you measure it, it's not actually. It just that's the way it looks.
Well, see, that's
And
the
just
thing
like
is
you,
that where are
if
y'all
you
taking this into account in your measurements that
if
this appear to rise thing? Where's that in the measurements when you're doing
well,
your
you would that's the thing you would if you're not going to use instruments, you would have to build a structure and measure the drop, from it, and that's what we try to do with LIGO. But it's the same thing if you were standing in a big long warehouse and look at the other end, the floor would appear to be rising, but it's not, right?
right? So when we're at the beach and we're making this observation, I'm standing on a sphere now. So like we just talked about, from my feet is dropping. So why would it ever rise to even like chest level? Is the question, and you already said it's perspective. So
Well, it's not
my
it's not
question.
it's not rising to chest level though. It's not doing that.
So
Yeah, I mean, you could point your eyes kind of upwards and put the horizon line just in the very bottom of your vision, and it looked like it was sinking down. You could look way
so
down and put the horizon at the top of your vision, and you think, wow, it's rising way up. But if you actually take some standard, like say a water tube level or something, or a surveying instrument, an auto level or whatever, you'll see that it's actually below eye level at the angle of about 0.04 degrees.
So y'all know that there's, like the observations that have been out there. I forget the gentleman's name. I think Jeremy mentions him a lot, where he has the crosshairs above, you know.
Oh yeah, George
Yeah.
George Natchuk
So what's up with that?
on Rainy on
Yeah.
on Rainy Lake. What George is doing, I remember I was watching that. He intentionally took that observation late in the day as the sun was going down because he wanted to illustrate how refraction can affect your observation such that it doesn't represent what's really there. And sure enough, he caught it. You know, the refraction was great, and the shore appeared above his crosshairs in his scope.
Right. So I mean, my main point is that the horizon should never appear to even be anywhere near chin level, chest level. If
Well,
it's dropping,
well,
it's dropping straight away, down and away from my feet, tangent line. It's dropping as soon as I start taking any steps or anything like that, it's dropping. That's a down and away motion. So
yeah,
left lane, I know you admitted that it's perspective that causes this apparent rise, is what you said, right?
yeah.
Don't walk back from that. So
I'm
my
not. I'm
question
not.
is, hold on. My question is, how do you take this into account during your measurements? Because perspective is not just things getting smaller in the distance. There's also this apparent rise thing that we got going on. See, because when we're making observations, when we're making observations on the beach and out in nature, it's convergent from all directions. It's a convergence to a point. So it's not just the floor rising. Everything's going to that point. The sky does it, plus your left and right quadrants do it. You know what I'm saying? It's everything converging to a point. Now, when we're out in nature, it's the atmosphere. Your left and right quadrants most of the time, especially if you're at the beach. So that's transparent. So I think that those left and right quadrants coming to that point and it being the atmosphere and it being transparent, or translucent, whatever you want to say, that's what gives these certain effects that we keep seeing, when we have to talk about refraction and stuff, is all these quadrants converging on that center point. Is why we see these, oh, the boat's going over the, I mean, it's not going over. Y'all got to be kidding me, Like, when are we going to just admit that boats going over the curve is just, I mean, y'all should throw that in the bin. That's trash, man, But y'all go ahead.
Not for me. It's not. It's what it should do according to the curvature. I mean, you can calculate it and it'll be pretty close. But the way that we accommodate, like he's talking about in George's observation, if I saw that and I saw a bunch of distortion and wiggly stuff going on, I wouldn't take a measurement. I wouldn't even consider that observation valid because it's very difficult to get anything accurate. But when you look at it midday and it's very stable, you come back an hour, it looks the same. Everything's stable, crisp lines. That would be something I'd want to measure. And you can measure the angle to the horizon, and that would be the drop. You could calculate that using a theodolite, measure that angle, and you could see how much drop there is there. And you say, how do you accommodate it rising? I mean, you can accommodate refraction.
I mean, my question was, sorry, because that's not.
I don't know.
If I said it that way, I'm sorry. But my question is, where's that in the map? How are you accommodating for this apparent rise thing in the math? Where's that at? Anywhere?
Well, I mean, if you shoot the measurement, there's nothing to accommodate because you can measure the drop.
See the drop of what? Because see, you're using this horizon term, and really, I don't want to go down defining what the horizon, because y'all don't even know what.
Yeah, we know what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just geometry. It's just simple geometry.
No, what's
define
horizon?
A sphere of those of those dimensions. That's where the horizon should be based on your observer height.
But define it though. Define what the horizon is.
It's where the sky apparently meets the ground. For me, the way I describe it, that's the point at which, based on your elevation, that's the point at which you can no longer see the surface due to the geometry of the surface.
But it's an appearance. It's an apparent horizon.
Well, the reason they call it the apparent horizon is because the geometry that's there presents to your eye through refraction, through the atmosphere, and it's refracted. And it displaces it a little bit, and that's why they call it apparent, because it's displaced by refraction.
But it is that physical
That's not why.
location where the water
Hold on,
physically
Jesse.
obstructs the light, right?
The reason it's an apparent horizon is because of the thing you're talking about that you admitted to, left lane, is that the ground appears to rise and meet the sky. That phenomenon, y'all are not taking into account when you make these measurements. That's just not happening. So y'all take into account refraction and y'all take into account maybe things getting smaller with a distance, but what, where is it in the math that this foreshortening or whatever you want to call it, where this, apparent rise of the ground, where is that in? That's what I want.
Well, I don't know how you would accommodate that. I would be open to suggestion if you could figure out some way to accommodate it, or the necessity to thereof. I would.
You want to know what I
entertain
think,
that,
Lane?
but
I think you should take all
what's
those
that?
measurements in math and throw them in the trash because they don't
Well, then
mean.
what are we going to do? What are we going to do then?
You could take direct measurements. That's what you could do.
How's
That would be
that?
you'll be better off doing that than just making some assumptions and leaving out certain things. Like it's something that we all know happens. We all know, like when I see the clouds on the horizon touching the horizon, are the clouds really touching the water, left lane?
Well, no, they're not, because
Why do I see it?
they're the
Why do
atmosphere
I
and
see it?
the clouds are curving with the surface of the earth. I mean, I've seen storm clouds where I could see the puffy part, but I couldn't see the bottom part because it was below the horizon.
So the clouds is touching the horizon because of the curvature of the earth and the atmosphere. It has nothing to do with perspective, which you just admitted to happens.
No,
Where's the
if I was going
where's the perspective you was talking about with the water appearing to rise? Where's that
I don't
perspective
know.
with the
I
clouds
don't.
appearing to? Why
I
are
don't know how
you?
you would accommodate it. I don't know how you would accommodate
Does it happen?
a
Does it happen,
perspective.
Lefty? Is it
I mean,
true
you can
that
calculate. You can calculate perspective by, the things getting smaller with distance. Um, and if you wanted to account for perspective and how you see the horizon, if we calculate there's supposed to be about a 6-foot drop at 3 miles away to a 6-foot observer. So 6 feet. What is the angular size of 6 feet at 15,000 feet away? Very, very small angular size. That's why it looks to you like the horizon is right at your eye level, but it's really not. It's a little bitty fraction. If you go up in an airplane 20,000 feet, the horizon will be like 3 degrees. Still not a whole lot, but it will be about 3 degrees below your horizon, below
y'all good
your
at dancing?
horizontal.
Y'all are very good at this. I'm trying to keep you on the horizon and why it's an apparent horizon. And let's stick with the clouds and why we see them touching the horizon. You said it's the curvature of the earth. You're gonna stick with that, left wing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So again, the water appears so you disagree with perspective that you were just saying was true with the water appearing to rise. We got you on recording saying that that's an apparent thing that happens when I was talking about the tangent from my feet, right? So
Yeah.
the same thing is happening with the sky with it appearing to drop down, correct? Yes or no, left?
Yeah, it has to. It
Very
has to.
simple.
Yeah, it
Y'all,
has to.
y'all,
Yeah,
why do
but
y'all do this?
yeah, it has to.
This is
It
simple
has
shit.
to. I'm not.
I
I'm not
got 3
disagreeing
kids and
with
I
you.
can tell each one of my kids this and they would get it in 2 seconds. But for some reason, y'all, the simple stuff, I just want to keep
So
it simple. You know?
I'm agreeing with you, and you're acting like I'm disagreeing with you.
Well, you said it's curvature of the earth and now it's
Yeah.
perspective too. So which
So
one is
let me describe what I would expect to see on a flat surface, and what it would do due to perspective if it were a flat surface and the clouds were, say, 5,000 feet over my head and they were 5,000 feet 10 miles away, they were 5,000 feet 20 miles away. I would never see the clouds intersect and drop below my line of sight ever due to perspective. They would always be above my line of sight. You could draw this out orthographically and demonstrate it and show it. I would never expect to see the clouds appear to be below the horizon due to perspective.
All right, we can talk about that, but let's just talk about why they're appearing to drop and touch the horizon. Forget intersecting and going down below it for now. We can talk about that. Why is it appearing to go from over my head down to the horizon and touch the horizon? Just touch it. Is that curvature of Earth, or is that does perspective have anything?
For me, the clouds going below the horizon. I mean, actually seeing the body of a big cumulus cloud, a thunderstorm type cloud. I could see the bellow of the top where it's bellowing up. You know how they look, but I can't see the bottom of the thunderstorm because it's below the horizon. And that's, to me, that's not perspective, because perspective never indicates in any way that anything below your line of sight will go above your line of sight. Nothing above your line of sight will go below. I mean, that would indicate that the two parallel lines that appear to intersect that don't actually intersect, that's saying that they actually do intersect, converge at a point, and then diverge with distance. And we don't see that. That's not what perspective is.
Right. I know you want to talk about it going below the horizon. We're not there yet. Walk with me. Simple. Okay. The floor appears to rise. Do you agree? With distance. The sky appears to go down towards the horizon with distance. The same thing is happening with the left and right quadrants. If I was to draw like an X, this is converging on a center point out in the distance.
Yes.
Right? Is that perspective?
Yes. Yep.
One of the aspects of perspective, correct?
That's pretty much it. I mean, that's pretty much describing perspective in the way that we would, standing in the hallway, the walls would converge to one another,
Right.
the floor and the ceiling would converge to one another, but they would never cross our line of sight.
And I agree with that.
wouldn't
If we're
cross
standing
from
in a
left to
long
right.
hallway,
Yeah.
right. If we're standing in a long hallway, I agree with you that they would never converge and do anything at the horizon of that long hallway. If it's stretched for miles, I agree with that, because your left quadrant, right quadrant, and your top quadrant and your bottom quadrant are uniform. There's walls. They're solid. So you're getting a uniformity to that center point. Hold on. Let me go.
No, I just said yes. I'm not interrupting you. I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, my fault. When we're on the beach, though, is it the same? Is it uniform? You have the sky and all this atmosphere to take into account, right? You got the floor, which is solid, which you can't see through. But then you have your left, right, and top quadrant, which are translucent or transparent, whatever you want to say, with distance. And then you have to add in all this refraction, and who knows what's going on in distance. From with those things converging and all of that, heat, cool air, wind, whale farts is what happened to I forget his name, but anyway, you got all that going on, and everything's converging to that center point. How are you determining what's going on, and how do you know what's gonna happen when I say, like, a boat, when I see a boat that's traveling on the water, right? It gets to a certain point. What happens then when you have this translucent atmosphere, this dynamic atmosphere coming from three quadrants converging on that center point? What happens? What naturally?
What I would expect on a flat surface as a boat, a large ship, big ship, right? Not a little boat, but a big vessel. I would expect it to get to a.
Surface, but go ahead.
I would expect it that. Well, I mean, that's the contention. Is it curved or is it flat, right? I would expect the boat to get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller evenly all over, not the top to bottom or left to right. I would just expect the boat to get so small that I couldn't see it.
Can I stop you? Because you ever seen The Matrix, Leslie? You ever seen The Matrix?
Yeah, but I
remember?
don't.
Okay, let me paint a picture for you. Neo was at one point in the movie, he was in the I forget the scene or whatever. He was in this all white room, and I think they had some guns in it that kind of came to him, and then they went away from him. Stuff came to him, and went, like if you're in the all white, say you're just in the all white, blanked out, everything's white. Then if you move something away from you, and it'll get smaller and smaller as it moves away. That's what will happen in that setting. But when we're not in that setting, when we go outside, I just described to you that the atmosphere is going to play this big role that we don't even know, all of what goes on with it. If everything's converging to a center point, and you have the bottom quadrant, that's the only quadrant that's solid. Everything else is translucent. What happens at that center point when something moves away from it? It's not just getting smaller and smaller as it goes away. Something else may be going on. And I want to know what you think might happen. Because that needs to be taken into account when we're talking about making observations over long distance. So go ahead.
Like I just described, I would, accounting for refraction, could be distortion if the refraction was severe. But as far as like making the boat disappear, even like from the bottom up as it goes away, I would not expect to see that on a consistent basis. And what we do see consistently is as things go further away across the surface of the water, they become obstructed. Even though we can still see the top of the boat clearly, the bottom half of the boat is obstructed. And that's not something I would expect to see.
Sorry. Do you think it has anything to do with what I'm explaining?
No. I think it would cause distortion, wiggles, wobbles, straight things looking bent, things like that. But as far as the obstruction we see, bottom up obstruction, I wouldn't expect to see that.
So we got a boat traveling away from us, right? And it's traveling away on the water, which is only the bottom quadrant. And we're talking about 4 quadrants: left, right, top, and bottom. It's only on the bottom quadrant. It's traveling away from you. It's going towards that center point. It's appearing to rise, as you admitted to earlier, right?
Yeah.
Now you got the other quadrants converging at that center point too, right?
Yeah. Well, we're open spaces, so all we're really concerned with it would be maybe a cloud deck versus a clear sky. We wouldn't have to contend with anything overhead if it was like clear sky. There's nothing that's going to converge.
It's still
right?
happening. Still happening, even though you can't see it happening because the air is transparent or translucent. You can't really see it happening. Like in the hallway, the long hallway, you can't see it happening, but it's still happening. Do you agree?
No, that's I don't. You mean
So
even
when
if
we
it's
go
a
out to
clear
the beach,
day?
all of a sudden it's not. All of a sudden, perspective just disappears.
No, you got to have an object to perceive. You're not perceiving anything if there are no clouds in the sky.
You can't see air, my boy. You can't see air. Okay, so
That's
that
right.
doesn't mean that.
That's right.
That doesn't mean that it's not converging at that center point.
All right, I did. Explain to me how you can describe perspective of something that you can't see.
And here we are. This is maybe why y'all think y'all live on a ball where a boat appears. First of all, the horizon is just an apparent thing anyway. Then you're trying to take measurements. You're not even taking into account that everything is converging on that center point. Y'all always just say things get smaller with distance. That's not it. That is like telling a half truth. And y'all get away with it so much, and it pisses me off. It's like, y'all know
that's all. I mean, the equation. That's what perspective is.
I'm cool with you cutting me off as long as I step out because I want to keep it simple.
Yeah. I don't want to overtalk. I don't want us to get aggressive. That's for sure. I don't mean to overtalk you at
all. It's still happening, right? The perspective where everything is converging to that center point is still happening. My question is, what does that look like when we're talking about something that it's just like, because like the atmosphere is like transparent or translucent, and it's stacking. It's just stacking with distance. So what would that look like would stuff appear to drop over that horizon? Maybe so. You know, maybe it's
I don't
just
know.
yeah. I
Yeah, I
think you
don't
do
know.
know. I think you do know.
No, I don't. No, I'm trying to imagine somehow that something about the sky that we can't see except that
Sure.
it's blue, right? But it's not. There's nothing objectively there as far as vision goes that you could bring into the argument of perspective, because there's nothing to perceive as far as it converging or obstructing anything like that. I just, you can consider the surface of the water and an object floating on the water, but without clouds or something to talk about, I don't see how we could talk about perspective and a clear blue sky.
Okay, and like I said, like in the Matrix, in the all white room where everything's um, consistent, everything's white around you. If you move something away from, I'm gonna leave it here because I know other people probably want to get in. If you
Yeah,
move
me
something
too.
away from you in that aspect, yeah, it's just gonna get smaller and smaller with distance. But when you're when you're out at the beach, it's a completely different ball game. You're dealing with these four quadrants. The bottom one is solid, and the top, left, and right one are not. They're transparent. And I think that phenomenon with stuff moving far away from you is the reason why things appear to do certain things in the distance. It's got nothing to do, because like you said, the tangent from my feet, if I draw a straight line, it's dropping straight away from my feet. So why would it appear to rise in the first place? And why are you taking measurements from that point in the first place? That's retarded. But y'all got it, man. Thank you for letting me speak a little bit. I know.
Yeah, man. Yeah, good talk.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Does anybody have any thoughts on what I said? Because to me, I sit there, I listen a lot. You know, I love the channel. I love, like, I know all of y'all names and stuff. I've been listening for years. I actually used to go by Sean G's a few years back. But, you know, life happened. I had kids, and I just ain't got the time to be on talking. So it's been a few years. So I all I'm saying is that I know the arguments. I know everybody. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to y'all. I listen all day. You know what I'm saying? This is my entertainment. So uh, I'm just letting it be known. Y'all can go ahead.
Yeah, you and I spoke on Jose's about 3 or 4 years ago, I think, something like
Right. Yeah.
that.
Yeah. I was on Jose.
And yeah, John Watson stepped in and took over, and then y'all went at it.
Yeah, I think I remember that. Yeah, I was on Jose's a few times. I didn't get really just. I think one time I got quite a bit of airtime, but
I remember one time I was on Jose's and he used to do the final thoughts thing. One time I made him give me like 4 or 5 final thoughts. I can't remember. I was like, let me just see how many he'll let me do.
Yo, Jeremy, you see what the Jesus coin's up to?
What's it up to?
It doubled, bro.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I saw it was at over 100 earlier. Yeah. Whatever the amount I have, I only bought $50 worth, but yeah,
Yeah,
nice. So
I basically doubled my my shit. I haven't pulled anything out yet, so but I think it's gonna keep going, dude.
yeah, it's double from where I bought it right now. Nice. I also bought $50 of that Pepe Poo coin. That's probably worth 0 right now.
I haven't even looked at that shit. Let me check that out.
Oh man, one time. Oh no, that was on Brandon's. Never mind. I used to fuck with these guys so bad, man. I'm fucked. I don't know. I did some things, but that's the old me. One time I had Rumpus drawing so many lines on his diagram. The only reason he even caught on is because I was at work and I wasn't paying that close of attention and I rushed it, so he caught on. Dude, he had mad lines on this shit. He had tangents and horizontals and verticals fucking everywhere. It was crazy.
With the
I had
gun
him
and
up to,
shit, y'all was crying laughing.
no, the gun was a different one.
Oh, okay.
The gun was a different one. This one he had a curve. He had like earth curve. I had him up, and I had him doing points. I had him drawing verticals and doing points. I was up to point G. That's how many points I had on this. I had him doing all kinds of lines everywhere, bro. It was crazy.
I might have
It was
missed
awesome.
that. Still.
The gun one was dope too, though. The gun one was nice. About how rockets work in space. That was awesome.
Oh yeah, that was it. Yeah. I was crying laughing.
Yeah.
Do I still sound like shit?
No, you're not too bad.
You sound worse than
Oh,
usual,
okay.
but you can understand you.
Barely. I gotta had a question for Essie about the dialysis thing.
Sure.
What's up, Mo,
Sure.
man?
Would you say? Oh, good. Oh, good. Would you say that the LIGO arms are horizontal?
Would I say the LIGO arms are horizontal?
Yeah.
I guess.
Oh. Would they be perpendicular to each other?
Yeah.
But are all horizontals parallel to each other?
Yeah.
So those arms would be perpendicular to each other and parallel to each other at the same time.
No. No.
So
It's an L, dude.
bullshit,
Come on. You serious?
Trapped in your own. Are they perpendicular?
Yeah, they have a description. It's called orthogonal. It's a thing.
But are they perpendicular to each other?
You can't be
90
parallel
degrees.
and perpendicular.
This state of
Well then,
this state of being,
yeah, they have to be. If they're horizontal and they're 90 degrees to each other, then they are parallel and perpendicular.
the horizontal is parallel, but the arms are perpendicular. It's not the same thing.
Yeah.
But are the arms horizontal?
All horizontal planes are parallel.
Just planes?
I don't know. That sounded good when I said it.
Then all horizontal lines are not parallel to each other.
Well, not if the fucking lines that you can't be perpendicular and parallel. I know that.
I know, yeah. Sounds weird, but I mean, kind of, the arms are
That's
parallel,
like the
right?
antithesis. Like parallel and
Yeah.
perpendicular are like the antithesis.
Yeah, so they either aren't perpendicular or they aren't parallel, but they are both horizontal, right?
Yeah, but the arm is not horizontal. The arm is like for a whole horizontal thing would be like a plane. The beam is only like a one-dimensional object, so it only goes in a direction. It has a starting point, a direction, and a given.
What in the hell is a one-dimensional
You're
object?
equating the horizon. You're equating the horizon to the actual beam of the LIGO.
Oh, no. Nothing to do with the horizon.
You just said
Horizontal.
Yeah.
Yo, here's how it goes.
Nothing to do
All
with the horizon.
horizontals are parallel.
Yeah, horizontal.
This is how it's supposed to go.
Horizontal planes.
Yep.
Yeah, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
The plane of the horizon. That's it.
Sure. So all the horizontals, so those both horizontals, are parallel to the plane of the horizon, right?
That's right.
Okay. So one arm is parallel to the horizontal plane, and so is the other arm. But then you're saying that they're not parallel to each other.
Yeah, that's true.
If they're perpendicular, they can't be.
Yeah,
That's correct.
Sure.
The line.
You're learning.
Sure.
The line
Yes, good. Okay.
The line compared to the horizontal plane. The line compared to the horizontal plane is parallel, but the lines
Good. So
compared to each other, because they're going in different directions, whereas the plane goes in all directions, the lines have a specific direction, and those directions are perpendicular to each other. The lines
yes.
are not parallel to each other, they're perpendicular. But the lines
Yep.
are
So
parallel to the plane of the horizon beneath it. Stop conflating the two situations.
sure. So all horizontals are not parallel. Good.
That was
To the plane of the
can I just throw in
horizon,
here
dude.
just
Nice
for a
try.
sec?
Nice try.
Guys, that
He thinks he
doesn't,
had something.
the horizon doesn't
So, I mean,
work because if you're out in the middle of the ocean, both of those perpendicular horizontals are actually parallel to the horizon.
sure, but we learned that horizontals are not parallel to each other.
No, I agree. I agree. I'm just saying if we want to say that all horizontals are parallel to the horizon, well, yeah, I guess, but that doesn't mean they're parallel to one another.
Yeah, it's just that I've heard someone,
That's correct.
not naming who that someone is, make an argument, like a logical argument, proving that level is horizontal, but that argument fails because horizontals are not parallel. So that's all we learned today.
Horizontals
No,
are
we
parallel.
didn't learn that at all.
No, it can be, but not necessarily.
Yeah, and that's the only thing that I meant. It's not necessarily parallel.
Can you prove horizontals aren't parallel then?
I already did.
No, you didn't.
You see
You
that?
can have two horizontal lines that are perpendicular to each other.
You see that?
How can they be parallel and perpendicular at the same time?
You see that?
Because they're not parallel to each other. The lines are not.
There you go.
You see that?
Parallel.
Never mind.
The two lines are not parallel.
Hey, Jesse.
Parallel to the plane, because the plane is a two-dimensional object, whereas the arrows are a one-dimensional object.
So there are no one or two dimensional objects. All objects are three-dimensional.
A line is one-dimensional, and a plane is two-dimensional.
No.
They're
No.
mathematically defined objects. Yes.
They are not objects.
Yeah. Well, they're
Concepts.
They're objects made of thought in substance. They're mathematical.
Concepts. Yes.
A plane is two-dimensional by definition, and a line is one by definition.
Yep.
Yeah. And you can have two lines that are perpendicular to each other, yet parallel to the same plane. The lines
but not parallel to each other.
To the plane, because the plane is two-dimensional, whereas the lines are one-dimensional.
Sure. But are you now saying that all horizontals are parallel?
A different dimension to which they are perpendicular to each other, they're parallel in a different dimension to the plane below them or above them, or residing on the same level with them.
I'd like to just ask the question: what is the point of this part of the discussion? Well, man, why did you bring it up? What is the point?
I just asked SC if horizontals are parallel. First he said yes, but now he says no.
Yeah, but to what end? To what end, brother? What was the reason for asking that? Just to try and have a gotcha
I'll tell you what it is. He's trying to get one over on Bev. This is what it is.
Yeah, that's right.
You know where Bev is at. You know where the channel's at. Come on over tomorrow and give your argument, brother. See how you fare. Tomorrow, 3:00, bro, we go live. Try your luck out with Bev. That's what this is all about. This is about Bev.
I don't need to run there.
You think what? You think I wouldn't catch that? Did you?
You don't agree with his argument now, then?
3:00, bro. I expect you there live. See what you got.
Sure. Yep. But that was easy.
You got nothing, bro. What do you think you got here?
He's already said horizontals are not parallel, so his argument says that they are, and they aren't.
Horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Nothing you can say or do is going to change that, bro? Nothing. There's
Not to each other.
perpendiculars, there's verticals, there's horizontals. Nothing you say or do will ever change that, bro. Now, if you got something against Bev, I told you tomorrow, 3 o'clock, he goes live. Come and show your stuff, bro.
Last time someone brought this up, he ran.
I dare you. I dare you. Let's see if you can make it. You want to come to another channel and talk about somebody else? Go on our show tomorrow and see what you got, buddy.
Well, the question is, what is the significance of saying that horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon? What does that mean?
Nothing.
It's not a
Empty
sphere.
claim.
It means it's not a sphere whatsoever.
No, that's not what it means. The Earth can still be a sphere. Geometry is just math.
So everybody tune in tomorrow. Mailman's going to show up and challenge verticals
No, I actually have
and
stuff to do. I
horizontals
just
and
got driving
parallel
home from
planes.
work. Gonna go to bed.
Man demonstrated to be a fool just now.
Say it again, SE,
Yeah.
please. Say it again, SE.
Hey, you heard him, eh, Red? You heard him.
I'm listening.
He comes
The
here,
doors.
I've actually
challenge another man that's not here, who's probably sleeping right now.
I've actually been thinking of all the stuff you can do with an angle, and I came up with a lot of shit, bro.
Divert. I will say again, the door is always open, mailman. If you want to come on.
I think I'm not sure if I'm banned, but last time I was there, I wrote weak voice on chat and someone banned me. So
I don't know about that. Doors
I don't have a
open.
big. You can check the chat log over there on next level.
I can't check it. So just come on.
Come on in. We'll make sure you get a place. Unless you did something crazy and they banned you that I don't know about. Other than that,
I already told you what I did. I wrote weak voice on the text chat.
No, that won't do it.
Well, you can check the chat log.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
When is it not? When is horizontal not parallel?
To what?
Horizontal.
Horizontal planes are parallel to each other. Yes.
So what's your point?
That's no point. I mean, horizontals are not parallel. Horizontal planes are. Horizontals are not.
This guy's a troll. He's contradicting himself. He just argued with me the
No, I didn't.
He just went on to waste everyone's time and argue with me on it, and now he's saying what I
Do you
said.
know do you know what the difference between a line and a plane is?
He's misquoted SC like several times. Like he's just clearly baiting everyone and just wasting time. Troll.
Oh, you're just lying now.
See, that's what it look at him now. He's using some sort of dishonest tactic.
Are you going to a horizontal point?
No, points don't have orientation.
Yeah, but on a globe they got a horizontal point having a slope and a curve and all that stuff. So you gotta.
No, horizontal planes are not curved.
Yo, do you know how much shit I can do on a side note? Are you guys done with this?
So is a horizontal 90 degrees from vertical?
Sure.
Yeah, you don't have no point here, man. I don't get it.
Yeah, there is no point. Just wasting our time.
I mean, just horizontal lines are not parallel to each other necessarily. They can be, but not necessarily.
Yeah, horizontal lines aren't parallel. Aren't always parallel.
So if someone says that all horizontals
No one
are
said that,
parallel to each other, they're wrong.
I say the door is open. Come on, mailman.
When is it not? Then you're not explaining yourself. When is it not? What are you claiming?
For example, in the LIGO arms, they're horizontal, but there's a 90-degree angle between them. So they're perpendicular horizontals.
You didn't get the
I don't
argument
get the
right.
argument. Yeah, you're lost, buddy.
Man, you didn't get the argument right. It's all
horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Sure, that's one claim. That needs
That is the claim.
justification, but
That's the
so
claim
that's
you're
not
referring
justified
to.
by anything. No, I'm not.
I told you there's a person that made that claim. I would have popcorn ready just to hear you have a convo with him. So, like Red told you, the door's open, bro. Let's not talk about somebody that's not here, bro. You
I'm
can have a
talking about him.
whole hour tomorrow, all yours. How's that?
No, I don't have time. So I'm
Telling
being
you,
in
the
a night
popcorn
shift
is
and I'm
ready.
just driving home. So I really can't come.
Tomorrow, 3 o'clock Eastern, brother. Come on
3 o'clock
down.
Eastern.
Yeah.
What's that? 3 o'clock Eastern. But late over here.
Now that we got that all squared away. Do you guys ever use this? You guys ever use a speed square?
Speed square. What's a speed square?
It's a triangle. It's a little triangle metal piece, and you
Speed
can.
square is a triangle.
That sounds weird, right? Yeah, I know. It's a little triangle piece of metal, and you
Go
can.
to bed.
You in New York, huh?
What's that?
The speed square is it's a strange topic for these guys.
The thing is, it makes you get an angle. You get a 90-degree angle on that. You know how much stuff I could do with that? You can do tons of shit with that angle right there.
You can make steps.
I'm about to go on best. Huh?
You can make steps.
You can install floors, all types of shit, yeah.
But you need a flat baseline for
But
that.
after the angle, you can't. You gotta call in for reinforcements. That's the whole point.
I don't need. No, I can do the whole floor myself. I just get the angle and boom. Now I know where to. Now I can cut it at the right spot.
No, hold up, Jeremy. They're trying to use curve angles. Don't start.
All you gotta do is look, because you can easily observe that your floor is flat, so you don't need to measure it.
What's that?
Say that
Easily
again.
observe. You can easily observe that your floor is flat, so you don't need to measure it.
You think the floor is curved?
No, I said it's flat because you can just.
I
see
think
it's
he
flat.
thinks flat is an orientation. That's what he thinks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. A lot of people think that.
Oh, it's not an orientation.
You think flat is an orientation?
No, vertical and horizontal are.
Flat's
Absolutely.
like a. Flat's
Just
like
like
a.
curved. Curved isn't a shape.
Say what, Jeremy?
Flat's just like a geometric property. I would say like a triangle that would have 3 flat sides. You know,
It's like a visual effect. Yeah, it's like a visual thing. Yeah.
It's like a
Just like
property of
curve.
a shape. It's like a property of a
Just
shape. Like you would say a sphere doesn't have any flat spots, or a cylinder has 2 flat spots on it, or something.
Yep. And a cylinder is curved, partly and partly flat.
No, it's not.
So, hey, if you shrink it,
Of course it is.
down to a point, will it ever be not
What?
If you shrink your circle down to a dot, is it gonna be flat?
No. What?
Yeah.
A point. What do you mean flat? The point has no dimensions. It doesn't exist. Not flat nor curved.
It's a weird night.
You just said that at some point a circle is flat, and you just explained to yourself why it's not.
I said that a cylinder has curved spots and flat spots.
No flat spots on a cylinder. Constant curvature.
The top and bottom. Jesus Christ.
It's no top and bottom on a ball.
Hold up, real quick.
And
Your
the
great
poles
circle
Talking about a
route.
what are they?
cylinder. Jesus.
Hold on, I
Doesn't make
actually heard
sense.
some. Actually heard some dope shit on Bev's. Your great circle route. That's a straight line, right?
A great circle route.
Yeah,
It's the
that's a
shortest
straight
distance
line in your mind.
between. Well, depends. It's the shortest distance between 2 points on the surface of a sphere.
Yeah, and you guys think that's a straight line, right?
Well, it depends on your definition of a straight line. Yeah, it's
Well,
just
I
the
mean,
shortest
would you
distance between 2 points.
would you define a great circle route as a straight line?
Well, on a curved surface, sure, but I mean, it's the shortest distance. I mean,
This
what's
is where
the why do
dialetheism
you
comes
ask?
in.
No, what dialetheism?
Well,
I already told it's the shortest distance between 2 points on the surface.
Is it a radio or is it a straight line? That's what you're conflating.
No, no. Oh God, shortest distance between 2 points on a ball.
It's a great circle.
A great circle, so it's a circle.
It's no longer great?
No, it's a great circle route, but it's a circle around the sphere.
They demoted the great circle.
No, I already told you, it's a great circle. So it's a circle around the sphere. Don't see the reason why I make it this hard.
Oh, this is Jeremy's thing. So you're saying it's a straight line, though, right?
It's
the
the
great
shortest
circle road is
distance.
a straight line in your thing, or
It
not?
follows.
That's what his question was.
Sure, it follows the curvature of the surface.
So that surface is 2-dimensional, right?
Yep, all surfaces are 2-dimensional because they have area and no volume. Bev says that the sphere has a 3-dimensional surface, which is stupid because then the solid would be 4-dimensional. And that's highly stupid.
You run into a problem. It's really not, though. You run into a problem with this sphere because it's non-developable, meaning you can't. It's non-developable, meaning you can't put on a 2D plane. And if you can't put something on a 2D plane, then it's coming up off the plane. That's the third dimension.
Okay, so if you leave the surface of the sphere, are you delving into the 4th dimension?
I don't know. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, you said that it's undevelopable, but that has nothing to do with the amount of dimensions that it has. It has an area. So
it absolutely does, though. But because if it's developable, that means you can put on a 2D plane, meaning 2 dimensions, right? And if it's non-developable, you can't put on a 2D plane. You know what that means? Dun dun dun.
Okay, so how do you calculate the volume of the surface of a sphere?
How do you what?
How do you measure or calculate the volume of the surface of a sphere? Because all 3-dimensional objects have a volume.
Yeah, I don't know how you do that, but I do know that if you can't put something on a 2D plane, why are you laughing? If you can't put something on a 2D plane and it goes into the third dimension, guess how many dimensions it is?
No, it doesn't. Can you have where do you get this
You're just
information
giggling.
from? Yeah, where
Say
do you get the
something.
information?
What information?
That if something isn't developable to a 2-dimensional plane, then it's 3-dimensional. Where do you get the information for that? Where's the proof for that?
You can look up Gaussian curvature and developable surfaces. I mean, I don't know how you don't get it. If you can't put something on a 2D plane and it comes up off of the 2D plane, guess what dimension you've now entered when you come up off the 2D plane?
Yeah, in the plane, but we're not in a plane. It's the surface of a sphere.
Yeah, I know, because you can't. That's why it's non-developable, because that's constant Gaussian curvature. You can't put it in the plane. That means it comes up off the plane. That means it comes up off the plane, and if you come up off the plane, that's the third dimension.
So you're saying that all Gaussian curves are 3-dimensional?
anything that has constant positive Gaussian curvature will be 3D because it cannot be put on a 2D plane.
So what are the dimensions?
There's
Of a,
length,
let's
width,
say a
and height.
basketball.
Yeah,
Basketball.
length, width, and height. 3 dimensions.
Where do you get those from?
What do you mean? Where do I get them from? That's just what they are.
Yeah. There's a circumference, right?
What?
The surface of a basketball has a circumference, right?
Yeah.
Would
But
that
we
be one
don't
dimension?
assume to know the end of it. So you're going back to your globe where you're getting the radius number.
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about this geometry.
All right. So why are you asking them how to measure? How to add it all up? If it's a 3-dimensional surface.
No, it isn't a 3-dimensional surface. By definition, all surfaces are 2-dimensional.
If it's a sphere, you can't make it a 2D.
If something's 2D, it'll fit in a plane, right? A 2D plane.
No, no.
No.
If it has 2 dimensions, if it's a surface, it's 2-dimensional.
Well, if you can put it in a 2D plane, it's 2-dimensional.
Sure,
If it
if
comes
you
up
can
off
do
the
that,
plane,
then yeah.
Yeah, if it comes up off the plane, you now have a 3rd dimension. Guess what happens when you try to put a non-developable surface on a 2D plane now?
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And it
But do you
enters
know
the
what
3rd
the
dimension.
definition? Do you know what the surface definition is?
What's the definition?
In geometry.
Tell us.
Sure, I can get it for you. Oh, it says it is a plane or curved 2-dimensional locus of points. Could be curved. Plane surface or a surface of a sphere.
All right, here we go. I just looked up the geometric definition. You ready? Geometry: a continuous set of points that has length and breadth, but no thickness. That would be anything that comes up off of the 2D plane.
No, so what's the depth of the surface of a sphere?
It has length and breadth, but no thickness. Thickness is if it comes up off of the 2D plane, right? You understand that?
No, if it comes off the surface.
Okay, length and breadth is on the 2D plane. You understand that?
So it can be on a cube.
Those are the
Doesn't
2
have to be
dimensions
in
of a plane: length and breadth. Do you understand that part? This is real easy. It should only take like 5 seconds. And then if it has thickness, it comes up off of the plane, right?
No, it comes up off the surface.
Of the plane.
No, off the surface.
So
Any
okay, so you're
surface.
telling me I can have something not in a plane, but it's only 2D, but it has length, breadth, and width. Or sorry, length, width, and height. But it's only 2D.
Sure, the surface of a sphere.
Sure, length, width, and height, and it's only 2D, but it has all those 3 dimensions, no doubt. That checks out.
Yeah. Oh, the surface of a sphere has
that
2
makes
dimensions.
It sounds like I'm not breaking you up, Jeremy. It sounds like he's trying to practice for bail for tomorrow. I'm just letting you know. It's gonna be a good show. I'm going back on mute. Sorry.
And does the surface of a cube, is the surface of a cube 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional?
It's a developable surface. It's 2D.
Okay, so is the solid 3-dimensional? The cube itself?
Yeah.
Okay, so a surface of a sphere is 3-dimensional according to you.
It can't be put on a plane. It will absolutely have the surface of a sphere will absolutely have length, width, and height. Those are 3 dimensions.
It's 3-dimensional.
That's 3-dimensional, yeah.
Okay, what if you leave the surface? Are you going into a 4th dimension?
I don't know. I'm not even worried about all that. I just know it's not 2D.
Yeah, of course you're not worried.
Well, I'm not worried because I'm not worried about 4D. That's not even a real thing. All I know is that if something doesn't, you can't put something on a 2D plane and it comes up off the plane, you've now entered the third dimension. It's real simple.
Yeah, but still, the surface of a sphere has an area, which is 2D. And
It
the
has
solid
length,
has
width, and
volume.
height. The surface of a sphere has length, width, and height. It always will because it's not developable. That's 3 dimensions. Okay, get your shit together.
Can you draw those dimensions on a sphere? The surface.
Length, width, and height.
Yeah. What are those? It sounds like you're talking about the solid.
You don't know what length, width, and height are?
On a sphere?
And in reality, you know what length, width, and height are?
Sure, yeah. 3
Those are the
dimensions.
3 dimensions we live in, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the surface of a sphere will always have all 3 of those because you can't possibly put it on a 2D plane. This is real simple. Like I'm just gonna back out, and if anyone else wants to go over anything else, go ahead. But we're not really getting anywhere.
I'm waiting for the day when you use those 3 dimensions of a sphere to measure the surface area of that sphere.
Okay, like I said, I'm backing out. We're not getting anywhere. I've explained to you that it will always have length, width, and height. And therefore, it will always be in the 3 dimensions, never 2. Thank you.
Interesting. Then you add thickness and you delve into the 4th.
There is no 4th. There's only 3 dimensions we live in. Anyways, I'm backing out. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Have a good one.
Look what I just found going through my things. You can't make this stuff up. When straight lines become curves, fight the flat earth.
It's National Geographic, so it's fake news.
Look at that.
I'm telling you, bro, I can do mad shit with an angle. I see. Tell Bev we better watch out, even in the shower. I'm coming for him.
All right, bro. All right. You can go after our buddy Mailman. Mailman tomorrow, Jeremy the day after. Come in with a 90 curve.
I can always go with the Oakley line. You can't do shit with an angle.
Well, that's Jeremy's going with that one. You can't go with that one.
No, Jeremy can do shit with an angle, but Oakley said that you can't do shit with an angle.
No, Oakley says you can.
Oh.
Bev thinks you can.
Got it wrong. Got it wrong.
Okay.
Later, bro.
Yeah. Oakley says that whenever you have an angle, there's a flat baseline.
You like talking about a whole bunch of dudes in this mug.
Does the auto level make a 90-degree angle?
Auto level?
Yeah.
Between what?
I don't know. Does an auto level make a plumb and then horizontal,
plumb
or
and
does it just?
horizontal.
So there's like 2 angles there.
There's just one angle, but two like sort of lines.
2 angles. I don't think we can use that one.
It's just one angle, vertical to horizontal. It's just 90 degrees.
we went over this. I did go to Bev's. I think this was a couple months ago, and you know, I was wondering like, yo, it's 180 degrees. That's an angle, right?
180 degrees.
Fuck you.
Fucking angle, huh? Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a
well,
good one.
yeah. It is an angle on a straight line. I mean, and there's a lot of them on that line.
It's 180 degrees.
It's
a straight angle.
God, fuck me, that's an angle. I mean, but technically, you're not wrong, but damn, that's wrong still.
You know how many angles are in a triangle now?
Depends on the definition.
Look at each line's 180, then you got the others. You got 6 fucking angles.
Too many angles, not enough mics.
Did you hear Zanuck, when was it, yesterday? Said if you take a spirit level and you keep, you know, putting one next to the other, eventually they'll meet. Like they go around in a circle and they'll meet on the other end. So
Spirit levels?
yep. So continuous level horizontals make a circle.
I'm not sure if he knows how spirit levels work.
Obviously he doesn't, yeah.
That's what would happen if the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, see, we got another one.
I mean, obviously, if the Earth was a globe, that would happen.
No, but they're all straight though. You just make a continuous straight line.
Short. It's not a straight line.
Spirit level?
No,
okay, so you're telling me if I had a
spirit levels.
Okay, so you're telling me if I had a 27, what's the circumference for 24,000 miles or something? If I had a 24,000 mile spirit level, what's that? You're saying if I had a 24,000 spirit level, both ends would be touching?
Do you mean one spirit level that's that long?
Yeah, you can have one spirit level, or you can break it up in chunks. Either way, it's a straight. You're making a straight line, right? They're all straight lines.
No, not if the Earth is a. Do you think that if the Earth was a globe and there's gravity, you think that spirit levels would be horizontal and parallel to each other?
I think that if you make a straight line, the ends are never going to touch. That's what I think.
Sure, I agree too. I mean, yeah. But if the Earth is a globe and you have 1 meter long spirit levels and you stack them like in a line, those won't be parallel to each other. I think that's pretty obvious.
So if you don't make a straight line with them and you curve them around or something, then I guess you get them to touch. But if you do what they're supposed to do and make straight lines with them, you're never going to touch.
No, I mean, talk about tool abuse or misuse of tools.
Look at the picture I just posted. That's tool abuse right there.
Oh yeah, it stops being horizontal for some reason at some point.
T-ball.
Yeah, I don't know why it stops being horizontal, but I guess it just somehow stops.
You think horizontal has an on-off switch?
Well, I think someone thinks because I mean it's horizontal. that's what the auto level establishes, but now somehow it isn't.
No, this is tool abuse. What you see right here. It's not. It isn't. It's not horizontal. Isn't. This is tool abuse.
All right. So what if we had the spirit levels? Oh, go ahead.
Yep. And
go ahead, moment.
What about the spirit levels in this picture?
Now, did you want to address on that, he said, or?
No, but you said now if we had spirit levels, what does that reference to? To the picture that Odysee posted?
Well, let's say you take spirit levels, right? And you put two of them side by side, and then you put another one, and then you put a third one in the middle of both of those, so that they're all flush. So let's say we had two rows of spirit levels, just like that. You think the ends would still touch?
Yep.
Huh.
Yep. So then, like, force the line with the 1 meter long spirit levels.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's the error margin would be quite big, I think. But doesn't an auto level actually establish a horizontal plane? Just wondering why it isn't horizontal with the
It really
crosshairs
depends
are.
on what. Depends on if you abuse the tool or not.
So what does this do then? It shows, what is it, light is bending, or why is the horizontal pointing to the middle of the building?
Well, like I said, it depends on if you're misusing the tool.
Yeah, tool abuse.
Oh, okay.
Tool establishes a horizontal plane of reference, but not at that distance. It has a limit. I think it's what 150 meters max, 200 meters max, somewhere around there. Max.
I mean, moment, if you're gonna go with that, I got a couple of shots with the horizon above horizontal. So, I mean, if we're just gonna go off wherever the crosshairs land.
Sure, you can just post them.
Bro, George Hanichuk and Jesse Gordon posted it. I mean, they're your own dudes. So,
Yep.
I don't
Jesse
have.
has 17 of them, I think. Was it auto levels or theodolites? 17 of them or something.
Oh, he's left.
Oh yeah, he's gone. Okay.
George Hanichuk was, I mean, he was doing all that surveying shit. God bless him.
Yeah,
Sounds like
it
one of your
looks like
top guys.
have to throw the observations out the window.
I mean, I definitely just want to be using that tool unless you want to start saying we live on a never-changing Earth shape.
I mean, obviously the Earth doesn't have or the water doesn't have a fixed shape. It's constant motion. That's why the black swan is so sad.
Yeah, I know, but the point is that if you just look miles and miles and miles through these tools, you know, it's not static objects, not static, so it's moving around out there.
Yeah, there's obviously refraction and a lot of different effects.
Yeah, that's why anything I would use at this point, I wouldn't use anything that's affected by refraction at this point.
Yeah, that's why I like to use the distances traveled by airplanes and ships. It's much better.
Have you ever really looked into how we get the distances up?
Sure.
You have?
No, I didn't get the question. What was it? Have
you ever looked into how they actually get the distances?
I don't know, how do they get the distances? I mean, they use ForFlight for flights, and I'm not sure what app they use or what program they use for marine traffic.
Well, I mean, I went over with RC Meisty for about an hour one day, and ultimately he ended up using speed cones, I think they're called, which were just cones on the ground that measure wind speed or direction or some shit.
To get his distances?
Yeah, that's how he said he got his distances, with the speed flags or wind speed cones or some shit. I'm like, why are we even in a plane then? Why did we just use how they got the distance for them cones?
No, just take the distances between waypoints from ForFlight. I mean, that's what I would do.
Yeah, but that's what
they
well, I
use
don't
to
know.
make the
RC's a
prediction.
pilot. RC's a pilot now. I mean,
Sure, but I don't know what exact flights was he talking about? Like VFR or IFR, prop planes, what speeds was he talking about? I don't know.
yeah, it doesn't matter. When I went over it with him, I was trying to ask him how we got the distances, because I absolutely realized that distances will tell you if it's planar or not if you have enough of them. And when it came down to it, RC was like, "Yeah." I was like, "How do you know you flew 50 miles?" He's like, "Because that's where the speed cones are on the ground." I'm like, "So why are we even talking about the planes?" I'm like, "How they get the distance between the speed cones? That's what we need to figure out." Who cares about the
I don't even
plane?
know what the speed cone.
Wind speed. It's like a wind speed cone or something. It tells you the speed and direction of the wind or some shit.
He's
Like
talking
you mean
about
wind block?
VOR, I imagine. I think he's talking about VOR, the radio transmitters on the ground.
Oh yeah, that's radio, but I mean you can just use GPS. That's
As
what
far
they
as
use for longer.
as far as distance, what I use is just my true airspeed and time, and you know
Yeah.
my waypoints pop up right where they're supposed to.
Yeah.
But as far as like determining the shape of the surface, you know, flying, you know, even a couple of 100 miles, it's not going to tell you anything necessarily. I mean, you can get the right distances, but you know, flat versus curved, I don't think you can tell.
Dude, if you guys actually had solid ways of measuring these distances, I wouldn't even be here right now. Because the distances will absolutely tell you if it's planar or not.
One thing that you can do is take like 3, I don't know, VOR stations or airports and just measure the angles between the triangle that it forms, and check for your charts for the actual directions or distance, like the directions, and get the angles from there. See if it's 180 or more. But then again, you'd have
You can do
trust
spherical
the charts.
access.
Let's see if there is spherical access.
I plotted that on a sectional just to see, and there's so much error involved in just plotting it as far as like getting into the decimal places. You can't do it really on a sectional.
I think you can do it from like LA, New York, Seattle, but then again you'd have to trust the charts or GPS, and that's people don't trust it. So. But it was nice when there was the never before flown flight from Qantas. I used Google Earth to make a prediction about the flight time, and I was 10 minutes off. One from like a couple of years ago. Actually, no, I didn't use Google Earth. I used SimBrief.
Yeah, the flight radar app that I've got. I mean, they say, "Oh, you're looking at dots on the screen," but like in Phoenix, I'll get parked up to wait to unload the next morning, and I'll watch planes fly over, and I can see them on my phone.
and they're
Yeah,
right there.
usually. It's funny now that the Russian airspace is closed for us. Every time I see an airplane like flying from the east, I know it's a Chinese plane because they can still fly over Russia, and it's usually like a 777 from China Eastern flying freight from China to Europe.
And notice
And always when I see an airplane, I see it in flight aware. Oh no, the flight radar 24. But yeah, there's a lot of southern flights that the timing is off for. Well, it's good for the globe, but say that. There's flight from Sydney to Johannesburg going right now. 13 hours and 46 minutes. And Santiago to Sydney. So like 14 hours roughly. An actually interesting flight from Sao Paulo to Luanda, and it's only 7 hours and 15 minutes. So from South America to South Africa.
flights made me think of Jim Waterworld. Haven't seen him in a couple of weeks anywhere. I wonder what's up with him.
I don't know. He's
I saw him 24/7 before I got banned.
He's a character.
Yeah, I mean, not that I miss him, but I don't want any. I don't wish him any bad health.
Balanced Truth Seal said that all horizontals are parallel. It's interesting that you can fly from Sao Paulo to Luanda faster than you can fly from Finland to New York. So on an AE map, Finland to New York would be much shorter than Sao Paulo to Luanda.
Left lane, you're not liking. No, it's not a left lane. What is it?
Oh, it's Cyan. Cyan, when you eat, can you go on mute?
Oh, dude, sorry.
It's okay.
He's eating tater chips.
Taters. Oh, fuck. God, I gotta wake up in 7 hours, 6 hours to buy tickets to Drift Masters Finland. Oh God.
Gone all quiet again. What happened?
Some controversy stirred up.
Controversy.
Get rid of your tickle.
Oh yeah, that was a couple of hours ago. Yeah.
Good.
I'm going through some of my stuff here, mailman.
Oh, you're loud, Odysee.
A funny meme with. I don't know why they made that one.
Which one?
Here, I'll post it for.
Yep.
But don't think I made it. Eh? I don't know why I have it. Maybe you can
It's the
explain.
ones that I made. I made some SE memes, like water rising to eye level. And
Did it have a skateboard on it?
no, it was the Japan.
Here you go.
Yeah. Oh god, that was the one that I wrote. Gas pressure requires a container on it, but someone changed the text. I have some SE memes. Don't know if I can find them.
Yeah,
They're
you made
amazing.
some plagiarism memes. Yeah, you were one of them.
Yep. But they were good.
Made some good.
I don't know if I can find them. I have so many fucking pictures on my phone.
Oh wow.
Ruhif, did you make this one?
Yeah. I'm
You did?
driving, SE. I'm driving.
Oh.
So illustrate it with your lovely voice.
No, you got to see this one.
Mexi voice.
Sexy man, SE.
This one is a doozy.
All right. I get a slushy in a minute. What do you want?
Maybe SE can answer this because he's on the side that actually is against a lot of globe Earth logic. Why is it when I'm over at 24/7? Why is it when I'm over at 24/7? They are in a Huey's now join the amongst the ranks of the leadership over there, organizing and leading discussions. They are so hell bent on not accepting that a sextant doesn't establish a flat horizontal line to the GP. Can you explain that to me, SC? Why they don't understand that there isn't no need for a flat horizontal line to the GP, because that would be affirmative consequent. And number two, there's so many ways of proving that idea or theory incorrect. And Einstein himself said if you can find an exception to your theory or idea, then the entire theory is tossed out. So SC, can you help me understand where? Because they just argue and then mute, and then I got banned. And I was just saying, being really polite and just saying basic, logical, geometric observations and measurements.
No, I'm not gonna definitely not gonna explain anything for them.
Well, no, you might have a take on it. Why would they be so insistent upon them asserting that if there's ever a sextant being used and you establish a horizontal, that baseline has got to be straight to the GP because you established a triangle in their mind?
What do you call the horizon in that measurement?
A location below level that obscures things behind it. As you chuckle, is that a chuckle out of nervousness or incredulity or?
I chuckled because it's he's just so drunk.
Oh, I didn't know who that is. No, truth. So, SC, can you help me understand? I mean, seriously, I just want a favor. I'm just because I don't really know how to argue with them any more than pointing out the obvious. But they are very much asserting that you have to have a horizontal straight line to the GP from the observer.
Sorry, bro, I can't help you on that. Not my argument.
Okay, all right. Just thank you for considering the answer, though.
No worries.
It's interesting considering that the sextant isn't at the sea level, so it's not a horizontal line.
Well, they think the dip angle that you use is established based on objects in the distance that are below you in the distance. So that's partially correct, but doesn't incorporate curvature, which it does actually in the values. And then refraction, they throw that in too. All this allows them to find they think it is a straight horizontal line, which is adjusted only due to perspective. But the most important the most important aspect of that whole analysis is the fact that you can have other types of sextant that do not use the horizontal. Then they bring up levels. Oh, yes, you don't think a level's a horizontal? Well, I guess you could say you get a horizontal, then you get a vertical based on where the bubble is. And that's true. And you can keep it. Okay, now you're building your argument. You have some traction now until you say, you know what? The very first sextants had a pendulum, a weighted pendulum, and an angle, like basically equivalent to dropping a plumb bob with a protractor. No horizontal needed. Co-altitude angle to the star. That gives you your latitude if you're talking about Polaris. Done. Slam dunk. There's an exception. So why they can't go there, they have to stay with the sextant that's based on the horizon, dip angles, and refraction. I just can't understand why this has been going on for almost over 2 years now.
And it's interesting that you can use the bubble section, and regardless of your elevation, you get the same angle, so the light does come in parallel.
Right. And then, of course, this relationship by traveling a degree and seeing that you've gone 60 nautical miles, or seeing that you've gone 60 miles and then see the angle change to degree. And then the key point is do it again and see another 60 miles or another 1 degree. That can't happen over and over again on a flat surface. It's not possible. And balanced truth is falling into the same trap that QE falls into, is that this particular slide was used by an admiral that was giving a description of the concepts, but in no way, shape, or form do those lines at 900 miles. First of all, they don't work on those angles, by the way. They're just random distances he threw in there. But if you did have a distance, those angles would not work from you, the observer, to the GP along its path. So that is the funniest bit of evidence that you could possibly bring up because it's so incorrect and
Yeah, because
shows
your
no concept. Yeah.
yeah, your deep correction should then depend on your distance to the GP, because the further it is, the angle is like higher, sort of. Like whether the GP is 1,000 miles away or 3,000 miles away, your correction would be different.
Whatever you establish as a horizon, that angle change blows up their world because it just cannot happen. It's not possible. It doesn't make any sense geometrically, mathematically, trigonometrically. It's all a bunch of bullshit. They know it, and somehow they're just riding that horse of ignorance for either shock value or because they're really stupid. One of the two. Or they
I
just
think it's
truly
sort
are.
of like pre-sub Christians who say that God exists, prove me wrong. It's like, well,
Yeah,
how do you
right.
prove your first case first? No, it's true, unless you prove it false.
Right.
Because if it was that 90-degree angle and a flat baseline, then you wouldn't have the linear function between the angle and distance. It's just basic math or trigonometry. I couldn't find the SE memes, sorry.
Sure, we'll survive without them.
For one day.
You were one of the guys that used to sign SC on them, no?
Yeah. Yeah, I made two like jokes. There's like the tsunami in Japan, and I wrote what it was.
You made some underwater ones. Some was it you that made the one on the platform? You know, the half pipe where they do the skateboarding.
No, I did one
Somebody,
where there's someone skateboarding on the
yeah, somebody like
wall left, right.
somebody brought that in and tried to make fun of me using that meme. And I told him, dude, I didn't make that meme. They used to plagiarize my memes and he wouldn't believe it. Was that you?
Oh
Who
god.
was it? That was so funny, man.
Oh god. I'm gonna make more of them.
It was Lael. I think it was Lael. yeah, I think it was Lael.
Come to think of it, I think I remember the occasion where he just did that. I think I also told him that it's a joke. Could have been, not sure. I gotta go inside. I'll catch you guys later.
Oh, Santa, you there? Or you rolled out?
Well, I'm here.
I remember now. Is it called an azimuth? What's the azimuth?
Azimuth is like a direction around you from north.
You mean the horizon?
No.
Thinking of zenith.
Do you know what an aviation sextant, how an aviation sextant works? You don't even use a horizon. You don't use anything. All you do is you have established.
How do you get the 90 degree to make the triangle?
Talking about the 90 degree, it's silly. You don't need a 90 degree. All you need is an angle, one angle from vertical.
So how you gotta make a triangle with one angle?
You don't got to make a triangle. Only QE thinks you need a triangle. Another knuckleheads over in 24/7 think you need a triangle. You don't need a triangle. Big bunch of nonsense by ignorant, uneducated losers that don't just do a little bit of homework. You don't need a triangle. All you need is an angle off a vertical. And that gets you an angle to the star, and that is called the co-altitude angle. And the co-altitude angle is a distance to angle equivalence to the GP, and that would be that angle, co-altitude angle, times 60 nautical miles. That's how far it is to the GP. No triangle, no horizontals needed, nothing. If you can understand that, you're one step ahead of all the rest of your friends.
Well, I mean, it's not my argument, but I think it would come from the compass and the direction you're gonna complete knowing where you're going or where you're heading. You're gonna complete the triangle.
Mic check.
Did we go all quiet again?
Oh, I hear you.
Yeah. Well, I come back in and it's been a quiet day. Come on, fuckwit. Dance the night away. Is SC Montreal still here?
I see him. He's not even muted.
Jay. Hey.
What you got, Ruhif?
I don't know. Just wondering if you've understood the hump versus drop thing in the last couple of years, last 18 months or so.
Uh-huh. It's been an interesting couple of months and more, indeed.
Indeed.
Tell us what you got. You got the hump, the drop. What you got?
Horizontal, vertical, reciprocal zenith angles.
You said hump and drop.
Right. I don't like the word hump, by the way. We'll call it a sagittar.
So are you a drop man or a Sajid, the hump man?
Prefer sagittar over hump because hump implies like a rise when it's not really a rise.
So you have a hump without a rise.
Are we really going to do this
hump.
again?
Yeah.
Are we really going to do this again, SE?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Hey, blame Ruhif. He brought it up.
No. With
True.
you. But we gave all the answers yesterday. I thought we did a good job, and now you're going to. It's almost like it's.
Oh, you said the answers.
Groundhog Day.
You said the answers for
Okay,
you.
so it's settled. It's settled. We don't need to go through it.
I agree.
So somebody bring up another topic before these guys bore the heck out of us.
Yeah.
How about the curved baseline? Curved adjacent.
Oh yes. Oh, I
Oh, yeah,
fucking
that's
listened to an
different.
Oakley episode the other day. Holy shit. He's fucking just shouting at clouds these days. Like you'll get some video that someone makes, and he will literally pause at every 5 seconds to abuse whoever made it. Just replaying this video. It's fucking cringe as fuck.
Who are you talking about?
Oakley, FED. It's just
I don't,
savage
yeah.
cringe these days.
I don't watch that anymore. Yeah.
Like he's, the old man Simpson shaking his fist at the clouds. It's really what it is. Celestial navigation, then. Yeah, see?
Yeah, I hear that. I guess people are into that stuff. Not me, though.
Yeah. It should be.
If I had a boat, yeah, I'd be into it.
Oh, there was so MC Toon's got his navigation challenge. There's also a gravity challenge, right, where you need to come up with a formula or a prediction or whatever to match the gravity measurements at certain gravity measurement stations around the world. There's another 10 Gs there for you.
Saying there's different gravity measurements in different spots around the world?
Yeah, mostly due to centrifugal force, right?
I don't know. It's your thing.
Yeah. But you're not allowed to use centrifugal force or the mass of the Earth or a big G.
So playing pool without using your hands. Got it.
Welcome to the globe, then, SE. Or welcome to, I don't know, mass attracting mass. Don't know why you guys like deny that mass attracts mass. It's just an empirical observation.
I prefer chicken breast attracting chicken breast.
Yeah, that
Especially
was
with the
pretty good,
barbecue.
actually. The frozen turkey attracting the chicken tender. That was exceptional work.
If you rig it right, maybe that turkey breast and the chicken tender will jump right into the barbecue and you open the lid.
Maybe.
I think Biodual had it rigged for cooking right after the experiment. Yeah.
I think he had to replace one of the frozen turkeys because the condensation was causing some temperature that he thought, oh, maybe that'll impact something.
I couldn't freaking believe my eyes when I saw that. I go, it's got to be doing that as a joke, right? But no, he was serious.
Well, it's kind of a joke, but people were saying, oh, it must be magnetism or some shit like that. So he got, two completely organic things, right? That was the point. Pretty funny. It's the mass. It's the mass. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, how far did they get with that signaling mirror balanced?
What mirror?
It's got a thing of the signaling mirror, World War II U.S. government.
I have no idea how far they get.
That's why I'm asking.
I don't know. You're telling the story, bro. Bro. Seaman Trail.
Matthew, you know celestial navigation?
I understand the basics.
Because I'll admit, I saw a few things on it. That stuff, it ain't easy, that's for sure.
Right, and since things move so quickly, you have to have precise times.
To the second, yeah. And you got to be good in math. Very good.
You can also use charts and lookup tables. That's pretty
Yeah,
good too.
basically
If you just
looking
follow
a
the
lot of
algorithm.
charts. Yeah. There's a correction for everything. There's a correction for the correction of the correction. It's like unbelievable.
You're correct.
Yes. Yeah.
But a lot of them don't do a lot. I mean, there's a horizontal parallax correction for Venus and Mars, right? But it's usually about a fifth of an arc minute. That's fuck all.
How many of you are confident? Because I'll be straight out. I don't think I can do it. I'd probably get lost. How many of you think you can do it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it, but I could learn how. If I,
Yeah,
if I followed.
Yeah. So Shirley would be dead. Matthew would have to rely on Ruhiv.
Yeah.
The gate. Who is it? Kool-Aid that grew up on a boat? Was it Kool-Aid? I think so.
What do you mean grew up on a boat? Like a houseboat where he went on shore all the time? Or?
Yeah. With his dad. I think I got the person right.
Sounds about right, I think. Doopy doop. Doopy doop.
So Ruhiv, now that you're here, did you do this drawing?
Do what?
Look at the live text.
Yeah. That's not my drawing.
It's not you. I can't remember who did it.
I'm going with Protothad.
Yeah, probably.
He says he
What,
created
is there
it.
an issue with it?
He said he created it for the college seminar on celestial navigation that he taught.
Which drawing are you talking about?
At 33 after.
And that is excellent. That's one of the best drawings I think I've seen.
Really, Zanuck?
You not agree?
So there's several. I think you guys are talking about different drawings. There's one that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we are talking about different. Yeah. You're right, Matthew. Okay, I see what you're talking about now.
Oh, the Sonav one, yeah. Yeah, that is very
31
good.
after the hour. It's a very easy to understand, very correct, clear description and graphic of how celestial navigation actually works.
Yes. No right triangle.
Well, really, no curved adjacent.
Yeah. So what's your issue with that water level photo drawing, essay?
I want to know. I can't remember who drew it.
It's perfect.
Well,
You
it
like
needs
it?
some labeling. It needs a lot of labeling, but yeah, nothing
How?
wrong with it.
Okay, take it and label it. What would you label what?
I would put points where the water level is establishing the horizontal. So in between each water level, the midpoint is establishing a horizontal at that point.
So there's 2 water levels there, right?
Aren't they? Oh, they're not joined in the middle.
No, they're not joined in the middle.
Okay. Thought they were.
If I see correctly, I see 2 water levels. And they're joined somewhere in the air.
What do you mean in the air?
Well, this is what I'm trying to figure out now.
No, the circle. I mean, if you can join the 2 in the middle, that'd be good. That'd be a bit helpful.
Well, I guess they're on top of the circle. Yeah. Okay. So we got a line drawn on top of a circle that is obviously level and horizontal.
It's horizontal at the midpoint.
Only at the midpoint.
All right.
Okay. And we got a whole bunch of lines there.
Yeah.
But they're all, each and every one is level at its midpoint.
Well, not only if they're joined. Only if the water levels are actually joined up. See how they're 2 separate water levels. It's an assumption to then say that they're all at the same level.
That's true, but
Because
they're drawn at all the same level.
Yeah, true. Yeah. So they're probably all horizontal at the midpoints of all those lines. Yes.
But you're correct. Technically, they're not drawn at the same. They're not drawn connected. So we have to assume or not assume.
Yeah. Or SE will go with his fucking bullshit. Thinks he's caught us out.
I didn't say nothing. I didn't say a word, bro. I just posted a thing. Honestly, I was going through my memes. Oh, I found one with you, but I didn't post it because it had your picture on it. It's funny as hell, though, man.
Okay. Can you describe what's funny about it?
That has a picture of that curved ruler.
The curved ruler. What do you mean?
With a hump on it. Has you holding it like has you like in a potato thing, but it has your picture, so I wouldn't post it.
Okay.
You know which ruler I'm talking about?
Curved ruler. I don't have a curved ruler.
A curved yellow ruler.
Yeah, I don't have one of those.
Well, somebody must have made a meme of you.
Okay. I wonder who that could have been.
Yeah, Jesse's got a good one there. Yeah.
Rakiagon.
That's a Donegon. How did you make it a Rakiagon?
It's accurate though.
Well, it's a Rakiagon because that's when Rakia and I realized, or when he realized during our discussion that an auto level would form a curved line following a lake surface.
Yeah, he thinks you can extend a horizontal line. Yeah, just by moving the auto level. Just yeah.
He knows though, because we were talking about it, and he's like, he was going along with it. And it's like, okay, let's have a thought experiment. Let's say we were doing a level run over a hill, but let's say that we made each auto level parallel to the surface of the ground under it instead of level. What would it do? And you could hear this click when he realized it would form a curve right over the top of that hill. That was the end of the discussion. Actually, that's the last time he's talked with me about anything.
This could be you one day, SE.
Like the last meme I posted? That's how you guys envision it, huh? There's your Donegon.
Good way to say. It's fascinating to try and think about what you get out of this. It's fascinating.
I say the same thing back to you, brother.
Yeah.
In Montreal. How you doing, brother?
Good. What's up?
Hey, after you discovered that Schwinger effect, not too long after that, you discovered Tesla had some sort of energy that he was working with, but I can't remember what he called it. You talked about it all the time.
Yeah, he called it radiant energy.
Radiant. Yeah, can't remember that. Thanks, brother.
Anytime, yeah. That's fascinating stuff, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, I came on here, and after a couple of years of doing my research, I was looking into the Casimir effect and 0-point energy and dark matter, and I was talking about these things. And then when you showed me the Schwinger effect, I was like, oh man, this is like my dream come true. Like, this is over unity, right? They're pulling energy out of nothing, allegedly, right? Which we know is a first law violation, which, that's not what's actually happening, right? They've basically, did like a soft release on the background medium, also known as ether, right? And that's a huge problem because, that reverts them back to pre-Einstein position where the Earth is not moving through the ether. And they don't want to admit that, but that's where they're at right now.
Oh yeah, they're in a bad place in their cosmology. Yeah, that's one of the problems they have, amongst many, many others.
I mean, forget about refraction. They discovered the ether, and they're pulling energy out of nothing. Which, in my opinion, there's only two ways to look at it. Either it's the first law of thermodynamics violation, they're creating energy out of nothing, or it's more like what Lawrence Krauss says, and nothing really isn't nothing. And he calls the ether virtual particles that pop in and out of existence, except for now they're popping into existence and they're staying into existence, according to the research that I've done on the Schwinger effect. Well, that's a problem for them, because that can't happen.
Yeah, I thought they popped in and out of existence like almost immediately. Now they're staying here?
Yeah, they pretty much have to admit that there's an ether or there's a first law of thermodynamics violation, and that matter is being created out of nothing. So they're pulling electrons out of a vacuum. And, this is kind of exciting for me because I've been talking about 0-point energy, and everybody from QE to the ballers were telling me that there's nothing to see here. And it's like, oh, really? There's nothing to see here. how come this vacuum catastrophe has this really big number? When you try to mix match quantum field theory and special relativity, like this is a crisis. That's that number with 120 zeros. Or some people say it's only 60 orders of magnitude. Like that softens the blow.
Yeah, well, maybe those people didn't know their stuff because they always had 0 point energy, vacuum energy. They talk about it in LIGO, how they have to eliminate it, and all these other. So they're double speaking, whoever they are.
Well, after that one came around, there was fusion ignition at Lawrence Livermore Labs, and they've also claimed to have created over a Unity machine, right, where they're getting more out than they're putting in. Well, I think that this is the hijacked narrative, like we always see. CNN hijacks the narrative no matter what's going on. They might give you a little bit of truth. So they admit, okay, yeah, there's over Unity machines now, but it's a very complex thing to do to access this. And, only Lawrence Livermore Labs could do it. Obviously, you couldn't do it in your garage. But the truth is that the Schwinger effect, that machine where they did a version of the Casimir effect with the graphene, it's a simple tabletop machine that could actually go in your garage. So I think they've hijacked the narrative and they've made it, like so impossible that it's still out of the reach of the everyday guy so we can continue going to war. Right? We got to get that oil.
Maybe explain the Schwinger effect to everybody, to those who don't know.
Right. It's a 70-year-old quantum physics prediction where they pretty much predicted that you would be able to pull electrons out of a vacuum, right? Because they knew about the 0 point energy, right? They knew that, these virtual particles, maybe Lawrence Krauss talked about virtual particles that pop in and out of existence. Well, they would pop into existence and they would be slightly negative and slightly positive. And then those particles would smash back into each other and they would neutralize. Well, now, after the Schwinger effect has been proven true, these particles are popping into existence and they're staying, right? And these electrons are usable, so they're getting more electrons out than they're putting in, which would be a violation of the first law of thermodynamics, which would be a violation of the conservation of energy and matter, right? Energy and matter can't be created or destroyed. So where the fuck did those electrons come from?
Good point, if that's true. Yeah, very good point.
So you can either say, well, they came out of the vacuum, which doesn't make no fucking sense, or you could say that it came out of the ether. So you can't have your cake and eat it too. You either have ether and your first law, or there's no ether and no more first law of thermodynamics, which would be a mistake on your behalf, in my opinion. To even suggest that the first law has been violated. Yeah, that radiant energy. Could you imagine if Tesla would have been properly funded? If the first guy wouldn't have pulled the funding, and then JP Morgan pulled his funding? Like, we should have totally, completely funded that guy and gave him, whatever he wanted. Obviously, he didn't want hookers, right? So we should have gave him some pigeon food, unlimited, resources for scientific experiments, technology, because I really think that the Einstein space-time held us back for 100 years. We literally chased our tails for 100 years before, 1915 to 2015 rolls around and the flat earth makes a comeback and we're like, wait a minute, this whole gravity thing, this isn't science. This isn't what we call, experimental science. This isn't applied science. Because, they always say, what would it change in my life? Would I wipe my butt any different if the world was flat? It's like, yeah, if you realize that Tesla Tech was the real shit, and we've been wasting our time funding Einstein and his stuff, The world would be completely different. Like if you believed in multiverses and there was like parallel universes, hypothetically, right? It's a big if. But there would be another universe somewhere where Einstein was laughed out of the classroom. Like, bro, you couldn't even pass your entrance exam. How are you going to like solve the theory for everything? Get the fuck out of here. And Tesla tech would have been like implemented all around the world, from the Queen's Falls in Africa to Siberia to Antarctica, like everywhere. Like, there wouldn't have been no need for all these oil wars, and all these people wouldn't have needed to die because there would have been abundant energy everywhere, and pyramids would have started popping up all over the world, and people would have had not free energy, but harnessed energy.
Well, what his vision was, you know, like we have Wi-Fi. He was obviously ahead of his time, like in the 1800s, right? Early 1900s. He wanted to have electricity the same way we have Wi-Fi. Like if you're holding a phone in your hand right now or a device with Wi-Fi, well, think of that signal giving you power as well. In other words, no more battery. So as you're getting the signal that we're talking right now, you're also getting power. That's what he had envisioned, and that's what he had made. And that's what they didn't want. They wanted lines, they wanted meters, and you know, they wanted to charge accordingly.
For anybody who thinks that's possible, when I lay my S22 Ultra down on a wireless charger, what do you think's going on there? There's no connection. It's not physically connected. It's wireless charging. Say it with me now. Wireless charging. So
Well, he
we
had
should have had
that
that
in
100 years
18.
ago. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Tesla had that in 1885, something like that. He had that wireless charging. He used bulbs. Yeah, it was amazing, and he also used bulbs for transmission. He didn't use antennas in most of his stuff. Yeah, very freaked out. So imagine your lawnmower, your car, everything, your toaster, your TV, anything that draws power. You'd never have to put gas in your car. You'd never have to charge your phone, plug in anything, earpieces. All this would be all getting the same Wi-Fi signal. Will give you the Wi-Fi signal and power. We
So
had that in 1800s.
let's step back into their paradigm, right? Okay, so in this alternative universe, this alternative timeline, right, there would have been no BP oil spill. There wouldn't have been all these like fracking earthquakes, all the, stuff that we've done, to the ecosystem, drilling for oil and polluting and, these nasty internal combustion engines. Like all that would have faded out on its own because there wouldn't have needed to be gas tanks, oil rigs, batteries. You wouldn't have needed none of that stuff. It would have just been on demand wireless feeding of energy to all of our devices for conveyance, communication, etc., etc., etc. No batteries, no gas tanks, no mining. Think about how different the world would be if we would have funded Tesla instead of Einstein. Because how much Einstein funding has there been? Research on modified gravity and the LIGO experiments and all this stuff, right? How much money went into NASA? Imagine if we would have put that money into Tesla's work. Think about what I'm saying. Because we're all still using Tesla tech. And what did Einstein come up with? The photoelectric effect? Is that the only applied science?
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. As a matter of fact, we are using Tesla tech. And as this guy put it that did his thesis, this AC, DC that we're using now is Tesla. But the way he said it, and I go, yeah, man. He said, that's Tesla 1.0. What he had in mind was much greater. That's what they didn't want to get out. This is Tesla 1.0, but we could have been on Tesla 2.0 right now. This radiant energy wireless stuff. From the 1890s, they had this. Yep.
You know, I kind of wonder, like, if the whole Titanic thing wouldn't have happened, like how different the world would be without the Federal Reserve, right? And without, you know, these banker wars, if we would have just focused on Tesla tech, would we ever have went to World War One? Like what? One anarchist killed Franz Ferdinand, and then like millions of people had to die all over the world, right? Isn't that how it went? I mean, does that make any sense to anybody? Like, if you study the actual history timeline, like, you know, the stuff you learn in school, one guy killed another guy named Franz Ferdinand, and therefore all these millions of people had to have their lives destroyed or ruined because of one guy. So one guy was anarchist, the rest of it was state-sponsored genocide. So whenever the terrorists attack, the government's like, oh, you think you're a terrorist? Watch this. And then the government outdoes the terrorist every time. Way higher body count. Statistic a while back, the United States killed more Afghan than the Taliban. I think it was 2019. Really? It's crazy to me. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's crazy because John Trump, Donald Trump's uncle, he's the one that got the Tesla tech. He was the first one to get his hands on it, and he worked for MIT, so he was a college professor, so I'm sure he got all kinds of grants, and, you know, the government gave him a year to look at it, like, what do you think of this? Right?
When Tesla died, did you ever see those old suitcases they had? They looked like big square things in the old days. You ever see those?
No.
Well, just picture these huge boxes as suitcases. Let's say what I'll give a dimension. Let's say 2 by 4 feet, something like that. A good sized thing. Apparently, when he died, they went in his hotel room. He had 30 of those, full of his research. 30 boxes full of stuff. Yeah.
So they took Tesla's research under the Trading with the Enemy Act. And it's funny, well, it's not funny, it's ironic. That's what Trump was just charged with, Trading with the Enemy Act. So it's weird how, you know, shit kind of wraps around. What's up?
Tesla was definitely an interesting character.
Hey, Montreal, what's a woman?
An adult female able to give birth to children.
Hold on. Are you a biologist?
No, but I play one on the internet.
See, they're trolling us. This dude's trolling us right now. It's obvious. He said the word womb man, right? And he asked you, what is a womb man? Like, you don't know what a womb man is? Obviously, it's, you know, one of the, what you call species, right? Of mankind, that's what I call it. One of mankind who has a womb, right? They're born with wombs. Is that not clear to you? Do you need to be like, you know, going through 13 years of government education and then 8 more years of, you know, college education to know what a womb man is? Do you, genius? Do you? Huh?
You ever know a woman's reproductive system looks like a bassinet head? Is that a coincidence?
You just trying to change the subject because we're in here talking about Tesla. They can't stand it because we're talking about Tesla because their guy's Einstein in space time. And what can you do with space time? Absolutely fucking nothing. But what can you do with Tesla? Like, you could change the world, bitch. You could change the world with Tesla shit. In fact, it did. It did change the
All right,
world.
it's not. It's cool. What is a woman to you, bro?
An adult woman, a girl that's not a kid anymore. Because women don't really mature. They're just overgrown girls.
Adult. Okay, so we're on the same page. Okay. Another question. One final question. Well, it doesn't have to be final. Can a man give birth?
Oh hell no. No.
All right. Okay, so we're
I see the video.
hell no. So we're on the same page there. Okay, buddy.
They go to the hood and they'll ask like some like 300-pound black woman, and the black woman will like do that thing where they bulge their eyes and they'll be like, "Oh hell no! What you talking about? You the devil or something?" No.
That was good. You even made my wife laugh, like in the other room. She cracked up. Hell no.
No, that's the devil, man.
Yeah,
God,
that is
God, man and woman.
that is
God
the
made
end of our society, for real. Like, all jokes aside, yeah.
Right. Yeah, total inversion. Total reversal. No, reversal. Total clown world. That's what they
It's
call
funny though. You wouldn't hear about it at all a few months ago. I was like, barely. Should I bring it up? And then I said, "Screw it, man. I don't care. I'm bringing it up." And now you hear it everywhere. Turn on the news. That's all you hear. That's all you hear. People sticking up for against this crazy movement. And
it. I
it
just found
makes me
out
feel good.
Discord channel. I said in the text chat, I said if I had $1 for every gender, I would have $2, and I got kicked out.
Mm.
Kicked me.
Yeah, this is
I
a
mean,
touchy subject, and a lot of people, they get triggered.
it's supposed to be lighthearted. I mean, I don't like people are too worked up about it. It's like people can't banter. People can't bant. People can't people get offended. Like you can't just say something and people can't just, you know what I mean? Like you got to take. It's a sign of maturity. Somebody can insult you or say something that is controversial, and then you can just absorb it and just live in the moment and just roll with it. That's a sign of maturity. But now we're in a culture where people are just like too high strung. They read too much into stuff. They abstract things out too much, and they read too much into stuff, and it's like they can't just like conversate or they can't roll with the punches. You know what I mean? And it's not good, man. It's like we should all be able to just like when I was growing up in school, I got bullied at times. I got needled. I got brutally mocked at times. And then in the workplace, when I went out into the workplace, I got it again. And I got it from my father, and I got it from this, I got it from that. I've had rude ass remarks from complete strangers. People come up to me, just say something. I've had cops try to needle me and threaten to get me arrested. I've had all that stuff. But you gotta roll with it, you know what I mean? And it's like people aren't trained to do that. And it's just not good. People are trained to like gang up and conspire with other people to try to ruin your life if you do that. And I've been on the other end of it too. I've given shit to people. I've been an asshole. I've been a dick to someone before. I don't feel good about it. I feel bad about it. But you got to be on both ends of it to understand like how it works. You gotta go out there. Gotta fix this whole situation. Luckily, I mean, I guess the time for flat earthers of getting all bent out of shape. I think it's a little bit gone. I remember some flat earthers used to get really like all freaked out if you hit back, if you clap back at them too hard. I don't know. I don't know what flat earthers are there left who get a little too worked up. I remember Bev one time on one of my favorite streams was Bev was on FTFE, and one of the FTFE guys said to Bev, he called Bev a child abuser. Bev a child abuser. Bev was really offended by that. Bev was like, he was like, oh, he called me a child abuser. Called me a child abuser. Does that sound like a intelligent man calling you a child abuser? It's like, yeah, but, it's all about the personal attacks. You gotta know how to handle those personal attacks. Always try to hit back. Maybe either just laugh at them or you just try to hit back just as hard. Maybe those are the only two options. Just take it or give it or throw it right back.
Hey, can I get a mic check?
Mike's good.
All right, that's cool and everything, bro. But what does the fox say?
You got one of those microphones, I see. I don't have one of those expensive. Just one of those Tesla microphones. One of those microphones Tesla invented.
Yeah, I just got a new adapter for my old headphones, and I plugged it in my phone for the first time. So, scale 1 to 10. How do I sound?
It's a little crackly, but it's hard to be perfect. Sometimes I run into those audiophiles, those people who have those really sophisticated microphone setups. I find most audiophiles, they naturally don't have a good voice. Most of them are they have whiny, nasally voices, but they get into that audio stuff and then they make their voice sound more like broadcasty. That's the magic of technology, you can alter your voice if you really want to.
So, I'll ask you the same question I asked yesterday when I was on here. What are the limitations of science?
What's the limitation of the sun? Like what it can do?
No, bro. Natural philosophy or the scientific method. What are the limits of the scientific method?
I think the scientific method is only good for just simply testing human, experiments that humans put together. Is that what the scientific method is? Method for going through a lab test of some kind and understanding it. So I guess
Right,
it's limited by the contraptions that humans can put together.
So you're saying if science had a, metaphorical Kármán line, it would be, if it's outside of, the experiment, then it shouldn't be called science, right?
I mean, maybe it's more in the realm of a theoretical science, maybe a field of science that's groundbreaking. Maybe it's not traditional science. Maybe it's
Well, how could you have a theoretical experiment, right? Because science is the experiment, according to your definition. So you said, how could you have a theoretical experiment? That's what you would call a thought experiment, right?
maybe a thought experiment or a model. I know there's a lot of talk about models, about how models are science, but yeah, I think science can branch out. It can branch, you know what I mean? It can extend out towards theoretical areas as long as the theory is sound, as long as it's based in mathematics and logic. I think viable.
Well, that would be a category error, right? If it's based in mathematics, then it's not science.
But I mean, all science. I mean, we all know that science uses math on many levels. Like math is part
Yeah,
of.
but science uses beakers too, right? But beakers isn't science.
Well, yeah, but math is more. It's more at the root. It's more towards the root of knowledge than beaker.
So does science always use math?
It seems like it does. Yeah. I mean,
Okay, so say a patient comes
document.
in, they got scurvy, right? And you
Oh.
know they need vitamin C and selenium, right? Vitamin C to cure the scurvy and selenium to absorb the vitamin C. Where's the math in there?
You might be factoring in like probability, like what's the probability of this working or that working? I think there's yeah, it would be like probability of because there would probably be a couple different treatments you could use, but you're gonna go with the one that is more surefire to work. And I think you would be employing you would have some sort of mathematical consideration there.
I don't think there's any math involved. You just make some lemonade with no sugar and eat some Brazil nuts. And you do this for 2 or 3 days. If you don't start feeling better, go and see the doctor again. There's no math involved.
I think maybe medicine and stuff should be it shouldn't be under science. Maybe it should be like just general homeopathic stuff, general uh, practice, general dieting. It should fall under diet and exercise or something like that.
Right, but we're talking about the limits of science, right? Kind of like the limit of the authority that a cop has. He can't just come up and like face plant you into the ground if you didn't commit a crime, right? He only has authority over you if you commit some sort of crime, right? And in the same way, like you can't say that something is scientific unless it meets certain criteria. So the cop needs probable cause or at least reasonable articulable suspicion to Terry frisk you, right? Science requires what?
Science requires well, they say a lot of times like repeating, right? So conditions condition documented parameters that that are repeatable. I think that's close to the
You
definition of
said
scientific.
experiments that are repeatable, right?
Yeah, well established parameters.
You got it. You got it right,
Yep.
bud. Okay, so science needs experiments that are falsifiable, right? That's what you meant, right?
Yeah, that's maybe a smarter way of putting it. Sure.
Right, right. So you pretty much loosely quoted Karl Popper, where he said that in order for it to qualify as science, it needs to be falsifiable. So if I were to say the moon's gravity is causing the tides, well, we can't manipulate the moon's gravity and turn it on and off and see the tides turn on and off. So it's unfalsifiable. It could be that there's some sort of dark matter on the dark side of the moon that's, you know, causing it, right? And we can't test that either. Both are unfalsifiable. But what is falsifiable is that, there's this claim out there that lack of vitamin C causes scurvy, right? You could test that. You could test that yourself.
Right. I think when it comes to like that like astrophysics and stuff like that, I think that does fall under science because well I wouldn't be married to Karl Popper to what Karl Popper says. Karl Popper's more just like a philosopher, just puts up theories. He throws that out there theories of epistemology and he sees what sticks. I
So
think Karl
let me get
Popper.
this straight before you move on, bud. Okay, so basically you're saying that Neil deGrasse Tyson, Carl Sagan, they're real scientists, but Karl Popper is merely a philosopher. Is that what you just
He
said?
was a philosopher, right? Wasn't he the English school of empiricism? He was one of those guys. French school, English school. He was inspired by Bertrand Russell. I think that's the story. Bertrand Russell was the reaction to, because there's actually an interesting historical arc where so much of European philosophy was influenced by German idealism for almost 300 years. Then the whole like World War II went down, and there was a revolution, and then the English and the Jewish and the French guys started taking over. And then you had Bertrand Russell, Karl Popper, and then like Einstein. They became the
All right,
cult
so this is
hero.
one of my favorite websites, plato.stanford.edu. So, according to Stanford, Karl Popper is generally regarded as one of the greatest philosophers of science of the 20th century. So, the philosophy of science, what's that?
I mean, I think generally that's more classically known as epistemology, just the philosophy of of knowing things. But maybe they just called him philosopher of science simply because he just wrote so much about science. So they just gave him that distinction. Might have been his specialty.
What's a philanthropist? Remind me.
Who's a philanthropist?
Somebody who gives a lot of money.
A lover of man, somebody who donates money and
Someone who uses the tax exempt status to fund companies and not pay taxes. I mean, yeah, the other thing you said.
Yeah, somebody that loves his fellow man. Yeah, I mean, doesn't like paying taxes. I'm sure you can be both.
We're all philanthropists. I sometimes round my subtotal at CVS up to the nearest dollar, so I'm a philanthropist.
So here's an interesting thing. It says, I'll post this in just a second. Quote, there is no more science than its method. There is no more to its method than Popper has said. So I'll post this for you guys. Maybe you can check it out, and maybe you might disagree with Stanford, and you might have your own opinion or a different opinion.
You think Karl Popper invented popcorn? Maybe.
What?
It was a joke. I was saying. You think Karl Popper maybe invented popcorn?
Yeah, Popper is like a homeless person, so he was probably sitting by the fire in the woods and accidentally dropped a few kernels, and he
Mr.
was
Red
like, "Wow,
Rocket.
this is like the greatest thing ever," because you can have a really dense food and then put it in the fire, and then it fills up a high volume, so it'll fill up your stomach. That's
I
great
know.
for homeless people, for paupers, right?
So yeah, he liked to throw little rocks and watch them explode. He was a very ideological guy. I know he's more of like a he was very.
So we talked about the method, right? So the method is certain steps that other people can repeat, right? When someone makes a claim, right? So what about the Heimlich maneuver? Like, if I'm not doing the exact maneuver that Heimlich created, like rear naked choke is outside of the Heimlich maneuver, right? That's not going to help anybody when they're choking. A tracheotomy is not a Heimlich maneuver. So in order to do a Heimlich maneuver, it's a specific maneuver that you have to do, right? And I think that's how the scientific method is. But what I think a lot of people have done is they've confused the Heimlich maneuver with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And they think that everything that you can do in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Judo and all these other martial arts is all the Heimlich maneuver. That's what I think science is like right now. Like, oh, that's the Heimlich maneuver. No, that's a rear naked choke. Like, that's not the Heimlich maneuver. And all these people are going, yeah, that's the Heimlich maneuver. I've seen it before.
What are you actually getting at, Hank? That the scientific method has some specific methodology for all science projects?
Do you know what a scientific experiment is?
I do.
Could you explain it to me?
Yeah, it's an experiment that actually will help try to validate a much bigger picture called a hypothesis. So in this experiment, you basically have a dependent variable, an independent variable, and you tweak, twiddle, dither the independent variable and see it affects the dependent variable. And if it does, then you make notes of that and you make successive experiments, all with that same methodology. And then all those experiments combined will provide support or will not support the hypothesis that was claimed.
So what if you don't do any of the tweaking of the independent variable and you just think about it real fucking hard?
That wouldn't be doing science, would it?
I wouldn't say so.
So you have now the independent variable could be anything at all that causes a change in the dependent variable. For example, if I just let time go by and watch a plant grow, in that type of experiment, if that's what I'm looking for, plant growth, the independent variable would be time. And I didn't do anything, I didn't tweak it, I just let time transpire. And in that particular experiment, time is the cause of this growth. And I would make a note of that here and make all the experiments that have to do with that particular set of parameters and put that aside and continue my experimentation to provide more evidence for whatever the hypothesis is saying, which could be anything. I mean, I'm not even going near what the hypothesis would be in that particular. I'm just saying that's an experiment. That's one type of experiment. Another one could be adding heat to something, or or watching something, observing something change.
So I would say that, just sitting by watching the grass grow and saying that time is the cause, I would say that's more philosophical than
That's not
scientific,
what
in
I'm
my
saying.
opinion.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
No, it's not what you're saying, it's what I'm saying. Like, if you're not actually manipulating a cause,
No.
right, and
See,
you're just,
again, you're confusing the hypothesis with the experiment. You're saying, I'm sitting here looking at grass growing and time's the cause. That's a philosophical argument. That's not what an experiment is. Experiment say, you know what? Here's the experiment. I'm going to wait 4 days and see if the grass grows. Then I'm going to wait 5 days and see if the grass grows more. In that particular experiment, the grass grew more every day, and you can measure it, and you can, and that experiment would stand on its own. There's nothing more or less to that experiment. Doesn't say
how's
that
that an
grass is
experiment?
caused by
It's an
time.
observation. You're just observing, right? Which is half of the scientific method, right? You're supposed to do experiment and observation, right?
No, the
So if you
experiment can
have,
be
if you
an
have, hold on,
observation.
you have a dietary law where you have to eat fish that have fins and scales, right? You can't eat a fish with just fins or a fish with just scales. It has to have fish and scales, just like science needs experiment and observation.
No, that's not what it means. You missed the point entirely. I'm telling you that an experiment is something where you change the independent, make a change in the independent variable, and you see a change in the dependent variable. It doesn't mean, because you said earlier, and there was some arguing with you about this because you said it very clearly. Looking at the grass, and I think the grass grows because of time. That's not what I'm saying, Hank. Not at all. I'm talking about that. That would be part of your hypothesis. I think the reason grass grows is because of time. Then you would provide evidence for that, and you wouldn't get very far. Just that time is the cause of grass growing, because that'd be a really weak support for that hypothesis. It's grass needs sunlight, needs water, it needs
It
temperature.
would be weak because you can't falsify it because you can't make time stop and see if the
No,
grass is still
that's
growing,
again.
right?
This is becoming a futile discussion because you're not understanding what I'm saying, and you're a smart guy, Hank. You think you should be able to put these pieces together pretty easily.
Well, you
It's not
said
about it
time was
being
an independent
falsifiable. It
variable.
doesn't
Then
have
I
to be
started talking about
falsifiable.
grass growing.
What's that?
You said that time was an independent variable. Then I started talking about grass growing. And then I showed how it's not falsifiable because you can't stop time to see if it
No,
was
that's
indeed the cause, to see if you stop time, does the
not the
grass still
cause.
grow?
You're not gonna be able to prove. You're not gonna be able to show support for time being the cause of grass growing. That whole
Okay, didn't you
experiment.
say time was an independent variable?
Yes, it's the experiment. Okay, you know what, Hank? Here's what you need to do. And this is I mean this as a friend because it seems like you're very confused. What you need to do is tell me what the hypothesis is for something, anything. Watching why grass grows, and make it a story about why you think grass grows, and then we can start doing this set of experiments for all the parameters that we could possibly think of and get control of to see if that would then give support for your hypothesis and therefore become a theory, possibly. Theory of why grass grows could be what it could be called. Now, if you say something, God dang it, that it's not, you're not able to stop time, this and that, then you're totally missing the point. I think I've made it very clear what the hypothesis is. It's a story, and it's supported by a set of experiments that provide evidence for that hypothesis. Now, it could be weak evidence or strong evidence, and that's up to the reader. And then if the reader wants to dispute the hypothesis, he could do something that disproves it by finding a contradictory point in your hypothesis by his experimentation. So how that works? Don't confuse the experiment with the hypothesis. It's a common mistake.
So you said the hypothesis is a story. I thought it was always defined as an educated guess.
It's a story.
So the hypothesis is a story. So like Moby Dick, is that a hypothesis?
Now
That's a story.
Now you're going off the reservation there, Hank.
Well, I'm just trying to, make sure we're defining words properly.
What is it? Define a story. Define a story.
Well, there usually has a middle, beginning, and end, and a crescendo. No, that's not what a story is.
That's not the story I'm talking about. The story I'm telling you about is a complete
third story.
Hank, is a complete analysis of something you observe in reality. I'm not going to say nature and play the nature game with you. In reality, something you see, something you have observed or witnessed or detected, and you're going to say, you know what, that's interesting. I think this is what happens for that to occur. That is the traditional cause and effect relationship. Now, it has nothing to do with the experimentation. They're completely separate. The cause and effect relationship in an experiment is the independent variable and the dependent variable. Now, those multiple experiments, many as you need or many as you want, will give either support or not support very well your hypothesis. And if it's a really good hypothesis and it's found without exception by all the people that challenge it, then it can become a theory. So I'll take the silence as you finally get it. A lot of people don't get that. I know you can get it though, because you've thought about it a lot.
So yeah, I do understand the whole theory thing. A hypothesis can graduate to a scientific theory.
Correct.
But there's only one way for it to do that, right?
More and more validation, more and more supporting evidence, support the hypothesis. That is unwavering. That is without exception. As soon as there's an exception for that theory, in this case, this doesn't happen, then the whole theory gets thrown out. Start over again.
So that's from systematic experimentation, right?
Correct.
Right.
Not only systematic, but breadth and depth of your experimentation. It doesn't do any good to just say, I do all these experiments about time and the growth, and I don't really branch out to other things like, what about, the content of the oxygen in the air? What about the soil, the nutrients? What about the sunlight? What about the intensity of the sunlight? What about the temperature? What about all that? You have to start using all these things to really give a strong support for a hypothesis for something like plant growth. Because there's so many factors, you know that, right? You got to water the plant, got to be in the sun, can't be too much, too little, how much nitrogen's in the soil. All that is all have to be. And then what happens within the cells of the plant leaf, how they act, the purpose of chlorophyll, how it actually creates C6H12O6 out of combining out of the carbon in the ground with the oxygen in the air, the carbon dioxide in the air. All these things, this transpiration, respiration, all this stuff has to be reviewed, and all of it has to be tested. And there's plant growth theory is, almost one of the best understood theories in science.
So, did you hear what I said? I don't know, right before you came in. It says, quote, there is no more to science than its method, comma, and there is no more to its method than Popper has said. So, I posted this earlier. I want to post it again. Make sure you guys see it, because I didn't post the quote there. So, let me get that real fast. All right, here we go. So I was in here asking yesterday, what are the limitations of science? And according to Karl Popper, it's the method, right? Anything outside of the method, that's the limit. It's a hard boundary. It's not like a blurry Kármán line where you can't really tell where the Earth ends and space begins. There is a hard border, right?
Okay.
I'll guess by the silence that you agree, because I know you thought about it.
I'm sorry, what am I agreeing to?
I mean, if you're too busy to conversate, I can go back to watching videos.
I got distracted for a second by Rebellion, who is also confusing the experiment with the hypothesis. What did you say? There's no more to science than its method. There's no more to its method than Popper has said.
Right. So basically, there's no more to science than its method, right? And you keep saying that you confuse the hypothesis with the experiment. So an experiment is a hypothesis test, is it not?
Yeah, it tests the hypothesis, yes.
Right. So how do you test the hypothesis? With the variables, right?
Well, you keep on doing these experiments, which in effect test the hypothesis. You're confusing even in that particular question, the hypothesis and the experiment. Even though these experiments have their own independent dependent variable relationship and are tests on their own, show a cause and effect relationship, it doesn't have to have anything to do with the actual overall hypothesis. That test on its own is providing evidence for this part of the story that was told in the hypothesis.
Right. So you're saying, just to be clear, that the hypothesis doesn't have to be the experiment. They're two different things.
Correct.
Right? So you want to divorce. Oh, just to be clear, you want to divorce the hypothesis from the hypothesis test. Is that what you're saying?
As they should be.
As they should be. Okay. So the hypothesis shouldn't have anything to do with the hypothesis test. That's what you're saying.
Hypothesis tests are different because the problem is people, as I mentioned earlier, will tend to look at these hypothesis tests, the experiments, and in the experiment say that gives you the cause and effect relationship of the hypothesis, which it does not. It does not give the cause and effect relationship. It gives the cause and effect relationship of that experiment. They're related because you are providing evidence for the hypothesis. It is in effect a hypothesis test, but even that term alone is merging the concepts together and confusing people on what the experiment hypothesis relationship really truly is.
All right. So let's talk about an experiment that we all know pretty well, right? The double slit experiment. So the hypothesis is that if there's a knower of the witch path information, it'll collapse the wave function. Now, how do we remove that hypothesis from the experiment? Because in the experiment, you have a collapse of the wave function and a knower of the witch path information. So how do we divorce that outside of the experiment?
You do those tests.
Well, you just said that you do. You divorce the hypothesis from the hypothesis test.
No, divorce as
That's
in
what you said.
they're divorced as in they're not the same. They're related because you are providing a test for the hypothesis, but it's not, the test is not the hypothesis. Even though they did a hypothesis test, it is not the hypothesis that you're testing. I know it sounds like circular logic, reasoning, but there's a reason I'm saying it like that. You basically do the test. It is independent, but it provides support for the hypothesis test. But it is not the hypothesis. You're not actually testing the actual hypothesis or saying that this is the cause and effect relationship of the hypothesis. No, it's a cause and effect relationship of the experiment, which provides or does not provide evidence and support for the hypothesis. Why is this so hard to get? I don't get it. I'm confused. It's really simple.
I'm not really having trouble understanding it. You're saying that they're not the same thing, and I would agree. The hypothesis is not the experiment.
Okay.
But
So when I have a cause and effect relationship, like for example, I say, here's the hypothesis is why plants grow, and I have this huge 3 pages on why plants grow, and then I have a hypothesis. Then I have a test of the hypothesis, which would be an experiment, and the experiment allows time to elapse, and it shows that for these different time allotments, all other variables kept constant. I see this type of growth with respect to time. So time was the caused the change in the growth patterns. By more time, there was more growth. So they're intimately related, they're intrinsically related. But it doesn't mean that time is the cause of plant growth. In the hypothesis, it doesn't talk about that being the sole cause of plant growth. It's just one of the factors. You can't have a plant grow. You know this. Everyone knows this. You plant a seed and come back 5 minutes later and it hasn't grown. You say, well, time must not be the cause because it didn't grow. Well, because you didn't let time go by. Then you let enough time go by. You say, oh yeah, well that's sounds like time is the cause of the plant growth. So there we go. End of story. All you need is time. No, you don't water, it doesn't grow. So it provides.
But space time is the cause of all the phenomenon that we see in the galaxy.
What the hell? Where did that come from?
You know, gravity, space time. So you said time can't be the cause, but according to you guys, like space time warping is the cause of things falling, things orbiting,
which has nothing to do with
etc.
Well, there's a little.
You're talking about time, right? That includes space and time, right? It's a continuum.
Space and time.
Can't have one without the other, right?
We're not talking about plant growth. Time is not the cause of. Maybe the cause of things falling from your reference frame, but it's not a cause of plants growing. You can grow plants in free fall. Why would you even jump into that?
Well, because we're talking about time being the cause of something.
Well,
right?
Space-time bending and warping when it's in the presence of mass is a reason why objects will change their path, and it's reference frame dependent. It's why things can accelerate from a reference frame that you are the observer, when in actuality it's in free fall. Why would it be looking like it's accelerating when it's actually has no forces acting on it? It's a paradox. So, but it doesn't have to be if you have a hypothesis, and the hypothesis is the bending and warping of space-time, and all the evidence seems to point that that's the cause, that's the relationship. Now, that may be wrong. There may be some theory or hypothesis that is brought up at a later date that talks about magnetism, or maybe the atomic interactions of objects, and maybe that's really the true reason that things are seemingly attracted to each other but don't experience any forces on them. I don't know. But as it stands today, it stands up to test of scrutiny. It's falsifiable, and yet we stand by that theory to this day, and we're very successful in it with its predictive qualities and in our understanding of it generally. We don't know everything about it, but in general, we do know a lot. And one of these days,
I think you've left the realm of science, right?
No,
because
not at all.
I don't
Science
see you manipulating space time.
See, there
yeah, you don't have to do an experiment to be in the realm of science.
Really?
What
do you have to do?
I like the definition I posted. Science is a pursuit and application of knowledge and understanding of the natural and social world following a systematic methodology based on evidence. So systematic methodology, evidence. You can do experimental science, but observational
What methodology are they talking about there?
You can do experiments or you can do observations.
So I could just watch porn and that's like method
No, you can
enough
watch
for you?
you can watch the
By
mating
saying,
behaviors of apes or bears. That's a type of science.
yeah. So observational science doesn't mean that everything that is observational is science. I'm talking about observational science, not just observing movies.
So what is observational science? Like, do you mean the scientific method?
Like geology would be an example. Astronomy.
Because the
would be
method was in
another.
your definition, right?
Right. Yeah, so you have to be, a systematic method based on evidence. So looking at geology, looking at marine biology in sort of a systematic way to attempt to find understanding sort of the natural causes of the world. You don't have to perform. Performing experiments is a very helpful way to do some kinds of science, but you can't perform experiments in astronomy, for example.
That's why we say that it's not experimental science.
That's why your definition is impoverished. Any definition of science that leaves out astronomy is an impoverished definition.
I think you're being too liberal with what you think science is.
Really, you think you think the astronomy isn't science?
That's correct.
Then you, sir, have an impoverished definition of science. That's all I can say.
Well, you have a too liberal definition of what science is.
No.
You're a liberal.
Okay, so what about geology? What about marine biology?
So when it comes to biology, yeah, there's experiments that you can do for sure.
No, I'm
in
watching.
geology,
I'm looking at octopuses and trying to figure out their behaviors. I'm not doing any experiments, just watching.
that's philosophy. You're gaining knowledge.
That's marine biology, which is definitely a science.
Marine biology is studying the natural world, right?
Right.
What's the definition of philosophy?
Philosophy, I could make one off the top of my head, but it's something to do with like thinking about how ideas work. I don't know.
Let's just do a DuckDuckGo search.
What about volcanology? Like
Hold on, bro. Hold on, I got it right here. The study of the nature, causes, or principles of reality, knowledge or values based on logical reasoning.
Right. That's
what marine biology is, right? They're studying nature and the causes or principles of reality.
Right.
In marine biology.
They used to call that type of thing. Scientists used to be called natural philosophers. So we use a little bit more nuanced word these days to say science, but ultimately they're natural philosophers, like understanding the philosophy of nature, I guess.
So all science is philosophy, but is all philosophy science?
No.
Right. So where's the line there? Where do you draw the line?
Describing the natural world, probably, because philosophy might have to do more with kind of like the bigger picture thoughts and ideas. They overlap for sure. There's a philosophy of science, for example.
So yeah, they overlap in cosmology, right? And astronomy.
Lots of places, but yeah.
And geology, right? And where they overlap, right, is where you guys are thinking that this is science when it's actually philosophy has crept in, right? Because the experiment itself, where you collapse the wave function, right, with the knower of the witch path, you can do that, like, and you can see, like, okay, now it looks like there's a wave function, and now it looks like particles. But after the experiment's over, and then the men start talking after the experiment is over, that's when everything gets philosophical and you've left the realm of science because the experiment's over. Now people start saying, well, there's wave particle duality and light's a wave and not a particle, but light's a particle and not a wave. That's all philosophy.
Yeah,
the
but
science experiment's over.
I'm not comfortable redefining all these things like you were doing. Like, why do you think you have the right to redefine all these words? Like volcanology.
Which word did I redefine?
If you're going to say what you said, then you'd have to redefine geology, astronomy, volcanology. So volcanology, what is volcanology? It's a scientific
study of volcanoes.
The scientific study of volcanoes. You want to take the word scientific out of there?
Well, what do they do in volcanology? They observe graphs, from earthquake. What was that? What are they called? Earthquake machines?
Yeah, they do lots of observations. I'll tell you what they don't do. They don't do controlled experiments with a control variable because we can't control volcanoes right now.
Right. They don't do any scientific experiments. Right.
Right. They do not do any scientific experiments.
Right. But you still want to call it science as if they do scientific experiments.
Yeah, I want to call it the scientific study of volcanoes like the dictionary does. You want to call it something
Even
different.
though there's no scientific method utilized.
Even though there's no experimental science, they do scientific study and they do scientific observation. So I still want to call it a science, yes.
Even though there's no scientific method involved.
Even though there's no scientific experiment involved, the scientific method of understanding and studying the causes and effects are still present. So I'm comfortable calling it a science.
So the way I see it, like, imagine if we went, to a tribe in South America that was uncontacted by the outside world, and they had no internet, and they hadn't really seen much except for the plants that grow in South America, and every once in a while a traveler, right? And we tried to explain to them, about the law of cause and effect, and the elders will be like, "Oh yeah, we know what you're talking about, the law of cause and effect," right? And then we started saying, you can do this and see this happening, and they go, "Yeah, we do that with the plants. We use it as medicine. We've done it for thousands of years. We have cause and effect. We know what you're talking about." And then I said, "Well, what if you don't, test it on the animals and test it on the people? What if you just observe?" They'd be like, what do you mean? You don't test it before you test it? Like, you're just going to eat that plant without seeing if it's safe or not? Like, wouldn't you need to do some, scientific studies first and not just look at the plant and go, "I don't know, it looks good, smells good. Let's eat it." Wouldn't you need to test it first?
Yeah, I definitely want to test it if I'm going to, eat it.
Right, that way you gain some knowledge instead of just looked at it. And you could get really philosophical with the campfire, right? And be like, "Oh, I think it smells great, and I think it would be good with a steak, and we could put some salt in it and cook it in water." But you wouldn't really know anything. You wouldn't have any knowledge until you started doing experiments. Like, well, we fed it to the rats, and they survived a whole month afterwards, right? So it's not poisonous. Let's go to the next step. Let's feed it to the monkeys.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely want to test out whatever medicines I would try before doing human trials.
Right. So when it comes to astronomy, before I bet the farm on, are all these things governed by bending and warping space-time, I would probably want to not just observe, but actually, have more than just an educated guess, right? An educated guess based on observation. I would probably want to do some experiments, right?
Yeah, and that's where astronomy falls short. We can't do experimental science with astronomy in that sense because we cannot manipulate or change anything that happens up there. We just have to observe.
So what kind of science can you do if you can't do experimental science?
Observational science, like the definition of astronomy, is the branch of science that deals with celestial objects, space, and physical universe as a whole. So observational science, there's lots of things we could do to test our hypotheses about whether it's right. Look at the light of the stars, that kind of thing.
But don't you guys always say that you can't trust your senses?
We can't 100% trust our senses. We have to take into account the whole of all of the evidence that is available to us.
Right. So if you can't trust your senses, but all you have is observational science, but you want to call that knowledge, like it's an ambiguity fallacy, in my opinion. Like when you
Did you
guys
just make
say
that
that,
up? Ambiguity fallacy? I don't think that's a real thing.
that's a real thing. It's definitely a real thing. Right?
Maybe it's ambiguous, but there's no such thing as ambiguity fallacy. I don't think.
You willing to bet the farm on that without doing any research, seeing as how you just found out about it 5 seconds ago? You want to bet your house?
No, I'd have to look
You
it
got
up
a
for a
house in
second. It just
California,
sounds
right?
ridiculous.
You got a house in California. Would you like for me to put my deed up and you put your deed up? And
I'm going to Google right now.
I think you probably should, right? Because your house is probably worth more than $1 million, right? That's what I'm talking about. Like, you got to do the experiment. You can't just be like, I've never observed the ambiguity fallacy before. But it's in law, right? Law, you can't be ambiguous. Right? There has to be like one meaning to the word, or the law is moot and void.
Like
So when it comes to ambiguity, right? When we say that it's a theory, but it's not been through the scientific method, and you call it a scientific theory, that's ambiguity fallacy, because a layman's theory is not a scientific theory. They're two very distinct things, and you guys are using them interchangeably. It's kind of like going into the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu class, right? And then here's one of the Gracies, the greatest Jiu-Jitsu guys in the world. They brought Gracie Jiu-Jitsu to California, and you go in there and you're saying they're doing the Heimlich maneuver. Like, no, that's not the Heimlich maneuver, bro. That doesn't meet the requirements and the high standard of the Heimlich maneuver. This is different than the Heimlich maneuver. That's just a suplex, bro. You're tripping. That's what you guys are doing.
I guess I just have a more broad definition of science than you do.
Liberal.
It sounds like
Say
your
liberal.
definition of science is
Conservative.
Is basically a conservative, narrow definition of experimental science. And my
Right.
definition of science is that science is more broad, includes experimental science, but is broad enough to encompass things like astronomy, geology, volcanology, marine biology, those kinds of things. And I think the dictionary generally agrees with me.
But you guys are too liberal with science. You take too many, leaps of logic and outside of the scientific method, and yet you claim that we're the crazy ones for having a strict standard for where science ends and where science begins, and wanting to keep the philosophy separate from the hard-nosed science. And you want to merge the two and pretend that they're one and the same. I think that this is a very loose tactic, to where if you're not careful, you could everyone look at the same data from the experiment, but interpretation could, get you off, somewhere where you lost touch with reality.
How is defining volcanology as a science losing touch with reality? It's the definition of volcanology is the science of volcanoes.
Well, what do you mean by science? How do you define science?
I put a definition a few minutes ago.
Right. It mentions a method, right?
Right.
What method is it talking about in that definition?
Science is the pursuit and application of knowledge and an understanding of the natural and social world following a systematic methodology based on evidence. So basically, different methods for different sciences, but using sort of a systematic methodology that's based on evidence would be the broad way of saying it.
So defining methodology in research. Researcher systematically designs a study to ensure valid and reliable results. Okay. Let's just look up methodology in science.
Yeah, so I would say that in astronomy, the methodology would have to do with taking very careful and accurate measurements of certain observations in the sky, looking at the spectrum of individual stars, carefully measuring the positions of the planets. That kind of thing would be a good methodology for following, looking for collecting evidence for astronomy.
So it says, dictionary.com, a set of systems of methods. Now, when we're talking about science, what is the method that you're usually talking about?
It depends on what science. I mean, if you're doing marine biology, it's one thing. If you're doing chemistry, it's like mixing up
No,
chemicals.
just normal science, regular, everyday science, right? Like cause, effect.
Well, yeah. So there are
Dependent.
lots of different methods. You can design chemical experiments for chemistry. You could design physics experiments for physics. Different methodologies for different sciences.
So would a thought experiment be like a method, or would that just be like you're thinking about it real hard?
I think that it has to have at least some interaction with the real world and some real world observation. Certainly, you can sit and think about hypotheses, but if you're just sitting in your room doing that, then you're an ancient Greek. And really, science is about looking at the real world and looking at evidence for. So, if you come up with some hypothesis, you'd want to look for some evidence that shows that your hypothesis is correct.
So me, when you're talking about science and the methodology of science, you're obviously talking about the scientific method would be your methodology, right? So
For
if
some
I was
sciences, sure.
if I was a baker, right, I would have a certain methodology where I have a recipe, right? And then when I get this recipe, I mix it in a certain way. And after I mix it in a certain way, I might have a proofing stage, and then a cooking stage, and then a cooling stage, and then a serving stage. And as a baker, that methodology probably wouldn't vary a whole lot, right? But if you're just like sitting in your kitchen and you're like, man, I wonder what would happen if I took some flour and I mixed it with some cornmeal and I threw some sugar in there and some yeast. And then I wonder what would happen if I stuck it in the proofer for about 30, 45 minutes, right? You see where I'm going here?
Yeah,
Like one of them, you're going to have a cake at the end, and the other one, you haven't learned anything. You
yeah,
just
that's why I was
wasted
saying your
45 minutes.
hypothesis would have to interact with the real world at some point.
Right. So how does man interact with the cosmos?
We come up with we sit there and think about explanations that we think might make sense for what we see, and then we can go out. Then just doing that doesn't help anybody. Go outside and test your hypothesis and see if your observations match your hypothesis.
Right. So they say that nebulas are the remnants of supernovas, and after the supernova, there's a really good sized nebula, and sometimes that nebula collapses back in on itself, and stars are born out of the nebula. Are you familiar with this?
Yeah.
How do you test that?
You say, okay, these are the types of things that we would expect to see if that hypothesis is true, and then you go looking in the skies and see if your guesses about the spectrum of the nebular clouds, if the types of stars that are in them, see if those match your hypothesis. Now, because things happen so slowly out there, you're not going to be able to watch something happen real time, but you would have to instead make some hypothesis of what kinds of things you'd see and then see if the evidence matches that or not. And if it doesn't match, then you'd probably have to go back to the drawing board and come up with other guesses about how things happened.
Right. So there's only one article in history that talks about a new star. And of course, you probably know what I'm talking about, the New Testament, right? But other than the New Testament, has there ever been a record of a new star?
Yeah, the supernova 1987.
The supernova created a new star?
It made a star brighter, and it appeared as a new star.
No, that's not a new star. That's a supernova. That's a dying star.
Right.
So, in all of recorded history of about 6,000 years, some might say 12, but we're going to say 6. Has there ever been a new star recorded other than the New Testament period approximately 2,000 years ago when there was a alignment of the planets, and the only way you would have been able to distinguish the 3 planets is with 20/20 vision? Other than that, has there ever been a new star?
I don't know. Like you said, the things that people thought of as new stars were merely supernova.
So it's not really testable, the whole new stars coming out of nebulas, right? Because there's a nebula in the Orion's belt, I think. I think it's the star that appears to be closest to the south in the belt, so closest to the horizon. I believe there's a nebula there, right?
Yeah, so
But
if you're asking if there's ever been an observation where somebody's looking through a telescope right at the moment where a new
no,
star
not right at the
ignited.
moment. They found like a new star that was just born out of a nebula.
So I don't think that anybody's ever seen it happen, but we have ideas and theories about how it could happen, and then we look and see that generally most of our guesses are probably right because they generally match what we would expect to see if the theories are right.
Right. So you use the word theory.
Right.
Did you mean
Hypothesis.
Did you mean like a scientific theory?
No, like a hypothesis, not a
Because
confirmed theory.
that would be the ambiguity fallacy again. And we don't call you guys out on it enough, but when you say theory, some people might think that you mean like a scientific theory, but that's not what you mean, is it?
No, it is. We mean a scientific.
Oh, it is.
Scientific hypothesis. How about that?
A scientific hypothesis. So it's a testable hypothesis then, if it's scientific, right?
Not in the sense that we can manipulate some variables and test it that way. We would have to test it just merely by observation and see that theory would have some implications and implications based on the theory, and then go look in the sky and see if they match or not.
So for me, I think that this is one of those things to where it's not falsifiable.
Right.
It wouldn't qualify as science.
Oh,
right?
that's for sure not true, because all of history is not falsifiable. Same with geology. So just because something's not falsifiable doesn't disqualify it from science.
So history, I didn't quite catch what you meant by that. Could you elaborate?
So yeah, we can't falsify history because it's not like we can go back and repeat history. Or so being falsifiable isn't the only thing that we can use to determine something is scientific or not. Just because something is not falsifiable does not mean it's not science.
Well, Karl Popper would disagree. And
well, with
maybe he knew
respect to
something
the
that we
philosophy
don't,
of science has moved on quite a bit from Karl Popper's days.
I would say yes, it has. You guys have gotten quite downright liberal with it. You've taken it to excuse me. Hold on. You've taken it to mean all sorts of things that I think Karl Popper would disagree with. As far as cosmology, I mean, basically we're talking about extremely philosophical concepts of the cosmos, right? The word cosmos itself has a very religious connotation to the word. You know that, right?
I think it just sort of means everything, right?
Well, let's look it up. Etymology of cosmos. All right, here we go. Etymoline.com. The universe, the world, Greek cosmos, order, good order, orderly arrangement, a word with several main senses rooting in notions, generally to dispose, prepare, but especially to order and arrange, like troops for battle or an army. Government, regime, cosmos, important secondary sense, ornamental of a woman's dress, decoration. The originally meaning of the universe, a starry firmament. Later, The Earth. I'll go ahead and post this so we can all take a look at it. Order and harmony. Okay, so the word cosmos often suggested, especially the universe, as the embodiment of order and harmony. So, do you not perceive a little bit of religious connotation to order and harmony? Because the modern version of the cosmos or astronomy, it's more of a random Big Bang, chaotic. But the original meaning of cosmos is very orderly, very Prussian.
Yeah, I would see the cosmos is very orderly still. It looks random to us, but I think that because of the design built in, I would see a lot of order out there.
Right, but some of these so-called scientific theories, like the Big Bang, they kind of indicate a bit of chaos and randomness, and it's a very different concept compared to the more older concepts of cosmology. Back in the day, people thought that this place was created and it was special, and nowadays a lot of people think that Big Bang is the creator god and gravity is the lesser god, and that's how worlds are created through these scientific theories that I think have been deified into a scientific status when really they're more of a philosophical status.
I suppose some people might see the Big Bang as chaotic, but I see it as very, very orderly, in such in the sense that God created it to be finely tuned and finely balanced. The strength of gravity, the strength of the nuclear weak force and strong force, the weight of an electron, all of these things had to be really, really finely tuned in order to end up with the world the way that we have it now. And if anything were off by even like a tiny little bit, then chemistry wouldn't work and physics wouldn't work as we know it, and I think life would be impossible. So now if you are a theist like I am, you'd say, oh well, that makes perfect sense. God was the one who made the Big Bang and made it such that it would turn out the way it is. But if you're an atheist, this is quite a dilemma, and they're forced to say, oh well, maybe there were an infinite number of Big Bangs, we just got lucky and here we are in this one. That's called the multiverse fallacy.
Now that's one I've never heard of, the multiverse fallacy.
That's one I just made up. So basically, they literally have to say that there is a multiverse which cannot even in principle be measured or observed, because our universe is everything that's observed, and they're like, oh well, there must be a trillion other universes where the strength of gravity and electron were slightly different, and we just happen to be in this one.
Right, lucky. We're just lucky every time, right? There's just the right amount of dark matter in just the right places to make gravity work. That's lucky, right?
Gravity works whether or not you have dark matter. It's just that dark matter could explain the spin of galaxies and the distribution of matter. Basically, saying dark matter just means unknown matter. They're like, okay, there's mass out there, but we don't know what it is.
Right. It could also mean that there's a great deal of electromagnetic charge in the plasma, and that's holding things together, right? But it could.
That wouldn't work because the distances involved. It would have to be something gravitational.
Wait, you do realize that the inverse square law applies equally to gravity and magnetism. The only difference is that magnetism is like orders of magnitude stronger than gravity ever claimed to be, because gravity is very weak. It's known as one of the weak forces, right? So
right, but
your shit's weak, and claiming that magnetism wouldn't be strong enough shows your ignorance.
No, a neutron and a proton cancel each other out electrically, and so if it's magnetically neutral is what I'm talking about. I don't think there's enough magnetism or electromagnetism to account for that kind of attraction.
So you don't think there's enough electromagnetism coming from stars?
Right.
You know what stars produce?
Lots of radiation.
Right, and specifically electromagnetic radiation, right?
Yeah, electromagnetic radiation is light, basically.
Right. So you're saying there's not enough of that. But
No,
gravity that we can't see.
electromagnetic radiation is different than magnetism.
Electromagnetic radiation.
Electromagnetic radiation is light.
You realize that magnetism is just invisible light, right?
I wouldn't call it that, no.
Okay, so light. What is light?
Light is electromagnetic radiation.
Right. So there's not enough magnetism if plasma is excited, because you guys say that there's like helium and hydrogen dust clouds, right? Nebulas in galaxies.
Magnets cause electromagnetic fields, and so like the Earth has a magnetic field around it, but it's not like producing light. I'm talking about the magnetic fields, like magnetrons or neutron stars or something do produce quite a bit of magnetism, but that's different than electromagnetic radiation.
See, I think that what you just did is you made some very philosophical statements about the strength of gravity. And then when I brought up something that opposed gravity, you got very bigoted and we're like, whoa, wait a minute, not magnetism. How dare you even suggest such a thing? We know that it's gravity, right? But we're talking about the cosmos, bro. I mean, it's not like I'm saying that if you add heat to sugar, you cause it to, turn into carbon. Like, we all know that. We can turn sugar into carbon. Like, that's, if you were to say no, you can't do that, I would become very dogmatic. But since we're talking about the cosmos, like, I'm not really going to be as dogmatic as opposed to talking about chemistry.
Right. I mean, I'm not bigoted against magnetism. I'm just saying that that there are different causes for things, and if we're trying to figure out why things are attracted to each other, there's different explanations, and gravity is the best explanation for why things are attracted to each other in sort of a monopole way, whereas magnetism is dipole, and so we'd have to have the positive and the negative, the north and the south type of thing. So my understanding is that there are different types of forces, and that merely magnetism couldn't work as a universally attractive force that we would need to explain what's going on in galaxies. But you'd have to talk to a cosmologist to get a better explanation than that. I'm just sort of.
But you do know that magnetism is stronger than gravity, right?
Of course, it's many times stronger than gravity.
Right. So earlier when you said that it couldn't be magnetism because of the distances, you do understand the inverse square law and how it, it rules both so-called gravity and magnetism.
Right. And so, but the thing with magnetism is it's dipole. It has the north and the south. We'd have an attractive and a repulsive force. But what we're looking for is something that's universally attractive force, like gravity.
Yeah, like the stuff that Whitsitt talks about, the dielectric, what is incoherent static? I can't remember what he calls it. I haven't been hanging out with Whitsitt very much, so. But yeah, like the stuff that Whitsitt talks about, like the static charge, right? It's an attractive charge.
Yeah, I don't claim to understand much of what Whitsitt says.
But you know about static, right? You ever rubbed a balloon on your kid's head and stuck it through the window? Right. So if you had hypothetically a whole bunch of gas particles floating in free space, and somehow they didn't like shoot off into the vacuum and fill the available void, say that there was something holding it together, right? You know how clouds work?
Yeah, so with static electricity, there's a positive charge and a negative charge that's attracted to each other. But we see sort of neutral charges across cosmological distances. It's not like we here have a bunch of negative charge and then that star over there has a bunch of positive charge. So we can't. That's why we can't use that as a cause for the attraction between us and that star over there.
So when clouds are gaining mass, as you would call it, it doesn't have anything to do with gravity, right? They're up there because of buoyancy, and they clump together because of static. You know how I know that?
Buoyancy specifically incorporates gravity. It's one of the fundamental aspects.
Right, but you're changing the subject. Static causes clouds to gather, right?
Clouds can cause static electricity. I don't know if the static electricity causes the clouds.
Really?
It's more
So
it's more
you
the
think all
humidity
those?
and density.
Okay. So what causes the clouds to clump together if not static? Is it gravity?
No, it's
pressure, temperature.
Yeah, there's too much water in the air. The air cools down, and so the water comes out of, it forms into water droplets, and then we can see those in cloud.
So if only there was some sort of literature that static causes clouds to form. Oh wait, there is. There's lots of it. There's like a ton of it. Cloud seeding, what do? They dump particles into the atmosphere.
So that
and
the
it
water will
causes
clump
the
around those
water
pretty
to
small.
attract via static, and it cloud seeds, right? Isn't that why they use like aluminum, silver, and barium and stuff like that?
I guess I don't know much about how cloud seeding works.
Well, let's take a look. I mean, they've only been doing it since like the 1940s. What to know about cloud seeding? Let's do something else.
You understand that fog, wake up in the morning and you got fog over your house, you can't see across your street. That's a cloud. And the reason that fog occurs is why, Hank? You should know this. And I think Matthew already gave you a pretty big hint. Larry?
Hold on, I'm reading something.
Is fog not a cloud?
Hold on, I'm reading something.
I'm going to help you from having to read it by just letting you know what it is.
He's reading about cloud seeding, I think.
It basically starts a chain reaction within the cloud. Certain chemical particles. So as Matthew said, you basically provide mechanism for these water droplets to start a chain reaction and become heavier and fall out of the cloud. These CO2 particles, frozen CO2 particles. Isn't science fun?
Okay, I think this might be it. Let me make sure. Static cloud seeding involves spreading a chemical like silver iodide into clouds. The silver iodide provides a crystal around which moisture can condense. The moisture is already present in the clouds, but the silver iodide essentially makes rain clouds more effective at dispersing water.
Correct. But also you can use CO2 as well. But as Matthew mentioned earlier, it's just providing a mechanism for a physical change in the cloud itself. You start a little bit of the rain to occur, and then it has a chain reaction result within the cloud. The buoyancy you mentioned earlier, that's also heavily dependent, intrinsically dependent on gravity, weight of the object in the atmosphere that you're displacing.
Right, maybe you guys will respect this one. This one's NASA. You guys like NASA, right? You guys aren't fans of NASA, are you?
I'm a big fan of NASA. I think we should double their budget.
I knew that you were like the PR guy for NASA. Right? Yeah, it's a religion. You're right. How is lightning made? People used to make stories up to answer that question. Today, science tells us. Have you heard of Ben Franklin? You can't see where this is going. When the warm, basically, what this article is saying is, when the warm water bumps into the frozen water, it makes static. And what does static do? Come on, guys. What does static do?
Makes lightning.
Right. It makes lightning and it makes static attraction, right?
Right.
Right. There you go.
That's not where clouds clump together. Again, that's just
So the static doesn't make the clouds clump together. Is it a repulsive static? Does it make the clouds disperse when that happens?
No, the clouds are already there when the lightning occurs. When the static electricity is formed, you have air currents that are moving up and down.
You think maybe the static was there before the
charge builds
lightning?
up. Yes, of course it is, because that's a release of the buildup of the voltage.
Right. So there's a static charge, and during that time when the static is charging, you think maybe it clumps the water together a little tighter?
No.
No, static doesn't attract. I'm surprised we're having this conversation, guys.
It has to have something to attract to. You have to have a positive and negative.
Right. So there has to be a positive attraction, which would be other water particles.
No, the ground being negative, and the positive being generated within the cloud itself. And then it becomes a
Right.
voltage.
So there's a positive attraction in the sky collecting water.
Not like, why do you keep on filling in the blanks with what exists to reaffirm your misguided assertion that somehow static electricity holds the clouds together? Fog is clouds, my friend. You walk outside your door and you see fog. That is a cloud. That is water droplets that have reached a dew point that change from water vapor from a gas to a liquid. This is you learn this in 5th grade. Why are you doing this? On everything you talk about, Larry, you're just like way off base. It's like you're just. Are you trying to do this, or are you genuinely
Dude,
confused on how physics works?
I'm just wondering, like, are you guys not agreeing with me on purpose? Can we not agree that there's static before the lightning?
It's a non sequitur. Just because there's static in a cloud doesn't mean it's holding the cloud together.
Really?
Right. As soon as the lightning disperses the static electricity, the cloud's still there.
Exactly.
Right. That's usually when it's raining, right?
Yeah. So
Oh,
that
no.
I mean, the
No.
discharge of static electricity doesn't make the cloud disperse.
It doesn't rain because it has lightning.
Right. If clouds were held together by static electricity, as soon as there were lightning, they'd disappear because the static electricity would equalize them. And fog is another good example, because if fog is right next to the ground, so it's, there's no static buildup right next to the ground, or less, maybe I'd say.
Larry, why are you being like this?
Being like what, bro? We're talking about static
Yeah, but why?
attracting water particles until they attract enough that, just like this literally says, the energy goes through the air. It goes to a place that has opposite charge. The lightning bolt of energy that is let out is called a leader stroke. But, oh, sorry, I should have ended up here. Sorry. Just like a battery, these clouds have a plus and a minus. And the plus or positive charges in the cloud are at the top, and the minus or negative charges are at the bottom. When the charges at the bottom get strong enough, the cloud lets out energy. So, what does static do when you rub a balloon on a kid's head? Is it attractive forces? And do you think those same attractive forces might exist in the clouds and clump water together? And when they clump together, do you think they might, phase change back into liquid and fall to the earth? I'm being a certain kind of way, like I'm being extra. Like, how are we not in
You're
agreement
being
right now?
ridiculous.
By quoting NASA?
You get a couple nuggets of info, and you're pulling a wits head, as I say. You get a couple of little bits of information that are true, and you cobble them together to create a conclusion that is false. Why are you doing that?
Okay, what did I say that was false?
That everything,
Everything.
the things that you said that you cobbled everything together incorrectly. You did use the building blocks of correct statements, such as static electricity builds up, there's a positive and negative on different parts of the cloud, and then when there's a voltage is high enough, the disparate voltage is high enough, potential is great enough, you will have a leader strike and then a return strike, and that neutralizes the disequilibrium of the voltage in the form of a lightning, of electric burst, if you will. So, but that doesn't have anything to do with the cloud, because you can have lightning strikes, as you said earlier, which is incorrect. That if that happens, then rain suddenly clouds are clumping together and there's rain. No, you have lightning strikes inside a cloud. There's no rain happening. It could be you can have lightning in clouds before the rain hits. Clouds are formed by the temperature and the pressure and the humidity of the air. When that water in the air, vapor, is forced to reach a dew point based on the temperature and pressure, it'll condense. And it'll condense and form around particles, dust, other types of particles in the air that will facilitate it condensing onto.
Is anybody still there?
Oh yeah.
What can you tell me about electrostatic forces and Coulomb's law? Because I'm not college educated. What can you guys tell me about that?
Not much, but static electricity has an attractive force if you have two different charges, like positive charge on one side and a negative charge on the other side. It probably follows the inverse square law. I don't know much more beyond that, though.
Do you think with all those, bumping atoms and molecules in a cloud that, there might be some electrons exchanged and there might be a buildup of these forces and these forces are attractive forces, right?
The forces between the cloud, which is charged one way, and the ground, which is charged the other way, would be attractive and also would cause lightning. But the forces within the cloud, if they're the same, they would be repulsive.
I don't really see how you guys don't get what we're talking about here. I figure this would be like stuff we all learned in the 4th grade, that static charges in the clouds cause the clouds to have discharges, and when the clouds bump into each other, they equalize, and that's lightning cloud to cloud. There's also ground to air lightning, and then air to ground lightning, right? And these are all static discharges, but we know that static can be an attractive force, and let's go back to the 4th grade. Who didn't love rubbing a balloon on their dry head and then watching its anti-gravitic effects as we stuck it to the window and it not fall down despite the lack of buoyancy? I mean, am I just being extra here? Do I not know what I'm talking
everything you're
about?
saying is right.
Yeah,
Electrostatics.
there's no one disputing the attractive force of a non-moving electrical charge called static electricity or electrostatics. No one's disputing that at all. Why are you challenging us?
Because you just said I was wrong about everything I was saying 5 minutes ago. Then I did a little reading.
No, you're right about some of the things you've actually brought forth. You've cobbled these things that you've rightly regurgitated and put them together to form conclusions that are incorrect. For example, the reason that clouds are held together, not by static electricity. Because if that was the case, when it was equalized, they would not be held together.
Dispersing? Yeah, like rain?
They'd be dispersing. No, they can rain without having static electricity, and they can not have any rain and have electricity flow through it in the form of lightning. You can have lightning without rainfall.
Right, that would be cloud to cloud lightning. Yeah, you can have lightning
Not
without
cloud to
rainfall.
cloud, within a cloud.
But usually when the lightning strikes the ground, it's a thunderstorm and it's fucking raining, right?
Now we're talking about lightning hitting the ground. Lightning within a cloud. Lightning within a cloud. The static electricity is released. There's not that imbalance as there was, or potential as there once was. That cloud's still standing. There's no rain. Are you mean to tell me every time there's lightning strike, there has to be rain? Because if you're saying that, you're incorrect.
That's not what I said. But you said when the lightning strikes, you would think that there would be dispersion. And I said, like rain? And then you got, you got my argument all twisted up and you said the only time that it can rain is if lightning strikes or something. That's not what I said. I just said like rain.
No, lightning doesn't cause rain.
Lightning doesn't cause rain. So the static electricity, that's an attractive force that attracts the water molecules together as they build charge. And this attractive force, when it... Hold on, partner.
Why are they...
And hold on, partner. Hold on.
Well, you gotta
hold
stop.
on, bro. Bro, I'm in the middle of a flow. Do you mind shutting the fuck up and let me finish
Well,
my
your
thought?
flow should be
Do you
disrupted because
mind
you're not saying the
shutting
right.
up just for a second and then I'll go on mute?
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead.
So
Build
as
on
the
your
charge
reason.
builds up and the electrostatic charge builds up, the attractive force is also going to build up. And then as it discharges onto the ground, that electrostatic charge is going to be less force, and all that condensed water is going to fall to the ground. Now go ahead, disprove that.
No, we've got them telling you 4 different ways that that's not what happens. Otherwise, we'd see these breathing, contracting, expanding clouds due to electromagnetic forces or just electrostatic forces. That's not what happens, Hank. You have a lot of positive charges in one area of the cloud and a lot of negative charges in another part of the cloud. They're not pulling the cloud together, not changing its shape. That just potential exists, and then when there is enough of a potential, then it'll be a release of electricity from one to the other. Doesn't mean it has to rain either if that happens. But why are you so hell bent on? Are you been Witsetized? Is that what this is coming from? The Witset theories on
Bro, I've been
electrostatics?
studying law for like 6 months. I've only been in these hangouts or servers a handful of times in the past 6 months.
You've been studying what? Would you say you've been studying what for 6 months?
Law, LAW.
Oh, good for you.
Oh, good for you. What kind of law?
Well, the kind that we're supposed to follow.
Sovereign individual contract law.
What?
Are you trying to be a lawyer? Trying to be?
You don't need to be a lawyer to study law.
Well, no,
But
it's
I
a
don't
logical
know if you
question.
noticed,
People
but
studying law.
my attendance has been really low lately. So, for you asking, have I been Witsetized? No, I haven't. Every once in a while, I might show up in his school in the Globers, but other than that, I haven't had a
Schooling the
whole lot of.
Glovers. That's interesting.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
know
think
you
anyone.
guys have like entire like thought tanks about those shows. You have like think tanks based on that.
No, we just sit here and listen to him rant and rave for hours about
But
things
he's
he
a
doesn't
madman,
understand.
right? Witset's a madman,
He's a madman. He has
right? And you listen
lunatic
to him.
ideas because it's
You
interesting
listen
that
to him
another
for
human being
hours. You listen to a
for hours.
madman for hours.
It is very interesting. It's very interesting to me how people can take information that they find on the internet. This is all superficial, by the way, because he has no fundamental knowledge of any of the inner workings of mathematics. None. I guarantee it. But he
Right,
can
because
read at
when
a
he
high
talks about
level.
science,
All,
he needs to know extensive knowledge about mathematics. And
well, it would
also,
help. It would help. It would help.
what is
It
it?
would help
Hold on.
understand some of
Yeah,
the
he just
concepts.
needs to get the math right. That's all.
Yeah, it would help him a great deal if he understood the fundamental foundation for where these theories came from. Just by reading about someone's uh, ideas or descriptions of
Well,
some
he's
of
not here
these
to defend
very
himself. I
complicated.
mean,
Hold on, now, Larry. Now I'm talking. Just because he listens and reads about some of these experts' opinions and descriptions of these very complicated subject matters doesn't mean he's equipped to put the pieces together and say whether something makes sense or not. Might not make sense to him, and mainly because he lacks that fundamental foundation. That's why you go to college and have all the support courses and the mathematics, and then you build on that with the subject matter that you roll into in your upper division classes. You don't just go right to graduate degree, your senior project right from as a freshman. You can't do that. Your paper might be
right.
something
There's
sound
like an
like
order
Whistleblower.
to it, right?
Yeah, and part of the
Right.
order
You got to
is an
start out in
extensive.
like kindergarten where they brainwash you with like lots of cartoons and show you the globe. And when they get you like really ensconced in that religion, kind of like if you grow up in Saudi Arabia, you're most likely going to be a Wahhabi Salafist.
Yeah, it's kind of like good analogy. So it's kind of like Witsit goes into his senior year of high school, arguing and fighting with kids and peeing in his pants and eating with his hands and just looking like he's a wild animal because he didn't learn in kindergarten that you have to go to the bathroom and pull your zipper down before the bathroom and pull your wiener out and do all these things that you learn in kindergarten.
Bro, he's
That's
not here to defend
indoctrination.
himself.
Okay.
Stop being weird.
No, it could be Witsit. It could be anybody. Anybody who misses kindergarten might be in their senior year in high school if they wait till that point and are held in a little room without being taught anything, and they will do all the things that little kindergartners do, peeing their pants and eating with their hands and making a mess of everything and fighting with their friends. We're just playing around, obviously. So yeah, the things he talks about is interesting because he's doing a lot of research, and it's kind of amazing. He's done so much. He's the only one I've ever met that has done so much reading and has so much interest in so many different fields of physics. So it's quite entertaining to me to hear him see his take on things he's read about. Nothing wrong with it. I
hate to put you on the couch, but how does it make you feel when he talks to an actual physicist or astronomer or cosmologist and they start agreeing with him and you guys know that you're not allowed to agree with it? How does that make you feel?
Well, I've heard his conversation with some of the physicists. I've heard him talk with Dr. Parks, and he plays along because he wants to be a nice guy. But nothing that he's asking or they're agreeing with is in contrary to the physics or the particular discipline like astronomy. Yes, this is true because he's basically regurgitating. We don't really know what this is. In the Professor Parks says, yeah, we don't. So it could be this. Yeah, it could be. I mean, that's the conversations go like that. So it's not like it's that interesting when he's not winning an argument or he's not making any point. He's just basically reiterating what everybody already knows and making more of it than it really is.
Meanwhile, you guys are vehemently disagreeing with him about reiterating the talking points of the mainstream cosmology.
Well, no.
I've
So
seen
the
you in the
logical
comments.
progression.
Not you.
Well, let me
The
finish.
proverbial you.
So he takes the agreements that you just mentioned, and I also have witnessed, and then he says, because of all these things he agrees with me about, my conclusions on the subject matter are now true. We have no clue. We don't know anything. We cannot make predictions. It's not useful. It's all made up. It's all baloney. There's going to be an embarrassment to these people once I expose them. I mean, that's what he talks like because of the little teeny things that he's learned along the way or had Dr. Parks agree with him on. He uses that as his anchor point to validate and to give substance to his incorrect conclusions. It's very I have to give him credit. It's entertaining and it's creative and it sort of has a certain skill to that. So I'm giving him kudos because that's not a lot of people could do what he does. I couldn't do it.
You couldn't think for yourself? Like, what's it?
No, he's not thinking for himself. Again, he's taking.
Wait a minute. He's disagreeing with the mainstream and being skeptical.
And he's cobbling together for incorrect conclusions. He still thinks we cannot have rockets propelled in space without something to push off on. That is a fundamental first grade physics error. It means you do not understand Newton's second law at all.
How do both work? What's the equal and opposite reaction in a vacuum?
You're accelerating the medium that is external to the boat. You're imparting a momentum to the water.
Right, and the water gives pushback and friction.
Not friction. We talk about momentum change. When there's a change of momentum, Larry, there's a force.
Does the water not push back?
What happened? No.
When you push on the water?
Yeah, you push the water back.
The propeller listen to me very carefully. The water imparts a momentum to the water. By giving it momentum, the equal and opposite force will actually occur. This equal and opposite reaction. So that momentum is given to the water, which is a force. That equal and opposite force acts on the impeller or the propeller, and it pushes against it. That's how it works. Now, in a rocket, we bring the water, the river, the lake up into space. We have it contained inside the rocket. And when we expel it, the force is acting on the expelled mass, and the expelled mass has to act on the rocket. So the rocket moves one way, and the water that we brought up to space, this is just a metaphorical type of description, will be expelled out. So
yeah, so the center of gravity stays the same.
Right. So that he doesn't understand that, and if he really wanted to have more weight to his points, he would actually understand things like that and go along with it. Then he might have more credibility. But thank God he doesn't, because we can at least say, look, if he was so smart, he would understand some of the basic fundamental elements of physics, which he has no clue of. That is a great example of one, for example. and you're even enamored with him to the point where you're arguing as well. And it's a futile argument, Larry, because we can prove this multitude of different ways.
Well, when I
By
can't
not
even get
understanding
one of you guys to admit that you're a man, it is a futile argument because that should be something that
I'm
anybody
a man.
could. Oh, okay. So we can agree on certain things. We don't always have to be like disagreeing on every single thing.
No,
Like
we can.
yesterday,
Men are men, and women are
there
women.
was a man in here who said that he agreed with everything. He disagreed with everything that I said, and I said, "Are you a man?" And he didn't answer. Right. So if we can't agree on anything, like it's really pointless, and that's kind of the reason why I haven't been around in a while. I've come back over the past 2 days to this room to see if we can agree in a few basic fundamentals, like does the electrostatic forces affect and govern clouds? And you guys are telling me that I'm wrong about everything.
But you are. Everything I said, you not wrong about everything. You brought the right information that you've researched to the table. Then, and I said, that's a Witsidisms, where you put this correct information together and form an incorrect conclusion. Don't you understand
So the
the difference?
electrostatic forces is not one of the governing factors of clouds. Is that what you're saying? I'm wrong about that?
Governing forces of cloud. What do you mean by governing forces of clouds?
So a governing factor. Yeah, I just spilled my drink, but it
Its
didn't spill. It's
ability to
got a
make
lid.
lightning. It's a governing factor for its ability to make lightning. Yeah, Northern Rebellion
So
talking about time is not an
is it?
independent variable. I mean, my God, this is just the Dumb and Dumber hour here. I'm interested about your pursuit of the study of law. So it was a probably logical question to you whether you're trying to study to be a lawyer or you get into the legal field. But you said, "Oh no, just because I'm studying doesn't mean I'm going to be a lawyer." So what are you studying it for? And what's your pursuit? 6 months. That's a lot of time. What have you learned, and what are you going to do with this knowledge?
Well, I think it's important that we should understand, the laws that we're under. Ignorance is no excuse, right?
Yes. Oh, so the purpose is when you get pulled over, you can argue your position for why they pulled you
Do you
over,
think
or
I'm
why
crazy or
you're not.
suicidal or something, bro? Why would I want to argue with a cop on the side of the road? Why would you even
Well, that's
assume
like
that?
the in fashion thing. People that study the law suddenly realize their rights are, unless there's a indication that you've committed a crime, they can't ask you. You don't have to answer any questions. You don't have to give them your license or anything.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be
So
arguing. That would be me shutting the
that's
fuck up, wouldn't it?
no. They usually these videos all show people just on the edge of arguing and not being very cooperative and pissing the cops off. And sometimes they let them go, and sometimes it ends badly for them. And at the end,
Well,
nobody
what if
wins
what if
because the
I
guy gets
completely
pushed on
agreed
the
with the
ground,
cop?
handcuffed, thrown in jail, and he's got to deal with it.
What if I completely agreed with the cop? What if I said, "Absolutely, officer, is that an order?" And he says, "Yes, that's an order." Okay, I'll charge you $5,000 for any order. A lovely order, please. I'll gladly take your orders. Is there anything else you want me to do? That's not arguing with a cop, right? I'm fulfilling his orders, right?
I don't know what you said there. You said he's ordering you to do something. You're saying I charge $5,000 for an order. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I'm not a slave.
Then he's going
Am
to
I a
say,
slave?
Don't be a smartass. Get out of the car."
Well,
No, but
obviously
Zanuck, you
that's
don't
for the
understand
judge.
contract law that if you study this and how we're all sovereign individuals and you do not consent to be governed by the United States and all this other nonsense, then you can get away with all this magic stuff.
I heard you don't even have to get a driver's license. You could just
Wait a minute,
Right.
are you saying that contract law is like magic stuff?
It's your right to travel. You just say no. I'm traveling. I'm not
What are you
driving my
talking about?
car.
I'm a professional driver. You're strawmanning the fuck out of me, bro.
I
I just said I would agree with
you're
the
right.
cop.
I'm not reacting to you specifically. I'm reacting to some of the
Yeah, he's
nonsense
just
I've heard
talking to
other
me
people
about this.
say.
It's kind of funny. No, there's a lot of that going on, right? People think I'm just traveling. Well, what about this car you're in? Oh, don't pay attention to that. I'm my right to have freedom and to pursue happiness, and by pursuing happiness,
Listen,
I need.
here's the thing. I think very few people in America are well versed in the law enough to try some shit like traveling without a license, without your car being registered. So you have to rescind your license, unregister your vehicle, or register it properly. Instead of being a motor vehicle, you register it as um, household goods, right? Very few people know how to do this sort of thing. And I don't recommend that anyone trying it. I would never
You don't think
recommend you. Hold on. Did you hear what I just said? I don't
Yeah,
recommend anyone trying it. You
I,
know what
I
that
get you.
means? That means
I
I
do.
agree with
But
you that you should show your license and registration when you get pulled over. You
I
understand?
think a lot of these laws are left to the lawyers, the prosecutors, for example, district attorney, to interpret the law, and the judges also have an interpretation of the law. And you're going to lose. They're going to say, "Look, you're driving that car. I don't care if you unregistered it and threw your license away or got de-licensified. This is a vehicle. We all know it is. You're guilty. Sorry. You want to pursue happiness and retain your right to freedom and pursuit of happiness. Do it on your feet." I mean, you know what's going to happen in court. They're going to freaking blow you out. But I'm following the
Well, there have
Constitution.
been Supreme Court cases where they've affirmed your right to travel. So I'm not
I'd
saying
like
that
to see
I
you.
would win. You hear what I'm saying? I'm not saying you should
Oh
try
yeah,
it.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I love challenging. I've been in court. I love exposing them and finding the weakness and studying at least that area of the law that I can become not an expert on but very versed in, so that I can defend myself and actually win a case. And I've done that before. It's really interesting. It's very challenging.
So
And a
does
lot of times
contract law exist? Is it like upheld in courts? Do courts uphold contracts?
contract law, yeah, contract law is a real thing. Contract law talks about
Right. So what is an
the
order?
consideration.
What's an order? Like when you place an order at McDonald's, what happens? You get to pay for it, right?
Well, a contract involves consideration. And if there's not consideration, it can be a verbal or a written contract, which tells you if you're going to order a hamburger, that's you have a deal.
It's an implied
There's
contract.
no. It just said it's an intent to enter an agreement. The agreement doesn't happen until you give the money. Then they have to give you the hamburger. That's where the contract law would come. The consideration has been given to you. Now you have to give the consideration back to them in the form of
Right.
the money.
So if someone gives you an order
you can place an order. Hold on.
and you
You can place an
fulfill that
order.
order,
They can tell you to go. They can go tell you
once
to
you
pound sand.
perform, what happens when you perform?
When you perform consideration, you give them consideration. That's in performance of that contract. Now they are entitled. Now they're now obligated to return because that was the agreement in the contract.
Right. They have to pay.
Yeah, they have to pay. Right.
And if they don't pay, then I suppose, hypothetically, you could report it to the IRS as a business loss and let them deal with that, couldn't you?
No,
Well, it's illegal.
if a cop
No,
orders
you
you to get
couldn't?
out of the car, he's not going to pay you to do it.
Yeah.
Well, that's for the court to decide. That's where you're wrong.
No.
I'll tell you what the court will say right ahead of time.
Oh, you know what the court will say. You tried
Yeah,
this?
they'll say. You think that the cop should pay you to get out of your car?
There's no
Well, have you read the
consideration.
13th Amendment? Does the court uphold the 13th Amendment?
No,
It says
probably
involuntary servitude is
Yeah,
not
but
legal.
listen, Larry, you're equating the order with consideration. That's not consideration. You haven't done anything.
The order is
He
the
hasn't done
offer.
anything with. Doesn't matter. The offer means nothing.
Are you kidding?
A contract means when you're entering into a contract, you actually both sides have to be giving consideration to the other side. Otherwise, the contract's not valid.
That's why you got your fee schedule on your window, so that a gentleman gives notice. Any orders that are given be fulfilled for $5,000 a pop.
And
No,
are you
no.
saying that I can't
they're
write?
never going to pay it.
Are you saying that
If
I
he
can't
gave
write
you
a bill of lading?
$10,000 and you didn't get out of the car, then that would be in violation of the contract that maybe you agreed to. But if someone just gives you $10,000, there's nothing written about it, you can take the money. You don't have to get out of the car. You don't have to do anything. I think you better, if you've studied contract law for 6 months, you better go back and do some more reading.
Are you saying that I can't contract with a man on the side of the road? That's not lawful.
What is a contract?
Well, there's several criteria that a contract has to meet. right? So
Yes, what
I
is
have
one
a
of them?
very conservative idea of what a contract means, right?
Well, I've given
So
you a
there
few
has to
points
be
already,
some
but
sort.
I'll jump.
Hold on, bro. There has to be some sort of meeting of the minds, right? So both people have to know that they're contracting, right? You can't just be like, yeah, every time I fulfilled your order, that was actually $5,000. You have to, put that out front, right? So everybody knows that, yeah, we're contracting here. So
What?
if
What are you
an order,
what does
hold on, if an
contracting?
order is hold
What
on,
do you mean
bro, you just
contracting?
asked, dude, you asked me a question. Do you want to just like talk over the answer? Is that how that works? So let's say I order someone to put a roof on my house, right? I place an order with the company. They come and perform. Then what happens next? I have to perform in some sort of compensation. Do I not?
Yes, you do. Absolutely.
Okay, so is that any different than a man placing an order on the side of the road in public?
Yes, exactly why I was trying to make that point. You just gave an example of someone you're in an agreement, and then he gives consideration, i.e., the work he did on your roof. Now, in order to complete the contract, which is you got to pay him the agreed amount of in the contract. If you don't, then you're in violation of contract law. But someone just ordering, if you order that person to do your roof and he doesn't, you have nothing over his head. I mean, there's some ways that you might
Exactly.
have something over his head, but there's no contract, so there's no obligation for you for you to pay him because he hasn't done anything yet, and there's no obligation for him to put your roof on
Right.
because
That's why I don't
you
argue
haven't
with the
given any money.
cops. Right. That's why I don't
So,
argue with the cops and tell them no. I tell them, sure, I would love to fulfill all your orders. I love orders. I'll do whatever you want me to do.
oh, but
You want me to get
give
out
me
of the car?
something.
Sure, I'll get out of the car. That'll be $5,000, and then I get out of the
Oh,
car.
okay, I like that kind of strategy. You say I don't get out of the car unless you pay me $5,000.
No. Sure, I'll be glad to get out of the car. Is that an order? Okay, well, the piece of paper on the window right here has already informed you that I'm going to charge you $5,000 for every order that you place, and I'm going to perform, and I'm going to expect to be compensated.
Has that
And then
ever
I get
worked
out of the
in the
car.
history of the whole United States? Has
World.
anybody?
Yeah, it happens every day at McDonald's. You place an order, you
No, I'm
pay.
talking about like
No, you're
charging
confusing it again.
$5,000.
Would you not be required
Well,
to get
how
him to
much?
read that piece of paper and then, admit that he understands what he's doing or something to that effect? Just because you've got it on your window, you've got
Well, I
no
mean,
consent from him.
You're right. You're right. The proper thing to do is to send it to the sheriff's office and the police station and put them on notice.
Yeah,
And
that's
then
it.
they say no, thank you, and they still order you out of your car, and you're
Oh,
SOL. They go to court.
that's like saying no
sound
thank
either.
you at the cashier at McDonald's, like after you've already gotten the food. How well do you think that's going to work out for you?
I'm just
You think
saying
that's
that
going to
I
work
doubt
out?
that. I'm just saying I doubt anybody's ever going to get a cop to pay them $5,000 because they did all these legal.
Well, the cop
hoops.
wouldn't, but a court could theoretically have a
Corporation
jury
would.
on it that agreed with you, couldn't they?
Yeah, the corporation would be liable, not the individual
Wait a minute.
policeman,
Are
probably.
we ruled by like some sort of emperor, or do we have like juries that decide? Don't we have a Seventh Amendment? Any matter over $20, you have the right to take it to court. And when you go to court, don't you have a right to a trial by jury?
It's not a trial by jury, Larry. It's a jury trial. There's a big difference, but I know what you're saying.
What's the difference? Please tell me.
Okay, a jury trial is a trial where your jury is selected and the court is under the command of a judge who's appointed by the corporation, and he's the one who determines what evidence is admissible and inadmissible. So really everything's taken out of your hands and you're a bit of a victim of whatever he decides. A trial by jury, on the other hand, is where you are judged by 12 of your peers. There is no judge. There's a facilitator or an administrator within the courtroom to make sure everything runs smooth. There's a big difference if you go and look into it. I'm not trying to be a smart ass, but a jury trial is different to trial by jury. So
I agree.
that's just
I
something
agree. I would say that most people didn't know that, and I'm impressed that you do know that. So what does the language of the Seventh Amendment actually say?
Oh, I'm in Australia, bro. I don't know. I've not read your amendments.
I apologize. Let's look it up. I'm pretty sure that
Trial
Cornell
by
can get it
jury
right,
is
right?
the answer to all of this. The actual trial by jury solves all of these problems because all of these arseholes get held accountable and can be sacked and can be charged and can be jailed if they infringe upon the rights of the individuals. But unfortunately, that's not what our system is.
All right, so according to
I
Cornell,
think a trial by jury and
in
jury trial
suits,
is the same thing, by the way.
No, they're totally not the same thing, Danny.
They're
If
not
you
what?
if
in
you
suits,
learn about Magna Carta 1215, you'll learn all about it.
What's that? I'm sorry, what?
If you studied Magna Carta 1215, not any other bastardized version of it, but 1215, which is still just as valid today as it was in 1215, in America, in Australia, in any current or former Commonwealth country, you'll see that trial by jury is very, very different to a jury trial.
Give me an example.
in a
Of
jury
what?
trial, the jury can find the defendant
Okay,
guilty, and
here we go.
judge could
Yep.
overrule the jury and make the
Well,
verdict.
there's that. Here's the other thing. Like the judge is the one who determines what evidence is admissible or inadmissible. Okay, if you have a trial by jury where the 12 jurors are just listening to what you present, the respondent and the accuser, they get to determine, because they're a jury of your peers, right? So they get to determine what is admissible and inadmissible. Not some guy in a wig and a black dress
Well,
sitting behind a
we
bench.
don't wear the wigs here. So a jury
Okay, well,
trial,
you know what I'm saying. You know
that
what?
decision. Hold on, yeah, the jury trial, the decision is made between those 12 individuals. They deliberate, they reach a verdict, etc. A bench trial, the judge is the sole individual. I've been to bench trials before, and they determine who's guilty or not guilty. I don't know of anything between those two. A jury trial is trial by jury, as far as
In a
I
jury,
know.
okay, Zana, in a jury trial, is there a judge in the room?
In a jury trial, yes, there's always a
Okay,
judge in the
now
jury.
if can a lawyer say I object to that judge and have that judge deem something which has been presented as inadmissible?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so therefore, you're the defendant or the respondent. You are completely at the mercy of the judge. You may present something which is incredibly pertinent to your case, your innocence, or whatever is about to. The guy in the black robe says, "Strike that from the record. That's inadmissible." And
No,
bro,
no.
that's how it works.
Hold on. The opposing counsel will then object and say, "This objection, Your Honor," and he said,
It doesn't matter.
"Sustained," or he'll allow it to, right? But
Sure.
he won't say, "Oh, that don't you can't bring that in," or he'll say, "Does that have relevance?"
The judge
Yes,
determines
Your Honor, it will.
whether an objection is upheld or not. Is that
Well,
not
yes,
correct?
but
The
that
judge
doesn't. Okay. I'm going to go along with it just because I don't think it's kind of a salient point to really go over. That's a jury trial. We have 12 people. We have the judge. The
Okay,
judge is
so
runs the show.
the
So
jury aren't running the show. The jury are told what they are allowed to consider and not consider in making a verdict.
always,
They're told.
always.
Therefore, they're not truly getting to judge you on everything that's presented. Then, are they?
So we don't have jury trials in this country then.
You do have jury trials. What you don't have is trial by jury. They're
Where there's no
different.
judge.
Correct.
Okay. Well then, right.
See,
Okay,
if
that
you know
makes
the
sense.
UCC basically says that they have to give us common law. They can't just
Correct.
not give us common law.
Yeah, I
And
So,
yet
was
they
arguing.
don't.
I thought there was just.
well, the thing is, we've been ignorant and apathetic for 70 years. So, for 70 years, the most important law book has been taken out of the schools. So, we've become extremely ignorant. And I think
Well,
that
there's a reason.
this revolution that
Those
we find
cases.
ourselves in, where we're reforming science, reforming religion, reforming law, everything, everybody's getting educated about everything because of the internet. And this is the age of the new printing press. So I foresee in the future we're going to have a repeat of history where what happened after the printing press, the Gutenberg Bible. Sorry, not the Gutenberg Bible. I meant to say the what is it, the Geneva Bible? Yeah. After that, like there was lots of wars. So I foresee a bloody future.
I just never heard the definition of trial by jury, where a jury is.
You never read the
left
7th
alone.
Amendment
No.
of our Constitution? Seriously, Zanuck?
Yes, I have.
Okay, what
If
does
you
it say?
talk to any, that you're allowed a to be heard by a jury of your peers.
Actually, it says, in suits of common law, where the value and controversy shall exceed $20, the right of a trial by jury shall be preserved.
Right. But that doesn't mean what he said. In this country, we do not have trial by jury. There's always a judge.
Correct. Which is why it's wrong. Trial by jury does not involve a judge. Read Magna Carta 1215.
Right. Well, that's not. This is America, man. Welcome to the
This
USA.
is where you have been fooled. You don't think you are still under Magna Carta 1215, but you are. You have been hoodwinked into thinking that your current legal, constitutional, judicial system is correct and above board when it's not. It's run by corrupt people who have over hundreds of years bastardized it, robbed the people, changed it. It's a death by 1,000 cuts that has landed us where we are.
Yep, you're talking about the Temple of the Bar.
Oh, there's a bunch of things.
I think a lot of the
1688 was it? There was in 1297. Get this. So Magna Carta was the English Constitution signed off in 1215 by King John and the barons of England, and it protected the rights of all the poor little downtroddens throughout the British Empire. 1297. Do you know who got involved and changed the British Constitution? The Pope. How does an Italian Pope, nothing to do with England, get involved and change the British Constitution? And that's just the beginning of it. It actually happened before that. They changed it. They tried to change it in 1225 as well, I think. But it has been.
Charlemagne came in and enforced it with a sword, didn't he?
Yeah, and it's been.
5,000 Brits lost their
Eventually,
heads.
they took power away from the sovereign and gave it to the Parliament. Like we have been screwed over hundreds of years. This is not something that's just happened, in the last 50 years where you can go and look in the Encyclopedia Britannica. This has been a very, very long process, and that's why we are where we are.
Most people don't realize that we're under occupation, right? We're literally under occupation right now. And the Rome has basically agents that they call bar members, right? What we call lawyers, right? And they have completely taken power over by educating the cops. And what's really fascinating, I want you to follow the logic here. We know inherently that lawyers are evil, and politicians are some of the most evil lawyers. Politicians write down their opinions, and they pass it through legislation, and they call it law, right? The statutes that have been codified are enforced by cops. So cops are the most evil people on earth because they're enforcing with the force of the state to death. They will force you to death to follow the opinions of politicians.
Correct. Now, a police officer, if you go back to where it all began, actually is the role is called a constable, not a policeman or whatever we call them today. They're supposed to be constables, and they are public servants, and their job is to uphold common law amongst the people. No harm, no loss, no breach of the peace, and no deception. That is what their role is. Their role is not to be a money collector for a corporation, which is what they've turned into now. They're a mercenary army collecting money for a corporation. So collecting taxes and fines and whatever else, gets put on their plate to do. But a police officer today is very, very different to what the role actually originally was. Once again, go back to Magna Carta 1215. It's spelled out very, very clearly. And Zanuck, go and investigate.
Dude, the only thing he's trying to do is figure out how to disagree with you right now. He's not interested in what you're talking about, bro. I mean, even though I just spoke truth and it surely resonated with people, surely there's some people in this room that believe politicians are corrupt. And they also know that cops enforce the opinions of these politicians. They enforce these opinions to the death of the people that they're supposed to be serving.
That's true. That's true. And I do believe that the corrupt judges and everyone has an agenda, and that's not. And but we have the best legal system in the world, even though
No,
they're
you don't.
they evolved. It evolved because there was a problem with a
So
'If you
12-person
have
jury.
the best legal system in the world, then wouldn't they be proud to show it off and everybody could bring cameras in there? How come nobody knows about Ghislaine Maxwell? She's the only person in history to go to prison for sex trafficking to no one.
To nobody.
Do you
Yeah,
not understand how corrupt that is? Jeffrey Epstein, the most largest scandal in the past 100 years. And he dies in prison, allegedly, according to his brother who identified the body. There's no conflict of interest there, right? After the brother just got the trust signed over to him and everything that Epstein owned, you think, that might be a big payoff to lie and say, yeah, that's that body right there. That's totally my brother. Totally. And then the guards that were guarding him the night before the electricity went out in the city and he got, committed suicide. They were looking up jet skis and motorcycles and all kinds of stuff. Now, these prison guards don't really make that much money, do they? But those two guys sure were, looking up all kinds of, really expensive motorcycles and stuff. But, that's just circumstantial evidence, doesn't really matter. And, it doesn't matter that even one of the princes of the UK and one of the former presidents of the United States were on this, let's just call it Little Boy Island. What is that from Pinocchio? What do they call it? Pleasure Island. Yeah. Never you mind
Pleasure
that.
Island.
Don't you worry about that, Puddin'. Yeah. They don't come back as bombs. Don't you worry about that, Puddin'. So yeah, I say you should never disagree with a guy who can legally kill you. So don't disagree with cops on the side of the road. If they ask you to get out of the car, Pennsylvania versus Mims, get out of the fucking car. If they tell you to get in the car, get in the fucking car. If not,
get back in the
you're gonna
car.
get
Yeah,
tased. You're gonna face
exactly.
plant, and you're gonna get handcuffed and kidnapped, thrown in torture cuffs, and put in the dungeon. And you know what? I find that there are certain groups of people who are a little more defiant than others. And I don't know what the causation or correlation is, but there's a certain group of people that when you tell them to get out of the car, they're so fucking terrified that they don't want to get out of the car. And what happens? Well, then the cops break the glass and tase you and drag you out of the car. Because the Supreme Court has ruled that it's not such an extreme violation of the Fourth Amendment because officer safety matters more than the minor inconvenience of getting out of your vehicle. So, the Supreme Court, which is a bunch of unelected officials appointed by presidents who have so much authority that they can legislate from the bench, they call it positive law, right? Some people call it case law. So when you study American jurisprudence, you're studying the opinion of these unelected, lifelong court gestures. And they're literally creating law from the bench. And one of the most important laws that they've created, right, because we're talking about case law here, is Terry versus Ohio. This is one of the most important ones. And if you don't understand Terry, you don't understand our legal system at all. So basically what it boils down to is if they suspect that you are committing a crime, have committed a crime, or about to commit a crime. Yes, people, cops can see the future. And when they see that in the future you're about to commit a crime, they then can touch you in places where the sun don't shine and search you for weapons and violate your Fourth Amendment right because of officer safety. And then the next most important one to understand is qualified immunity, which is actually treated like blanket impunity. And the only way you can actually sue a man in a costume that wears a badge is if he's violated something that the court has already ruled on. For example, live streaming is a new thing that came out not that long ago. So the courts haven't ruled on it yet. So if the cop beats you bloody senseless and puts you in a rape cage in the dungeon because you're live streaming and the Supreme Court hasn't ruled on it yet, then he gets qualified immunity. But he's the last one that does, because once the court rules that live streaming is covered in the First Amendment and that you have the rights, freedom of press, anytime after that, if any cop then does the same thing to you and beats you senseless, torture cuffs, dungeon, rape cage, he does that to you, well, he's lost his qualified immunity or blanket impunity. And that's the only way that you can sue him. Is the first cop that's done it after the Supreme Court's ruled on it. So the first one that does it, arrest you for live streaming, because the courts haven't ruled on it yet, he can legally kill you because he's not going to lose his beach home or his boathouse or his boat or jet ski or motorcycle. He's immune from killing. So when I say that they can legally kill you and the cop tells you to do something, you better fucking do it. So the way I understand it is you have to obey the cop within the extent of his authority. So hypothetically, if the cop orders a woman to do something sexual, like, she doesn't have to follow that order. But if he gives her a lawful order and tells her to get out of the car, she better get out of the fucking car or he's going to knock a tooth out of her head. And he won't be held liable for it.
Do you think we should fire all the police? I do.
I think there's reformation that needs to happen. We're right in the middle of reformation. I think it happens right before a world war every single time. I think it happened in the teens. I think we were in a scientific reformation in the teens, meaning before World War One.
If the
And I think,
police
go ahead.
If the police were holding up the amendments and laws in the Bible, would you be happy that the police were a thing?
Yeah, like when police actually do their job and they arrest a rapist, or I don't know if I can say that. Sorry, if they arrest, an offender, someone who violates someone, like, I'm totally for that. I'm totally for the rule of law.
Even if they're working for like corrupt government agenda, you'd still be happy if they're aligning with your version of law.
Right. So, yeah, I'm sorry if this is a live stream. I might have fucked up a few times.
I'll ask the question again.
I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about I might have fucked up the
Let's say
YouTube channel.
the elites in the
Sorry,
government
go
are
ahead.
still the elites in the governments are still psychopaths, still hurting people in other ways, but their police force happens to align with your law. You'd be happy with the police doing that stuff.
Oh, you're talking about biblical law. I thought you were talking about common law.
Natural law. We need natural law.
Yeah, natural law, not biblical law. Sorry, brother. I didn't understand the question because I was
It's all
thinking
different
about.
for me. You've chosen your natural law from the Bible, and then you've chosen
No,
the
from the
Fourth
Bible.
Amendment
That's not from the
as a
Bible.
type of
Dawn, it's
freedom.
not from the Bible.
Yeah,
Natural
I
law
was not.
is
Oh, I know, but Larry goes with the Bible, not natural law.
Wait a minute. I didn't understand your question because I was thinking about,
Would you
possibly
still
harming.
Would you
Let me
still
speak, brother.
allow a police force to use force if they're aligning with your laws? If the government that pays for them is
No.
still corrupt?
No, brother. Natural law is what should be enforced,
Okay.
not biblical law.
Can we forget the biblical law?
Yes, let's forget the biblical law. There's separation of church and state. Give to Caesar what is Caesar. Give to God what is God's.
Okay, great.
Separation.
So the police are just stopping people that break natural law, but what if the government is still corrupt?
Well, yeah, that's why you need trial by jury, because then you don't have a corrupt government. Because then the people can get rid of them, because they're nothing more than public servants.
So you would trust 12 people to judge over one?
Over a corrupt government, yeah. Any government official who is involved in creating a law that violates the rights of the sovereign individual gets hauled before a jury of his peers, and he gets prosecuted accordingly.
Does it have
Absolutely.
to be peers, like people that know me?
That's how it's meant
Well,
to be. Like a squire would be judged by his fellow squires, or
they're
a
all
knight
on
would
my
be judged
side.
by his fellow knights. That's how it's supposed to be.
There's some type of arrangement where juries are just agreed upon to be honest people, right, and not
correct.
go by
Yep,
their agendas. Okay.
that's right.
Well, I'm in agreement then. Let's tear down the system and put in place our system.
No, it's not the system that needs
Magna
to
Carta
go.
1215, boys. It covers it all. The system
It's not
already exists. We don't have to
right.
reinvent anything. It already exists.
I mean, we have to tear down the people in charge of it one by
Yes.
one.
Well,
Basically, what we have to do.
therein lies the challenge.
Yeah, okay. So I'm in favour of a real court system to try and help us decide if someone's broken natural law. I am in favour of that in the future, but how are we going to stop it getting infiltrated by the commies again, the Freemasons again, and the church rabbis again?
Well, there's laws in America where you can't have a special title and hold office. Well, what they're doing is they're not actually holding office, right? So they'll get like a pseudo judge. So first thing you have to understand is it's all commercial, right? It's all commercial. That's why Epstein could pay to get like a form of house arrest that he doesn't really have to go to prison because it's all commercial, right? So when the Victoria's Secret guy like gave him like unlimited money, it seems like he could just pay his way out of getting caught for doing what he did, right? So once you understand that it's all commercial and you understand how contract law works, but the thing is that it's infiltrated, right? And because it's infiltrated, you have to do it a certain way. And the way that you have to do it is can we go somewhere private? Because I sound like the two of you guys I might want to actually tell this to, but everybody else can fuck off. You guys want to go somewhere private?
No, it's not that important. I already agree.
Okay.
Well, what people don't understand, this is where everybody's been just hoodwinked for hundreds of years, is that every politician, every police, theoretically, every policeman, every sovereign, every royal is nothing more than a public service position. In other words, it's actually a lower status than the people that it oversees. So the royal family, there's nothing special about, why does royalty get handed from father to son, father to son? There's nothing special about these people. He's just a guy. Charles is just a guy. Elizabeth was just a woman. It's a public service position, because without the position being created by the people, the position doesn't exist. Like it only exists because the people decided they wanted to appoint a sovereign to manage, resource distribution and law and order, or whatever needs to be managed on a grand scale. That role of sovereign or king, whatever, was created by the people. So therefore it's subject to the people, but somehow it's been flipped on its head, like happens in Upside Down world, and now the people are subject to the person. The King Charles as a man has more authority than Charles the King, because as a king, he's nothing more than a public servant position holder.
Right. The way that I understand it is a king is a servant. So the term servant king, they're synonymous. Now, sometimes the king acts like a dragon and hoards gold, right? What are the knights, what are they supposed to do? They're supposed to kill dragons. And in no way am I inciting violence. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying there's two types of rulers, right?
Yeah.
There's the servant king and the dragon.
I don't
This
actually
is
think
this, though, this
king
is where
means
Magna Carta solves this problem, because Article 63, I think it is, the barons, and the barons did this in 2003. The barons can actually sack the king. They can take the authority of the sovereign away, and this was done in 2003. At least the paperwork was done.
That happens with the Pope as well, doesn't it? Sometimes.
Yeah.
People around him decide who's the Pope and when he steps down, basically.
Yeah.
It
If
literally
the barons, if petitions made to the barons and they agree that the sovereign is not acting in the best interest of the people, they simply can be removed. And this happened to Elizabeth in it was March 2003, I think.
That would explain the perpetual war that happened immediately afterwards, the beginning of World War III, in my opinion.
I wouldn't say a king is a servant necessarily. I would say a king is a man who's become rich. And other people have let him keep a certain power because he's rich. But I think when he tries to govern, that's the bit where you need to step in and say, hang on, mate, that's not your job. You're allowed to get rich on the hill, but you're not allowed to govern us. Sorry. We think your castle's cool. We don't even mind your men trotting around on horses sometimes. But you're not allowed to set rules from God for us, because we already know the rules from God. Thank you.
So you guys don't want to know what I've been studying for the past 6 months? What has completely captivated my my interest? You guys aren't curious at all?
And you tell us in public. There's only like 15 people and 10 listening on YouTube.
Yeah, but there's a difference between private and public, right? And private has more rights.
Yeah, but this is the truth, capital T, so you can shout it from your rooftop.
There were several Supreme Court cases that were basically ruled on in the 60s. Private membership associations have rights, and you cannot force them to do certain things. But if it's just out in the public, well, I suppose that you could get all kinds of subpoenas and warrants and whatnot. But if you and I were to create a little private membership association real fast and in a side room, in a private room, then, well, I suppose that I'd be protected, wouldn't I?
The trouble is, Flat Earth Evangelist, what happens is the king will buy the barons' favors, won't he? If he gets too rich. So how do we keep the barons as neutral? We have to make sure all barons know natural law and they're already enlightened. If not, they'll get lost.
Natural law is fairly simple. There's only really 4 parts to it. So I don't think it'd be very hard for the barons to get up to speed.
Okay, yeah. So we need some like priestmen to go check on them and report back and say this baron is slipping. So maybe we need to replace him.
Yeah, see, but the barons are under Magna Carta. The barons are just as prosecutable under trial by jury as the sovereign is, as you or me are. Like everybody's just a man or a woman. That's it. You're just a living individual. So nobody's above natural law. Nobody.
Barons have got the swords, right, and the horses.
Well, yeah, I know, but They've got the swords, they've got the guns. I mean, this is the tyranny.
If we all got a gun and a sword, it's great, but the barons are going around like with pseudo authority, right? They're the ones who decide together to evict the king or allow the king. Because the peasant women, they can't really do anything. They haven't got the pseudo force or the pseudo authority.
Yeah. The interesting thing is they did do it. They did it in 2003. But you can now. I haven't done this myself. I do intend to. You can now. Here in Australia, we're part of the Commonwealth, obviously. I can officially, through the postal system, I can swear my allegiance to the barons because, as opposed to the king or the queen at the time, because she was removed in 2003. So, yeah, I can publicly declare my allegiance to the barons under, there's an article in Magna Carta because they exercised another article, which I think is 63 or 32. I can't remember, but yeah, I mean, it's a process, and you can challenge the authority of every system of corporate governance because where do they draw their authority from? How does a corporation rule over an individual? It can't. But the Australian government, the US government, your government, they're all corporations. They have no authority over a living man.
Yeah, I agree, but I just think the evicting the king thing with barons, it sort of stinks of communism a little bit. Like, who is this power that's managed to come in and evict the king?
Are you a Pommy? I was just thinking if you are, it's funny that a Pommy's saying that.
I'm from UK.
Like, your royal family, like Dawn. Why is the royal family royal? Why do they yield? Why do they wield the position and the authority that they do? How does it become generational? For what reason? Do you know? Are you taught that in school or?
They were given the power from other powers hundreds and hundreds of years ago and in different countries, and they kept it.
So it's all very vague. It's all very vague and
change.
So how do other countries? How do just think about this? How do other countries have the right to give a particular family perpetual rulership over not their country? How can that even be? That makes no sense.
I know. It's all bullshit. Ruling bloodlines is bullshit. It's illegitimate power that people believe is legitimate for some reason or just go along with. But I'm just saying,
like
when we remove them with the barons, we've got to be careful that we're not the communists.
No, but when you don't remove all the barons, if you had a corrupt baron, you just remove the one, wouldn't you? You wouldn't remove all of them.
Okay, yeah, but sometimes it might be like the baron might come with 10 security cars, right? And it might be hard for the peasants or the normal man to fight back against the barons. So the barons could come corrupt, like the corporation. They could become a corporation. So it's great.
But they're not corporations; they're men.
We need to work out the
I know what you're saying. It's that tension between, what's right and what's real. I get what you're saying. It's how does the little? There's only really one mechanism for the little man to stand up, and it's it's not something that I would be wanting to incite here.
If we pull down the illegitimate authorities and we put in our new pseudo authority, the normal man that's speaking for the other men, we have to keep that system pure. That's my point.
Yeah, definitely. And see, my understanding is under Magna Carta 1215, if you are, let's say, you get appointed to something, Dawn, you get given a public service role, whether it's a constable, whether it's a politician, whether it's a sovereign, whatever. If you're accused and found guilty of creating a statute or a law or whatever you want to call it, which actually deprives the common man of their sovereign rights, you get number one, whatever it was that you created, that law, that bylaw, whatever title it gets given, that gets tossed out, and you get personally prosecuted and punished for being the instigator of that thing which infringed on the rights of all the individuals. So if you've got that hanging over your head, you're going to be very careful as to what you would try to bring into power. I mean, it's very simple: do no harm, cause no loss, don't breach the peace, and don't be deceptive. Pretty simple. You don't need to complicate that a lot further. And if you do so at your own risk.
I've also thought natural law needs to be broken into a few parts. So I agree. I love that idea of penalising people for trying to penalise people. Great.
Exactly.
What worries me is I worry that we can't convince everyone this is a good idea without a religion, because it seems when you look to the past, religions are the way to convince people. But how would you design the new world religion that isn't dogmatic at all, and it's just about being good to each other? And maybe that would be so weak a religion that no one would want to join. So how are we going to convince everyone this is good? Good idea.
Get rid of belief systems.
Get rid of belief systems.
That's my idea of religion.
A little bit of agnosticism, solipsism, detachment from concepts.
No, we don't even need to put a label on it. Don't need to attach it to some sort of philosophical concept or theory that's already in existence. Just don't believe things would be the basis of mine.
What about believing that we can change the world? If we didn't believe that, how are we going to do it?
No, not believe it, because we don't believe anything. So we just do it.
Do you believe you're a person?
Don't need to believe anything. Me believing if I'm a person or not doesn't change my experience, unless my belief is somehow I'm manipulating myself with my belief and acting in accordance to that.
Yeah, you're using language if you believe in it, so that you can talk to me, right?
Yeah, if you believe that you are your name, you're definitely going to have different outcomes.
I get the idea that we need to detach from belief systems, dogmatism and stuff. I agree on that. But we can't just give up belief.
I wouldn't say that we need to. I think that's like dictatorship sort of talk, communism talk. Or when I'm thinking of communism, I'm thinking of dictatorship. Actually,
we need to. I think it would be healthy for us. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm sort of even moving towards not making that type of a statement. Just saying like what I think for myself. If I'm even only like a one man thing, then that's better than like.
You're not even going to speak for man, no, just for you.
No, just for me. Just for me. Everyone else can decide what they want to do and what they think's good for them. And if everyone else decided that they wanted to destroy the world and do whatever, I don't give a fuck. Like it's just people can have their free will.
Me and Larry and Evangelist, we set up the new world. You'll just take all the benefits, but you won't have an opinion on it.
Hey, you can still have opinions and things.
Okay, but you won't be able to speak on them as if they're wider than your own thought?
No, I just don't see any purpose to that. Like, sure, if someone asked me what I thought could be good for many other people.
What if you meet a girlfriend and she wants your opinion? And she's like, can you help me plan this?
And can you give the example?
Yeah, you've got a girlfriend in the future and she asks you to plan the holiday. And suddenly you can't say, oh, we could do anything. I don't really have an opinion because I only speak for myself. Suddenly you have to help her with her life.
I think you're conflating thought and belief. people can still think and still have ideas and whatnot and opinions about anything, and people
I'm hearing
like whatever.
contradictory. You don't want to have an opinion or comment past yourself, but you also are willing to.
I'm not saying people can't have opinions. Who said? You're the one that said people can't have opinions.
Well, I think
Right?
that's part of what I mean by belief. Yeah, when you speak,
Well, that's what I'm saying.
you're
I'm not.
speaking your
I'm not
belief.
associating the two.
You don't dare
Well,
speak your
then,
belief. You're just like a random input generator, right?
well, so there is, I think, a matter of definition of belief as an issue between the two of us, and it seems like you're associating strong thought with belief.
Yeah, thinking you know something is. Yeah, that's what I think belief means. You
Yeah,
think
so
you
like I
know
think
what
a
is.
person can have strong conviction of what they think, what events that they can occur or might occur without believing that those events will occur necessarily.
What would you call
Just
that? What if in one word? What would you call having a strong conviction that something is?
it depends if you're acting as though it is going to happen, and you really think that that's the outcome
You
it's going
really
to
think it
eventuate.
is. You're convicted that it really is. You've decided. What do you call that in one word?
That's what I'm saying. If it's completely that there is, if the conviction, like, because I would even use the word belief to define the word belief. So if a person believes, right?
That's okay.
That's
If a person
the difference.
believes wholeheartedly that something is true, what would you call that in one word? They what something?
Act out their beliefs.
They
That's what I'm
believe.
saying.
They believe it. Right. That's a good word.
I'm using a distinction between conviction and belief.
Would you call it knowledge? Are you happy to say when you think something's true and you're definitely sure, it turns from belief into knowledge?
Do you not think that a person can think a thing without having a belief in it if they're thinking
No.
it? Are you saying that all
If
thought
you
that a
think it's
person has some
true,
conviction of is belief? Is that what you're saying?
do you think
Because
it's something's true?
that's how I'm interpreting this sort of cryptic point that
Yes.
you're trying to
What
make.
I'm
That
saying is you can't escape belief. If you're saying what you think is true, that's you believing it. Yeah. If you're saying what you don't think is true, that's you lying.
I have to accept your opinion on that. I can have a different opinion,
That's
right?
what the word
Would you
means. That's why
agree that I
people
can have a
use the
different
word.
opinion on
I
that?
mean that.
And is this a definitive to you? Is this a definitive thing? And so that, like, any other opinion is completely irrelevant anyway? Or is it possible for me to have a differing opinion and that my opinion might also be correct?
If your opinion is what you think is true, that's a belief. You don't have to call it one, but I will think of it as you telling me what you believe.
So there's nothing I can say.
No, sorry, you can't
that
throw
would
a really
change.
good word in the bin and still mean things around that word. You need the word to mean what it means.
That's what I was talking about exactly with you, was creating a better distinction between the word belief and conviction, and so that we can have a more clearly defined sense of what
You
thought
call it-
is and how thought can be used, rather than just lumping all mental action under one label called belief.
I didn't do
Like
that.
it just so
I said, when you think
generalized.
something's true, that's a belief. I didn't say all mental action, did I? I said when you think something is true.
Yeah, and that's what I said. It's the difference between having the conviction that it is going to happen or that it may happen, right?
Well,
And if you're just thinking, well, that's what I'm saying. If you just think that it's something that could happen, but you're not completely convinced that it will, then you're not believing. You can still have a strong conviction without belief.
Water is
It's
wet.
like,
Yeah, I got out of
so
the
I'm
swimming pool.
saying
dripping.
belief defines more of a conceptual thought that the thing will happen.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have to be about the future. It can be about anything that you think is true, past, present, or future.
Okay. Will has.
I believe it will. I believe it has.
Is.
I believe it is. Yeah.
Yeah, all the different tenses, right? I was just using the
What's
past.
happened with you? This is what's happened. You've decided that believing is an easy way to be wrong. So now you've thought, instead of that whole process of thinking, no, hang on, dude, just let me finish this point.
You think
let
you've
me
just got
finish
a
this
round
point.
up idea
Just let
of
me
a
finish this
person because
point.
they disagree with a concept that you think is completely true. And then you try to belittle them by summarizing them and putting them
I'm
into
allowed
categories
to
and labels.
summarize. I'm allowed to.
Do you think that's polite to just start doing that to a person, like trying to
I'm not
analyze
trying
them?
to be
Like,
polite. I'm
as though
trying to tell you
you
what
think.
I think's up, what's happened.
No, I see you trying to analyze people.
Yeah, I'm not trying to
And
be
then,
polite.
to
I'm trying to tell you what I think's happened.
summarize them because it's something that you think is up with that person.
Why are you
So
worried
analyze
about hearing it?
well, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm just preferring to point my analysis eye on you.
Yeah, you can do that
Why are
after.
you?
Is that fair if you do that after?
No, you got to at least ask me if you can ask me the question first.
No, it's not a
I
question.
wasn't
I'm
even
going to
offered.
tell you.
You just
I'm going to tell you what I think's happened.
with me. Well, you
Yeah.
still got to ask me if I want to hear it.
No.
No, you just going to tell
wait
me.
till you go, and then I can say it.
Yeah, you can do that then.
All right, I'll do that.
Nice.
I think I'll just interject here to try and get it back on track. I think the very term belief actually implies that there is scope for being proven wrong, because I would contrast the word belief against know. Like, I know this infers an absolute position, whereas if I say I believe this, I'm sort of to me it implies, well, I've weighed up all the things that I think are the options and the factors involved, and to me this is what I think about it. But to say I just believe it, to me infers that there is possibility that my mind could be changed if new evidence comes to light, if that makes sense.
So a wise carpenter once said, "Who cares what people say? Watch what they do." You want to know what somebody believes? Watch their actions, because they will act out their beliefs.
I'll just say a point to the audience of the air. I was saying some people get stuck on thinking believe is an easy way to be wrong, so I don't want to do that. So I'm going to stick with not knowing at all or knowing. And that jump between not knowing at all and knowing is really hard to make, because now there's no middle ground of you nearly knowing, mostly knowing, pretty much knowing.
There's no nuance there, Dawn.
Yeah,
No
so
nuance, mate.
you're stuck thinking that could be known, but there's no way I could know it. And that's where you're stuck. Belief is just a word. It doesn't make you silly. It's literally just when you think stuff is real or true.
So what if I told you that there's privately owned prisons that are like McDonald's chains, and the police stations are for-profit corporations with Dun & Bradstreet numbers, and they're also owned like McDonald's chains? And what if I told you that these corporations are trying to contract with you on the side of the road? That's why they give you a ticket, and they use threat coercion to get you to sign the contract, to contract with them. And then once you contract with them, you show up at the court that's, privately owned court. And these corporations, you don't know that they're corporations. And why the lawyers are so dishonest, because they won't tell you that it's all commercial, right? They're telling you, oh, these charges are serious charges they're brought against you. You better plea guilty and sign this contract. It's a plea deal. It's all contracts.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. As soon as they ask you if you understand anything, you could say no, and they're screwed. Because until you stand
No,
under,
don't say no. Don't say no. Say, I hear you.
yeah,
I hear you.
or say nothing. Do you understand? Just don't reply. Because as soon as you do, as soon as you acquiesce to that question, you're screwed.
But they want you to say no, because that creates controversy. And what is court for? Controversy. Yep. So they try to create the controversy with you, and you either comply with their contract that they've offered you. They print you a little ticket on the side of the road. Or you could play the game that they're playing because, well, you have a corporation too. Even if you don't have an LLC or a corporation, you still have a corporation in all caps that you can contract with. And if you have a DBA, doing business as, then it's even more legitimate. So when you contract with them, is that an order? Oh, it's an order. I'll gladly fulfill your order. I'll fulfill all your orders. Do you have any more orders for me? Oh, you want me to sit down? Well, I'm not a dog, but I'll sit down for $5,000.
I often ask police questions. Why are you stopping this person? Why is there 5 cars here instead of 1? And I'll just throw questions at them.
Do you gentlemen know what a person is? Yes or no?
I have heard the definition, but not off the top of my head, no.
Did you read, I think it's paragraph B in Trump's executive order about human trafficking? It talks about persons.
Well, the word persona comes. I'm sure it's written into legal documents what a person means.
Right, but if they're trafficking your person, shouldn't you be able to blow the whistle on that?
Person to them could mean like an object. They could have written it in to mean an object. Like, but for you, person might mean, your spirit and body and mind and soul.
So when they ask you for your name and you say, that's what people call me, and they say, is this your name? And you say, that's what people call me. Well, I'm going to put out a warrant for arrest because this person is no call, no show. And you hand them the birth certificate. This is the person you're looking for. And what about your capacity, how you show up, right? If you show up as the defendant, well, you're playing their game by their rules. And if you don't ask the question, excuse me, Your Honor, before I plead here, I just want to know, are we under the Sixth Amendment? Can I know the nature of my charges that are brought against me? Is this a commercial or criminal court? Oh,
Yeah,
it's
you can also
commercial.
ask them, ask them from where do you derive your authority? Ask them that.
Right, so it should be. See, I wish you guys would join me in my little Telegram group that I've joined. It's not mine, but
Larry, I'm almost home, man. I won't be able to talk for much longer, but we should revisit this again sometime for sure.
well, I mean, if you'll send me a direct message, I'll tell you where I'm at, and you can come find me there. And you want to talking about like the smartest people? Like, there's really smart people here, right? Witsit, he's one of the smartest people, right? He retains knowledge well. There's people that are smarter than Witsit there, and maybe not smarter, maybe not. Imagine if Witsit was 60 something. We got
Yeah,
those
he
there.
get a bit of life under him as well. Yeah.
Right. Imagine if there was a 60-something-year-old Witsit. I know one of those, and you should come hang out with them.
Yeah. Well, can you? I'm driving, man. Can you just shoot me a friend request or a DM or whatever, and yeah, we'll connect somehow.
What's your name, mate?
Just FE. If you just in here, FE Evangelist.
Okay. Interesting name.
Larry, although I agree with the whole topic, and I hate man's law, man's made up law.
Oh, me too.
I believe in natural law. I don't like when the discussion gets stuck in the details of their law system or how we could say the right thing to debunk them. Because for me, it's like that false control, pseudo authority is so ingrained in everyone's brain that it's almost as if it's real. So for us to try and debunk it and bring up Fourth Amendment or any examples is kind of like a weak effort. For me, I like to just tell them I don't believe in your authority, but I'm willing to be polite and go along with some of your requests.
Well, what I say is I'm willing to comply within the law. So that lets them know that I know that they have limitations.
Yeah, I'm just
So
saying I don't play that same game, so there's no point in me discussing the details of their system for hours. So I think it's slavery.
So I think the most important thing to say is I plead the Sixth Amendment. I want my lawyer because they can't ask you any questions after that. And if they can't ask you any questions without a lawyer present, then that's an upper hand, right? Because the lawyer knows stuff that we don't know. Did you not want that poured out?
No, I would tell them in the sorry, I would tell them in the street that they don't have the right to just ask me random questions and get an answer. So if I decide not to answer, that's my right. I don't need to quote part of their law to make them aware that I don't have to answer questions. I just tell them from my eyes. No, sorry. This isn't quiz time.
Apparently, another thing you can say, yeah, with a police officer is when they ask you a question, if you ask them, "Am I obliged to answer that question?" You're actually not. So if they ask you, "Do you understand?" or you have the right to remain silent, yada yada yada. Do you understand these rights? You can respond with, "Am I obliged to respond? Am I obliged to answer that?" And once again, it stops them in their tracks because they can't proceed until basically you enter into their world.
Yeah.
As soon as you say "I understand," it gives them the right. What did I read somewhere to basically to open a case, which, as Larry said, it's all commercial. But until you enter into that realm, they can't open a case. They can't open a file within the court system to which you're answerable.
Yeah, there's certain things that you have to do. Like if you'll notice, when you say that, that's what they call me, or if you say I'm only here for a day when they ask where do you live, right? You'll notice that they get real fucking pissed off and they'll leave, or they'll put a warrant out for your arrest, or they'll hold you in contempt of court. They cannot proceed until you say, "My name is John Smith. I live at 145 Martin Luther King," right? Because then you've told them that that's your name, that's who you are, right? So you've merged yourself with the corporation, and then you've told them that you're a resident. So once you're a resident, they have authority over you. But it really is how you show up. Your capacity is much greater. I've been trying to tell people this for a long time. I've only recently understood how important this is. You have so much capacity that you're not using because most people are ignorant to their full capacity as a man. Or what if you are the power of attorney to the corporation? The attorney doesn't go to jail, does he? The attorney never goes to jail for the defendant, right? So there's a lot of things to learn, but there's also a lot of cat videos to watch too. So there are a few who find it. But yeah, the whole "do you understand?" If there's nothing to it, then why is it that you end up at the end of the line every time you don't answer that question? You're the last person to see the judge. And if you still don't answer the question, why is it they get really pissed off and start threatening to put you in the jail cell and hold you in contempt of court and all those other, weird things? If it's just you know, colloquial, do you understand?
Yeah,
Then
because it's not. It's legalese. People don't understand. No pun intended. People don't understand that as soon as they agree, they understand that they're actually agreed that they're going to stand under what's been said, so that they submit to the charge or to the they enter the system at that point and they're screwed.
I seen one lady who the CPS took her kids away or something like that. And she just kept going, I don't understand any of this. I don't consent to any of this. And the court couldn't proceed. And every time I see, these people, because it's very rare that cameras are actually allowed in the courtroom. But when you see these people and the judge actually leaves, the judge will come back under a different jurisdiction. So these wizards are tricksy. So when they come back under a different jurisdiction, they're trying to recontract.
He wasn't even wearing any underwear, Larry.
Okay, dark wizards. How about that? They really are wizards. They're using word magic, right? Because you get a contract, right? And it's all in uppercase, which is a debased language called dog Latin. So a debased language, and you breathe it life because you have pareidolia and you think that these words mean what you think they mean, when actually that's not how proper English goes. And when you call them out, like, hey, this is a really shitty contract, like, this is borderline illegal, like, how could you put this into writing? Well, it doesn't say what you think it says. Plausible deniability. They're wizards. So if anybody were to want to start studying the law and they don't know where to begin, syntax grammar, America jurisprudence, or trust law. Those are three great places to start. Contract law for your businessman, UCC, contract law, you want to do business. But I would probably start with syntax grammar, trust law, and what else did I say? Shit, I can't remember. Oh, American jurisprudence. Yeah, American jurisprudence.
American jurisprudence. The American jurisprudence.
There's really supposed to be two court systems. There really is, right? So it's not like they're really doing anything wrong. It's just because we're so ignorant that we don't know what they're doing. So when they say it's all corrupt, I've started to realize that it's not as corrupt as what we thought was going on. It's just we didn't realize that we could contract with them too. So when you study the American jurisprudence, I think you're going to see that there's case law that sets precedents that actually holds them to it. And yeah, there's going to be rogue judges, and he's going to sign his name in different ways, so the warrant's not a legitimate warrant. But if you don't authenticate his signature with the attorney general and you don't realize that he doesn't have an oath of office or he doesn't have a bond, and you don't, make sure everything's on the up and up, is it really his fault for playing the game? outside of the rules, but you don't call them on it, and you just agree to everything they say, and you get a lawyer, and the lawyer tells you to sign this contract, so you sign a plea deal. You gave him power of attorney. He's an officer of the court. He's going to turn you over to the judge. You gave somebody power of attorney. Why would you do that? Why would you not handle your business like a man?
Power of attorney, I turn you over. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they hate the game, not the player. No.
Right.
Then again, the game is rigged because these people spend their lives, getting.
That's why you got to ask them, is this a commercial court? Because if they don't answer you, and you said, okay, just for the record, we're moving forward under secret proceedings where only the lawyers know the jurisdiction that we're under and know the court that we're under. So there's a way that, there's a playbook for us. It's just not too many seek it. Not very many people seek. Those who don't
Where's the
seek.
playbook?
Oh, you really want it?
I do, yeah.
Who are you? What's your name?
I'm not telling you.
Not your real name, bro. What's your screen name?
I'm the guy.
Oh, I know you. I know
Yeah.
you. Yeah, you're legit. I'll give it to you.
No, I want to play.
Stop it, Kitty. Stop it, Kitty. All right, let me find you first. Percentage. All right. You're a seeker. I know who you are. You're just looking. Room play.
That basket with your stuff.
I got about 2 or 3 gigs more of that. If you're thirsty.
Let me check it out.
It's crazy the amount of knowledge that you can acquire just by going to a Telegram group and being diligent and taking notes and saving files and clicking links and listening to really, really smart people talk. Dude, I'm telling you, that place is special. They are doing something different. They're doing something really different. I just sent you a question. Don't answer it out loud. Did you see it?
Yeah.
Is that an interesting question?
Not really.
No? Okay.
To be honest, I don't understand why they would be.
They're a for-profit corporation with a Dun & Bradstreet number, just like every other corporation.
Yeah, but don't you think that they would be following the rules so as to not get caught?
You mean the ones that don't think the laws apply to them?
Who knows? Because isn't it all supposed to be like public information?
Yeah, but if you don't report it, they don't know to investigate it.
True.
Most people, 99% of the people, go in there and sign contracts, whether it's pleading not guilty or signing a plea deal. Only 1% wins. Do you want to be that 1%?
Who doesn't?
Do you want it bad enough? Because you might work your whole life until you're 77 years old, and then you get summoned to a court and the IRS says, yeah, back in like 1996, you forgot to dot your T and cross your I. And you're like, I didn't know I was supposed to cross my I. I thought I was supposed to dot my I and cross my T. And they're like, well, in 1996 you were, but see, we retroactively like changed the law. So you violated the law in the future back in 1996, and we're going to need to take everything that you own. And if you don't know how to handle yourself in court, because you can be proficient in theological debates, cosmology, science, religion, philosophy, but if you're not proficient in the art of war, and by that I mean penmanship, then you're going to lose. And if you don't know the art of war, we're at war, bro. We're under occupation right now.
It sounds like you're speaking from experience. Has something like this happened to you?
No, I've never been charged as an adult with a serious crime. It's all been traffic stuff.
So you're just prepared in case anything does happen?
Because it will. Back to blue till it happens to you.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to read through this.
Yeah, it's an interesting read because it shows you that what you think is going on isn't really going on. If you ever get a traffic court and you try, I don't know if you live in Texas, but in Texas, you got a right to a trial by jury. If you were to ever like try this in a small potatoes courtroom, right? Try it out. And if you do it by the book, you can see whether it works or not. So this isn't like hypothetical stuff. This is like try it in traffic court. Learn, make your mistakes on small potatoes. And then when you end up in big potatoes, you'll have a little experience, under your belt. And of course, I gave you such a very, very small snowflake of the iceberg that this isn't everything, obviously, but this is kind of interesting because there's other documents too. But basically, what's going on is that they're doing business in there, and they're gambling every time they have a case. Before you plea, the bill's on them. Like they hold all the liability. And then once you read the charge onto the record, because they always ask you to read the charges onto the record, if you do that, you're liable now. So if you watch the first Star Trek, and Star Trek is Admiralty Law, with Jean-Luc Picard, the very first one, it's a courtroom setting. And they ask him to read his charges. And he looks at the paper and says, I don't see anything here. If you do that in court, the DA will recuse himself because he's not going to want to read it on the record. Because who makes the claim is he who has to back up the claim. So he's liable. Just like if you were to want to sue me, right? Well, there's a possibility that I could countersue. Anything over $20. So if there's a controversy of $21, you got a right to go to court and make a claim. But how many times do people go in there as, playing the victim. Oh, poor old me, little old me, I didn't do anything. I'm going to try to prove my innocence. As opposed to how many people go in there and have their own court make a claim and prosecute the prosecutor. I'm not talking about violence, right? I'm talking about penmanship. The pen is mightier than the sword.
The pen is the sword.
The court is literally the documents, the paper, the pen and paper. That's literally the court. That was a good one.
I have a traffic thing that might, go to courts in a while, so I'll see what happens.
Well, I know one thing that I've seen people take the license plate off their car and the registration sticker and still have a contract with a driver's license. And I get why people call them sovereign citizens, because they think the law doesn't apply to them. But you signed a contract with the DPS. And you think that doesn't apply to you? It fucking applies to you. So don't do that shit. Just if your car is registered, that means it's not your fucking car. Look up the legal definition of register. That's why you have certificate of title and not the title, because you registered it. It's not your car. If it's not your car and you sign a contract, then you're a fucking citizen and you better obey the traffic code, the city ordinances, or whatever. They apply to you. The legal definition of register. Legalese is a totally different language. When you go to court, you think they're speaking English, but they may as well be speaking Mandarin, because legalese and Chinese are exactly the same. It's an entirely different language. So let's look up the legal definition.
What if I'm driving a car that's not registered to me?
Well, it's still someone registered it to the state. That's the governor's property, and he's allowing you to use it.
So you're saying I'm safer driving an unregistered car?
No, I'm telling you to register your car, have a driver's license, and what you call insurance. Yeah. You wanted some sort of indemnifier.
I don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that?
Mm-mm.
Oh, well, you're going to be harassed by the cops all the time because you're inviting them to contract you without a license plate, a registered sticker, and insurance, and a driver's license. You're inviting the cops to your car. Please, officer, come contract with me. I want to contract with you. That's why I did not put a sticker and a license plate on my car. And I really want some expensive contracts. That's why I don't have insurance. I wouldn't recommend doing that, bro.
I don't want contracts either.
Well, then I suggest that you really study what you're doing if you're going to attempt to assert your right to travel. I would not take it lightly to make a decision like that. I respect your right to do it. We're supposed to put checks and balances on the laws, right? If they pass a law, it's our duty to violate that law and take it to the Supreme Court and try to get it overthrown. It's your duty. You understand the difference between duty and obligation? Like, you're obligated to pay your taxes. It's your duty to defend your wife and children if somebody breaks in your house in the middle of the night. You understand?
Imagine you're splitting the definitions. One is kind of like your moral obligation. One is kind of like a legal obligation. But I wouldn't do that.
Right. You got it. One is lawful.
I wouldn't do that. I would say that you only have a moral obligation. And that moral obligation is a legal obligation to God. And God's law is the only law that you should recognize.
Are you Muslim?
I am.
I respect that.
And that's why I want to avoid man's law that contravenes or goes against God's law.
Hey man, I respect your right to religion. You can believe whatever you want to believe, and I hope that you act out your beliefs to the fullest extent because it is your
I
right
try
to do
to.
so.
It's tough in this country.
Oh yeah, I know. But remember what the carpenter said. He said, "You brood of vipers," which means descendant of snakes, right? Like the descendant of the devil. You teach man's law as if it were doctrine, right? So you're teaching legal, codified legislation, the statute law, as if it were God's law. That's what he said to them. You know that, right?
I did not know that actually.
No.
Yeah, look into that.
You know, Islamically, Allah, God, is the only authority, and we're only supposed to rule by His law. And when you associate authority with one other than Allah, then that's what's called shirk. And shirk is like the biggest sin, the most major sin, the only sin that will land you in hellfire for eternity, with no chance of of forgiveness after death. Shirk is associating partners with God, and that counts when you're like going by Western law or something like that. That goes against God's law. So God's law says if people are having sex in public, then the punishment is death, right? Here would be like public indecency or some prison time or something like that. That goes against God's law. And if you obey that law, then you're disobeying God and you're associating partners with God's authority. And it's like an unforgivable sin. And yet all of the Muslims, basically every single one in the West, is doing it. They're obeying the Western law at the sacrifice or in spite of God's law. It's a shame.
All right, so you brought up a very important point, right? So this is basically how it works. There's different orders of law, like order hierarchy, right? So the most high law is the Ten Commandments, right? So that's the most high law. Under the Ten Commandments is, in the United States, trust law. Then the supreme law of the land is the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, right? So basically, trust law is above the Constitution because you can have a contract because a trust is a contract. You can have a contract with somebody that basically says that you waive your right to freedom of speech. And guess what the court is going to do? They're going to enforce that contract. So if you said, I have the right to freedom of speech, yeah, but you signed an NDA, non-disclosure agreement, they're going to side with the contract or the trust because trust is contract. So there's public contracts and private contracts. A trust is like a private contract, right? So the supreme law of the land is actually trust law. But under that is the Constitution. That's what most people believe the supreme law of the land is. But a lot of people don't know about trust law and how important it is. Right? Like billionaires and trillionaires are made because they understand trust law. So the supreme law of the land, it's actually not for us. We're not a party to it. But what happened if you asked for the judge, did you swear an oath? What happens if you accept his oath of office? If you accept his oath of office, or if you sign the Constitution and you register that, so you signed it, you're then a party to the Constitution. But if you just show up as, well, hear me out, bro. Hear me out. If you show up as an enemy combatant, a Universal Commercial Code 1 as an insane person, right? If you show up as an enemy of the state, they're going to treat you as an enemy of the state because you're appearing as a foreigner. A U.S. citizen is a foreigner to a Texan, right? Because a U.S. citizen was created, 14th Amendment, Washington, D.C. controls that which it creates. U.S. Congress controls that which it creates. But if you're a man, not a just man, not a good man, not just a man, but if you're a man, that's different than being a person. So what matters is, what law are you under? You're a Muslim, right? So you're under Allah's law, right?
The what?
You're under Allah, His law?
Allah, yeah.
Allah?
Allah's law, yeah.
Yeah, so you're under His law, right? So can the court then make you stand under their law if you have the right to freedom of religion?
They can.
Can they force you to contract? No, they cannot force you to contract. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
Not they can. No, I didn't say they can force you, but they can make you. They can trick you. They can persuade you, and that's why I say
they can
hate the
get
game,
you to
not the player,
contract
'cause
with
you
them.
should know your law well enough. You should have agency. You should have enough knowledge to be able to navigate. So when they try to trick you, try to trap you and stuff like that, you should be able to stand your ground. And you do have freedom of religion and stuff like that. So you should be able to. You should know to rely on that.
Right. So they can't force you to contract. Like I can't force you to be a Christian, even if I had, hypothetically, I'm not inciting violence. Even if I had some really, amazing defensive tools and I was coercing you, I still can't force you to contract. Because if you force someone, then it's not a binding contract, right?
See, that's the thing. They, ideally can't force you, right? But they don't even respect their own laws. So yes, you have your freedom for religious expression, but sometimes they'll trample on it and they won't give two shits. It's and the court's theirs, the game's theirs. So sometimes they justify their injustices very easily.
Yeah, but you have to. I agree with you, but there's something that you haven't caught on to yet. I asked you a question privately. Right? So, yes, you do have to follow the law, right? You have to follow the law. But they can't identify as a man. They can only identify as a corporation. And who are corporations afraid of? So, if you, hypothetically weren't waging war on them at all, but they're afraid of one thing that everybody's afraid of, and they are, intervening on your behalf, because you could call a lawyer, an officer of the court, and get him to fight for you on your behalf, or you could call the question in the chat. You could call them, and I guarantee you, once you start making it an issue for them, they're not gonna want to fucking play with you no more, bro. And none of this is violence. None of this is violence, right? I'm not talking about violence. I'm talking about pen, paper.
Of course.
They don't want to fucking play the paper game with them.
You mentioned earlier the hierarchy going from God's law to trust law to the supreme law of the land or what have you.
Yeah, the Bible's a trust, right? So for me, that includes, God's law. The Bible has the trust. I'm a beneficiary of the trust, but go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say. So, Islamically, I guess the hierarchy would be a little bit different because we recognize that the only authority is Allah, right? And Allah has He's kind of given some of His authority to specific individuals. So, for instance, the Muslim ruler has authority over his people, and we are ordered to we're commanded to obey the ruler, right? So
You're talking about the caliph?
When you have in Western countries, you see people protesting and stuff like that for this and that. Islamically, that's illegal. Yeah, if it's a Muslim ruler, you're not supposed to be protesting. You're not supposed to be rebelling or anything. You're supposed to, decry the actions. If the actions are impermissible or forbidden or what have you, then you criticize the actions, but not the actor, not the ruler himself. The ruler is to be privately advised by scholars and stuff like that, and then you treat it with patience, because and you know, even recent history has shown us that whenever there's kind of like a revolution or whatever, it becomes worse. Like, look at all the Arab Spring countries. Every single one of them, without exception, is worse now after the revolution. You know, power
Absolutely.
vacuums are created, weapons are everywhere, and there's no security, and people are dying and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Without exception.
slavery.
Yeah.
Open market slavery in the streets.
So the only authority is Allah, right? He's the first and the last. The authority belongs to him. But he has shared his authority with certain people, like the Muslim ruler, like the husband. Islamically, the husband has authority over his wife and his family, right? He's in charge of them.
So you're Sunni.
Of course, I'm Muslim. There's only the only Muslims.
I know your point of view. Yeah. All right, so that makes sense to me. But what if
my point is though?
Go ahead. Go ahead, sorry.
Western law, like Western civilization or what have you, they don't have any authority. For a true Muslim, they would have no authority. Even a lot of these Muslim, like these countries that are run by, you know, the large majority of them Muslim or whatever, they wouldn't have authority really, because most of the countries, if not all of them, don't rule 100% by the Sharia. They don't rule by God's law. You know, for a lot of them, if you are caught stealing, they're not going to cut your hand off. You know, they'll put you in prison, or they've kind of been affected, been poisoned by the West, by Western civilization, by human rights and all this nonsense.
I agree with you. Human rights is nonsense.
The Western human rights, this idea of, you know, like, let people
Yeah, the
free,
UN
love
human
is love,
rights.
all this, yeah.
Yeah, fuck all that bullshit. You have God-given rights.
Absolutely.
Okay, so there's a lot of things.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're
Yes.
interrupting.
No, I want to get something real quick before you guys kept going.
Go ahead.
That space between you and him. So I was gonna say that I agree with everything you're saying regarding being a national citizen or state national or sovereign citizen, all these different terms.
I'm
But
not a
like,
sovereign citizen.
no, I know, and you were actually talking against it for a second, saying that you actually recommend people to get insurance, right? And a license.
Yeah.
Right? You want people to, and okay, so there's a balance to this, and I agree too, because like, even though you have God's law, Allah's law, or Elohim's law, you can't apply God's law to its totality in a foreign country or when you're in servitude, right? And right now we are in servitude because we are in a foreign country. We are in Egypt. It's called spiritual Egypt in the scriptures, and we can't just go around trying to say, "Oh, well, I'm under God's law," and I keep God's law, because believe it or not, this isn't, because we're in servitude.
Yeah, but you could do your best to conduct yourself according to God's law, flouncing their Western law, and then when they try to catch you, you come prepared and you evade. You make that your mission.
Yeah, you apply the law that's applicable, but you can't basically enforce God's law in a foreign land, because, like you said, he's given dominion to different leaders. Even, for example, even when the Israelites were cast away into captivity by the Babylonians, right, and they became captive by the Babylonians and slaves. It's counterintuitive, but Yah told them to actually make themselves at home, plant vineyards, and take women as wives in Babylon, right? Something that's actually contrary to God's law, to take Babylonian wives, right? That's counter to God's law. But at this point, since they were in servitude, right, it would behoove them to actually listen to Nebuchadnezzar, right, to the king of Babylon. Listen to him and things will go well for you. That's what Yah told them. Right? So we're not, like you said, we're not supposed to rebel, because Yah appoints all leaders, all kings, all rulers are appointed by him and through him. And if for whatever reason we have a tyrannical leader, he put him in there, right, to judge his country or to judge the countries of the world, depending on their leaders. But we're not supposed to just start shifting things around and thinking that if we assassinate Biden or if we take out this guy, that we can
Hell
insert a
no, we
better
ain't
guy.
talking about that, bro. We're not talking about that. What the
No, I'm
fuck,
just using
bro?
that as an example. Like, you can't enforce God's
That's a
law in a
bad
foreign land
example.
because
I'm not,
we're in servitude to
I hear you,
Egypt.
but like I think you should speak up for yourself when you say you're in servitude. Yeah, sure, they were in Babylon at that time. They were in servitude. They didn't have a choice, right? But I wouldn't say that I'm in servitude. I choose not
I'm
to
not
be in
in
servitude.
servitude
If
either.
you listen, if
It's a
you use
choice.
money, if you use the fiat dollar, if you're working, if you're an independent worker or contractor, whatever you are, and you're making money through the fiat dollar, you are in servitude,
No, bro,
whether
What
you
if
that's
I'm
not
realize
making
it or
true.
not.
Hold
money?
on,
What if
stop,
I'm
If
stop,
you
making
stop,
pay a
money?
stop.
mortgage, you're in
Stop,
servitude.
bro.
If you pay
Stop,
No, what
listen.
if I'm
taxes,
making
you're in
money?
servitude.
No,
No,
bro,
hear me out.
listen,
What if I'm
stop.
making money and I'm not paying taxes?
Hold on, stop, dude. I gotta stop right there. You said something that's very wrong.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
have
you
the
can
right to
correct
contract
me.
unlimited. Yeah, you have the right to contract unlimited. It's a God-given right that you have to contract. Anyone who's telling you not to contract is your fucking enemy because you have the right to accumulate wealth and pass it to your children.
All right, so see that right there is like kind of like a oxymoron because in the scriptures to make a contract, right? When you were a bond servant or even a serf, when you were a slave, it was a contractual basis that you became a servant or a slave.
What did
And you're
Jesus do?
talking about at the same time you're using contracts to say that, oh, we're not servants, we're like contractees.
Dude, I'm asking you a question. What did Jesus do for a living?
What do you mean?
What did Jesus do for a living? He was a carpenter, right? What do we call carpenters nowadays? A contractor?
That's irrelevant.
No, it's
Jesus,
not.
yes, it is, because Jesus himself, even though he was a contractor, he even understood that he was a servant of servants. And if you look at the word servant, it's synonymous for the word slave. So what? He was a contractor. He was still a slave because
He was
we're
without
all
sin.
slaves to the system.
No, we're
Render to
slaves to
Caesar's what is
God.
Caesar's, right? If a Roman soldier tells you to carry his bag for a mile, carry it 2 miles, right? We are supposed to abide with the system that's in place, not rebel against it. That's where I agree with you, my Muslim brother.
Yeah, but you're taking me out of context because what I was talking about was a Muslim system with a Muslim leader, like a Khalifa, right? It's not that, like, I don't recognize the Western system. I'm made to I have to like disobey that which goes against God's law in the West. So, for instance, tax in God's law is supposed to be 1/40th of your annual income, right? That's the zakat, the mandatory tax, and you pay it to specific people in need. There's specific categories that you pay it to. This 40% of your income to the state bullshit is against God's law. So the onus
Well, did you
should
know
be
there's
on me.
voluntary
It's my
taxes?
religious prerogative to avoid paying that tax.
Yeah, this is where we differ, bro.
Yeah.
Because it scripturally, God's law that was made for Israel can't be enforced worldwide. Impossible. It was only supposed to be enforced within a certain boundary, right? Which was the promised land. You can't enforce God's law in Babylon. That'd be futile. Especially when they don't believe in God. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys are, I think you're missing the bigger picture. For Israel for God's law to be enforced in America, you would be combining religion with the state, which is right. That's forbidden. You can't. That's actually when atrocities happen. Is when government combines with religion and become one. That's where
That's
you
the
have
dumbest thing
like
I've
the
ever heard.
No, it's not, because that's why Messiah was crucified. Is when the Roman government aligned with the religious ecclesiastical powers, right? Same thing with the Catholic Church, right? The Catholic Church combined with the government of Rome and became the most evil beast that had ever risen from Rome. And then you had the same thing happen with England. When the church in England, the government of England combined, then you had these persecutions in England where people were getting beheaded and burned at the stake, and it was actually these charges were being sent out by the government through ecclesiastical powers.
What
Right now, we
about?
have
I
that's why
think
we
you're
have a
cherry picking.
separation of church and state.
I think you're cherry picking because there's so
No,
many
even
examples in history of religious, like religious kingdoms that were magnificent. You had, Baghdad back in the day. You had, Cordoba, Andalusia. You had like when Islam was like flourishing, the golden age of Islam. It was all
In
done
North Africa,
through
the
religious.
colleges in North Africa under Muhammad were some of the most magnificent high-tech colleges before the fall of Islam.
Yeah, and those were all like religious governments, basically. So to automatically say that it has to be secular, that's some Western bullshit that you've been brainwashed with.
nah, man. The thing is, listen. I don't even believe Islam to be an official religion, right? So even if what you're saying was true, and there was these exceptional cases, so what, right? Egypt at one point had its
No, I'm not
had
saying
its.
that that's the exception. That's the norm.
Well, I'm saying
It's a
Egypt
good.
itself was also a combination of, you had sorcerers under Pharaoh's reign, and Pharaoh would call up the sorcerers, right? So there was combination of religion and state, and it always leads to persecution and mass murder, bro. Like that's
No,
what.
it doesn't. It depends on the religion. Depends on who's doing it. So, for instance, when Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was spreading, Islam, he conducted it with fairness and equity and justice, and it was beautiful. It depends on the religion, man.
I beg to differ, bro, but it's all good.
You're free to beg.
It's just that, yeah, I don't try to enforce God's law in a foreign land. It'd be futile because I apply for myself, and what you can apply, you apply, but you don't try to. I mean, you can, with the pen and paper, you can shift and you can make change, but to rebel or call for a revolution, right, an uprising, where you have like the white knights, or like you got like this duality of like left and right, and we're the good guys, they're the bad guys, and then you have a civil war or millions slaughtered. Doesn't really change anything.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm
saying if you can't pay, okay, so hold on. So this tax that you brought up, right? Since they're charging more than God's law in your book, what would you do about that?
Ideally, I wouldn't be in this country.
All right, so you would evade.
Islamically, the command is that you are supposed to return to the Muslim lands. You're supposed to live amongst the Muslims, right? So now that I'm Muslim, like the onus is on me to extricate myself, to emigrate to a Muslim land. That's the thing I should be doing. And every day I don't do that, without good reason, would be a day that I'm sinning, right? So for those that have good reasons for why they are staying, then they still have to keep up with God's law. Because I disagree with you. God's law is not only, it doesn't only apply to certain areas and doesn't apply in foreign lands. No land is foreign to God. The whole world is God's, and so there's no land foreign to it, and it applies everywhere. So for those that have good reason to be in the West, when when the norm is they're commanded that they shouldn't be, and mind you, there's an authentic narration from the messenger, peace be upon him, that he says, I disown everyone who chooses to live amongst the disbelievers. So like that's a pretty strong kind of statement that you should not be living amongst the disbelievers. You should live amongst the Muslims. In any case, let's say you have a valid reason for living amongst the disbelievers. You still have to maintain you have to have the honor, the integrity of Islam, and maintain God's law wherever you are, even if it lies in the face of the place that you're in. Because then if you don't do that, if you just bow to societal pressure, to peer pressure, to whatever it is, to the law of the land, then you're sacrificing your deen, you're sacrificing your faith, and that's it's pathetic.
So other than the Arab Spring and a non-stop war on Arab countries, except for Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and other allies of Israel. Other than the war that's forcing the immigration into the West, why did Muslims come into the West before that?
From a lack of faith. If they were more strongly rooted in faith and knowledge, then they would know that God is the provider. God is the security. And so it doesn't make sense to leave your country if you can't make a lot of money, you can't provide for your family or what have you, or if there's violence or whatever. It doesn't make sense because, you know, your time is written, and the amount of breaths you have is written, and the amount of money you'll make in your life is written. It's all, you know, it's already predestined. So you can't trick God by leaving this land or what have you and going against his commands. It's not going to work out. And yet that's what everyone does. You have no one in these Muslim countries is dying of starvation. You know, alhamdulillah, praise be to God, there's enough wealth there to maintain, you know, for people to live and to survive and stuff like that. So it's just a fool's errand.
You know what I think it is? Yeah. I think it's when Kennedy got taken out. They passed the Immigration Reform Act of '64 and then the Welfare Act of '65. I think that's why you guys come here.
Yeah, it definitely plays a part. And like, you know, the aspect of the media and propaganda and Hollywood and, you know, the fascination of the West and everything that appeal to sin, the temptation therein, that all plays a part for sure.
Look, I don't care if Muslims want to come here. Like, it's not a big deal because the United States has so much land and resources. This place that I call Texas is big enough for everybody in the world to live in. But I want you guys to know our laws and obey them. And if you guys want to have private courts, you know, where you guys can go get divorces, that's fine by me. Just don't try to drag me into your court because I'm going to do the same thing that happens when I try to get. You're right. Right. I'm going to do the same thing when I try to get if someone tries to drag me into a Satanist court. Robed ones, the Saturn court. Like, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to have a playbook and I'm going to be like, where do you derive your authority? Why? Where do you think you have authority over me? Is there a contract that
Yeah, you
I'm
have no
under?
authority over me. I'm a third-party authorized representative, and I tend to assist the court in sentencing.
Yeah, it looks like you've been studying. Yeah, I like the Muslims because they study the law. It's just, what is the law? What is the legal code? Because if you guys will follow the law, I think we could be great. You could be a wonderful neighbor, right? But I'm with you on the legal code. There's something weird going on there. It's fishy. It's almost maritime.
Yeah. There's a story of the Prophet ﷺ. He had a neighbor that wasn't Muslim at some point. And this neighbor would always like throw his trash. I don't know how authentic the story is. I should look into it. But the story goes that the neighbor would always throw his trash. Every day he would throw his trash, like that day's trash, in the messenger's yard, right? And then one day he noticed that he didn't throw the trash in his yard. So he walked out of his house, walked up to his neighbor's house, knocked on the door, and his wife answered. The neighbor's wife answered, and he asked, like, "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with so and so?" He was like concerned for his health, or you know, he was worried that something happened to him because one day went where he wasn't being oppressed by this neighbor. So it turned out like so and so was sick, and so he he supplicated to God for his recovery and so on and so forth. The moral of the story is that, you know, as Muslims we are commanded to be good, kind, and just to our neighbors. Above all else, just to our neighbors. And so, you know, if it so happened that there was, non-Muslims living side by side by Muslims, there'd be no issue whatsoever if the person was a good Muslim. Love thy neighbor.
So I just switched internet providers. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
So yeah, in the United States, you have the right to freedom of religion, and if you're Muslim, then you absolutely should do what you think is right, between you and your God, right? I'm all for your right to do that, and if that means that you are willing to take the risk, to take on the courts for whatever reason, whether you get called in for not paying your excise tax, which voluntary taxes are something that you don't have to pay, right? There was a famous quote, can't remember, Senator Reed, they asked him, I think it's Reed, or Congressman Reed, they asked him, if you don't pay your taxes, you go to jail. Yeah, but taxes aren't mandatory. That's right. But if you don't pay your taxes, you go to jail. That's right. But taxes aren't mandatory. That's right. So what people don't realize is that there's taxes that are mandatory and there's taxes that aren't. And there's certain things that you can do to incur a tax, like buy gasoline or cigarettes. And there's certain things that you do that doesn't incur a tax, like buy raw food, right? So if you're a for-profit corporation, right, and you got, a license to do business, what's a license? A license is permission to break the law, right? Because without the license, you're breaking the law. With the license, you're still doing that same thing that would normally be illegal, but you've incorporated yourself with the state. See? So if you have a trust and you're not doing business publicly, but you have a private membership association, and the first time they come, let's say you provide a service for them and they pay you in Federal Reserve notes, and you say, this is the last time we're going to do business this way. The next time you come, if you want to do business in the future, you're going to have to bring silver. And once your silver membership has been enacted, you'll be benefit by receiving these services, right? And if you're getting paid in silver, I'm not a legal scholar or anything like that, but did you do anything to incur a tax in your private membership association? Because if you're not using their money, you're doing it in the privacy of your own home. And everybody has signed an NDA, non-disclosure agreement, to be a part of the Silver Club. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
So you should pay your tax. But you should also learn to be like Trump. Because he said that he only paid $700 in taxes. So what does that mean? That means he claimed a business loss. That's literally what he said. So if he claimed a business loss, that's a loophole, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a legal loophole that he's doing, right? Because he hasn't been arrested for not paying his taxes, right?
Yep. I don't know if it was that he actually claimed like capital loss with his business, but
What? Say that again?
I said I don't know if that was the actual thing that he claimed a capital loss with his business, and that's why he didn't pay that much tax. But I know he used some.
That's what he said. It's on the
accounting
video.
Loophole.
Look up.
Yeah.
I'll
take your word for
Hillary
it.
Clinton debate. Trump talks about not paying taxes, and you'll see that he takes advantage of the tax code, just like her constituents. And yeah, he claimed a business loss.
Yeah, it's smart.
Jeff Bezos did the same thing. He said they were complaining that he wasn't paying nearly as much taxes as the average taxpayer. Yeah, he's a billionaire. He should be paying more. But that's still kind of like you're trying to find loopholes. You're being dishonest and disingenuous with the government.
Wait a minute. That's not dishonest. If you spend money in your car to go to buy stuff that you need for your business, or let's say you're an owner operator, right? If you're feeding Americans, should you have to pay to feed Americans? Should you have to pay to bring macaroni to Walmart's?
Well,
no, you file it as a business loss.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Knowledge.
But like
Yeah.
I know people that literally start like a front business just for the purpose of tax evasion. Like they will literally start a
Whoa, I'm not
shitty
talking
business
about that. That's
and
not what I'm
then
talking about. That's illegal. Don't do that.
on the side.
Don't.
No, but like there's ways to circumvent the system, right? Through disingenuous means.
I'm
Yeah,
talking
on
about
paper you're losing money, therefore you don't have to pay taxes.
No,
It's very
that's not what
simple.
I'm talking about, bro. You're talking about tax evasion. I'm talking about tax avoidance.
Well, yeah, I'm
One
not
is
talking about
legal.
tax evasion. I'm talking about like tax avoidance too. It's not actually illegal. It's perfectly part of the tax code. You're not committing you're not doing anything wrong except being disingenuous.
That's not disingenuous if you file taxes and you report your mileage.
All right, bro. Listen, we don't have to agree. It's all good, bro. I don't want to dwell on every little thing I say, you know what I mean? We're going to disagree on. But just understand that there are people that are perfectly in their legal right to file for tax loss. I mean, for loss of wages or they made less this year than they did last year in their second business, right? So because they made less in their second business, they get a tax break in their first business. Like it's weird. Like I don't know exactly how it all works, but I know that there's accountants that are figuring this stuff out, and the accountant tells you, well, just do this, and you won't have to do this much. You won't have to pay this much next year. Like there's ways to manipulate the system, bro. That's all I'm saying, and it's perfectly legal. Like you're saying, there's loopholes, legal loopholes.
Yeah, if you understand how excise tax works, and I've been in a room with a guy who was like a high bank, and this dude said that corporation in your part of the state. Whenever you go to Walmart, right, if you buy food, that's a tax.
I'll stack up your stuff.
I'm actually on the way to Boston right now.
Were you answering somebody? Maybe there's somebody I can't hear. You said you're
No, you're breaking up, or maybe I'm breaking up, but I got full bars. Now I was saying that I'm on the way to Boston right now. Literally, I'll be next to Boston Harbor, bro, where the Boston Tea Party happened, where they were rebelling against taxation. They're like, oh, no taxation without representation. Pretty ironic.
A 3% tax increase, and they were willing to throw it all away. Because the people that signed the Declaration of Independence, nearly all of them lost their lives, their fortunes, their property, everything. Like they literally pledged allegiance, and if you don't know what that means, that's a serious thing. Like you're basically pledging everything. you're giving it to the cause. And they did it for a 3% tax increase. And they don't read that in school no more. Declaration of Independence.
So
They
yeah, so
don't read that in school no more.
nah, yeah, that's being done away with. So I'm reading here real quick. I did a search. A phrase generally attributed to James Otis about 1761 that reflected the resentment of American colonists at being taxed by British Parliament. No taxes to be imposed on them, but with their own consent, given personally or by their representatives.
What's amazing to me is, the Declaration of Independence talks about the right to overthrow the government. But if they would actually look at their government instead of overthrowing it, you could just call them out for not actually having an oath of office, right? That if they don't actually have an oath of office, then are they really your government? If they're not legit, if they're not following court procedure, if, all these different things, like if they sign it without using their full name, is it a legitimate order? Can you authenticate the signature with it not having the middle name? I don't think it can be authenticated. And if it's not an authenticated court order, then how could any of this be legal?
You saying you need a middle name? That what I misunderstood you.
Yeah, because when a judge, has an oath of office, he uses his name, right? It's not just John Smith, it's John Anthony Smith, right? So if you'll notice, the lawyers, the esquires, they always sign, John A. Smith, because it's not a legitimate signature or autograph in case of a man. Signature for corporation, autograph for man.
Yeah, I don't have a middle name.
I would say you don't have a last name either. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I don't. On my social security, my birth certificate, I didn't have a middle name, but it's all good.
Yeah, I would say that you don't have a last name either. That's your family's name.
Yeah. Um,
So is percentage still in here?
Yeah, I'm still here. What's up?
So I know you Muslims are real keen on looking up your family lineage, your ancestors. I traced mine back to Adam and Eve, which is pretty fly for a white guy. And I'm, so I'm shaking it. And I also traced my lineage back to King David and Bathsheba. I'm a direct descendant.
Did you?
how'd you manage that?
FamilySearch.org.
You must be trolling me, dude.
He's definitely trolling. But you didn't get
I'm
at
not
the pretty
trolling.
fly for a white guy part.
I'm seriously not trolling you. I literally checked it a couple times in a couple different places. And if you're related to, what's his name? Harold the Bald, I think, from Scotland, which I've always known that I was a direct descendant of Scottish royalty. But when I looked back at all the different dude, I'm related to like 30 royals. Like a bunch. Charlemagne, like a
No wonder
bunch.
you're a royal pain in the ass.
That's right.
Hilarious. That's pretty cool, man. I mean, I don't have time to go into my whole spiel on genetics and population growth, but Yeah, I believe that we're all connected to some really massive figures in history, like King David. Like we all have blood links, whether we realize it or not. It's just a probability alone through the mingling that has occurred for thousands of years that we're all connected in one way or another.
Well, I wasn't just
A
tooting my
distant
own horn.
relative.
I was trying to tell him something. So when I said earlier that the Bible's a trust document, read it like it's a legal document. It talks about the beneficiaries and the trustees. And once you understand that, like, that's why they always want to discredit the Bible, because it literally is showing you that Adam gave you dominion over the earth because God gave Adam dominion over there. And if you're the beneficiary of that trust, then everything that, you know, the Muslim God percentage said about being under God's law is 100% legit.
Except Adam gave up his dominion of the earth, just like Esau sold his inheritance for a bowl of soup. Right? You can give up your inheritance. You can give it away. And this is a pattern that has occurred where the firstborn was the beneficiary, right? He was the one that's supposed to inherit his inheritance. And over again, it's a pattern in the scriptures where they default or they give up their inheritance.
How did Adam give his inheritance up?
Well, guess.
I'd rather not. I wouldn't ask the question if I knew.
It was taken from him instantly after he sinned. And then it got even worse after.
Hold up, but wasn't he in heaven when he sinned, and then he was sent down to earth? So how did he give up earth?
Well, not necessarily, because Eden was on earth, is part of earth. Even when Genesis was written at Mount Sinai and Jubilees, even after the flood, it was still considered to be on earth.
Okay, maybe there's just a difference in
Eden
beliefs, because we believe that Adam was in heaven.
Yeah, well, heaven is kind of like an ambiguous term, you know. Heaven, believe it or not, heaven it's an ethereal place, but it's on earth.
Not Islamically. Islamically,
That's fine.
There's 7 heavens and 7 earths, and heaven is not in earth, and earth is not in heaven.
Yeah, it's counterintuitive, bro. It's like a paradox, because Enoch describes this mountain called Mount Zion, right? That's in the navel of the earth, in the middle of the earth. Jubilees talks about it too. And the base of this mountain is in Sheol, right? Or what we call hell, near Tartarus. And the base of this mountain is actually where the chambers of the dead are. And this mountain goes all the way up from the shadow of death, the valley of the shadow of death, from the valley of decision, right? The valley of Yehoshaphat. It's next to this mountain. And then this mountain shoots through Sheol. It goes through all the layers of earth, through the layers of heaven, to the summit. The summit of this mountain is a dwelling of Yahweh, the Holy of Holies, right? But this mountain is on earth, and it actually goes through all the different sections, all the different realms. That's how it's on earth. And yeah, it's still in the heaven at the same time. It sounds like a paradox, but it's really not.
What did Muhammad say over and over and over again? What is his most famous quote? There's no God but the one God. How's that go?
I wouldn't say it's his most famous quote. It might be. That's La ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lah. There's no God but Allah, and alone with no partners.
I endorse that statement. Because Allah is just a title, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Who knows?
So if by Allah he meant the Most High God, then I agree.
Absolutely.
I still haven't read the Quran. I really think I need to. I think I got a copy. I just haven't read it. I actually got it from a Muslim too, so hopefully it's a pretty good representation.
The Muslim Moors are making a movement in America. They're kind of, you know, going off grid, taking themselves off the system, forfeiting their citizenship.
I don't really think a U.S. citizen actually exists. I think it's a fraud that we've been educated by government educational, concentration camps to, fill out the form this way. And then once you commit that fraud by saying that you're a U.S. citizen, I don't know how you could be a U.S. citizen, right? Because every document that I've ever received told me that I was a citizen of Texas. Not the state of Texas, but Texas, the state.
There's plenty of people that do this stuff, they're kind of looked at as weird by society, like people that have communes where they're independent, they have their own gardens, they're self-sufficient, they're off grid. They do have electricity, they do have like TVs and internet, but they have at-home births, right? The government doesn't have a census on how many people are being born, and a lot of times, like these communes, sometimes they can turn bad. Like you'll hear these crazy stories about polygyny and rape and incest, but like for the most part, like there's no reason why you can't have a successful commune of people where you're off the system. You have no social security cards, no birth certificates. You're completely off the system. No VACs or jabs, right? And I know people that live like that, bro. All their children are off the system. They had beautiful at-home births, right? They have beautiful family. The guy's a tradesman. He makes his money on the side. He's like a independent contractor, and they're off grid, bro, and they live in a wonderful life. But then that life's not for everybody, though.
That life's for me, man. I need to start a commune.
Well, then you should start with trust law.
I'm referring to a group of Hebrews, that people that believe in the same God and they believe in the same law. You kind of have to have a group of people that are like in agreement of one accord. Otherwise, you're gonna have a lot of fighting.
Yeah, Discord.
Yeah, if there's one person in the trust that isn't in agreement, the trust doesn't work. That's what it's called, a trust. There should be equal amount of family members and equal amount of non-family members in the trust. Makes it more legit. Because, you can go get a trust by a lawyer, but that's a public trust. But if you were to get a trust set up in such a way where it's an irrevocable, what's it called? I forget what it's called. But basically, you got it set up like this, right? So everything you own is in the trust, and you have
Trust fund.
Yeah, and your car, your house, everything, right? Everything you own's in the trust, and another guy, everything he owns is in the trust. So let's say hypothetically he is being attacked by the IRS. Well, in the trust, it's going to be like Grasshopper gives everything to Cricket, and Cricket holds everything in trust for Grasshopper. So if anyone were to ever force you to produce a trust, the lawyers are going to look at that and go, this is outside of my knowledge. I don't know what to do with this. This is like private. I can't do anything. I don't know what this means. right? But if you go to a lawyer and you get a trust, then it's public. So public and private don't mix. Number one most fundamental thing that you need to know. It's all commerce, and public and private don't mix. So, like you have more rights in private, right? So if hypothetically, you're walking down the road, cops do have quite a bit of jurisdiction over you, especially if you're endangering the public, right? So let's say you're going 106 miles an hour in a 30-mile-an-hour zone. Like, you're literally fucking up, right? But let's say that you're snorting coke in the privacy of your own home. Both are illegal, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
in order for the cop to interfere in the privacy of your own home, he needs a sworn affidavit signed by a judge with a raised stamp. Right? So
Technically.
learn to operate in the
Technically, yeah.
private. Learn to operate in the private.
But what about the Patriot Act and like how now they have like the jurisdiction to be able to go into your house if need be, or if evidence arises?
I guess you
Like if
cross
it
that
smells like
bridge.
weed,
Challenge.
right? If it smells like weed, I can go into your house now. But I think the Supreme Court like threw that out. Like you can't. It wasn't probable cause to go into somebody's house. But you know they're always trying to infringe on our rights, man. You got rogue judges, tyrannical judges like the Ninth Circuit Court. I think it's in Ohio, wherever the hell they're at.
Yeah, obviously, none of this is legal advice. I'm not offering it. So if you took legal advice, you stole it, because this is just for entertainment purposes only.
Do you have a law degree or any legal training?
No, that's why I'm not offering legal advice.
All right.
For the record.
Or financial advice, or dietary advice, or medical advice. I'm not offering any of that. I don't offer advice to people.
I'm an
I
idiot.
just like
Don't take mine.
Yeah, I'm an idiot too. I'm certainly an idiot here. I'm trying to remember the name of that trust.
The trust structure, you mean? Like a revocable trust?
Irrevocable, durable, something like that. I'm trying to remember it. Basically, an impenetrable trust. A trust that can't be penetrated.
In Australia, the only way to penetrate a trust, the family court can penetrate a trust, like a family trust. But sort of the tax.
If you sign a contract with a family court, yeah.
What do you mean? No, the
family courts are optional.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
So why did they ask you to sign? Have you ever been divorced?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, but
so when a guy goes to family court, right? He has to sign.
Has to sign what?
Paper. Let's sign a contract.
Saying what?
Yeah, what
saying
happens
what?
if you just
Because it's a kangaroo court.
refuse to sign?
Well, they can't force you to contract, can they? No one can force you to contract.
What am I signing at a family
No,
court?
because if you don't sign, then they can default judgment, and it'll force you to contract, basically.
No, all I was going to say was the family court in Australia can assume assets in the trust are assets of the family. They can break a trust, basically.
Well, that's an assumption that needs to be rebutted.
It's the law.
Assumption And presumption is how they work. But assumptions need to be rebutted within
There's
3
precedent.
seconds.
Yeah, there is precedent.
Of course,
That's,
there's
yeah.
precedent against
It's the
you
law.
not rebutting a presumption. Right? Like if someone comes up to you and they say, Mr. Smith, I presume, and you say, no, that's not me. But if you don't say anything, then that guy's going to presume that you're Mr. Smith. Right?
Family Court of Australia can break trusts. The end. That's all I wanted to say.
The family court, bro, is pretty strong, man. They can take your kids away if you default, right? You don't show up to a court date, right? You were summoned to go to
Yeah,
court
if
and
you
you
got a
don't go,
marriage
dude.
license,
They'll take your kids away. They'll put you on child support for life, dude. There's nothing you can do about it.
yeah,
Like they'll
if
do
you got a
whatever they want.
marriage
That's the
license.
problem with like God's law and then the law of the land. Like these tyrannical in God. Why would you expect them to follow God's law, right? They can't. They don't even believe in God.
If you sign a marriage contract, then you're in contract with the state. And because you've got a license to do business, whatever products that you create, even if it's through the labor of love, you don't own those products.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. You don't even need to be married in America, right? That's why you have all these baby mamas and stepdads, right? My BD, my baby daddy. They're not even married, bro. They just fornicated, had children, and the women put the fathers on child support. And if you don't
Well, how
show
many?
up to court, right? Not only are you basically looked at as a negative father for not showing up to court, it gives a woman like legal rights over you just because you didn't show up to court. Or if she initiates first, you know what I mean? Crazy stuff, bro.
Well, I've never been divorced, but I understand that it's a kangaroo court.
Yeah, definitely. Massachusetts mostly always sides with the woman. Lately, though, I think they've been trying to reverse that because it's a little bit unfair, bro. That all these men are being put on child support they can barely afford, right? And a lot of these women chose to divorce or separate themselves. It's messed up, bro.
Yeah, 80% of divorces are initiated by the woman. And because the no man in the house rule with benefits like Social Security, not Social Security, food stamps, TANF, that sort of thing, they get punished for having a man in the house. So that's how you create a prison industrial complex, positive feedback loop. Because children that are raised without both mother and father in the house are way higher, more likely to end up in prison. So it's a positive feedback loop because the father isn't in the house. The child is raised up with no upper mobility, proper education, and then he commits crime and he goes to prison, and his children grow up without fathers. It's pretty disgusting.
There's an incentive to promote fatherless households. Definitely, it's a motivation built into the code, into the system, that people who are driven by wealth and money, there was a time where there was no limit for the income tax that you would receive from your children. Like if you had 5 children, you would get like $2,000 each. So there was these queen bees. They called them queen bees in the hood. That their sole purpose was to just have children and be supported by the government, by daddy government. And they didn't need a man. They were independent, right? I don't need a man. You're getting all this money on the side. But the only reason that you're even getting that money is because you're under the poverty line. It's the irony.
silent weapons for quiet wars. That's how you know we're, at war right now. Like, that's one of the big reasons, because if they're waging war on family units, like, that's the building blocks of society, family units. By the way, that's a book that you should definitely read, Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars.
But now I think under Trump, they dropped it to only 3. Now the maximum that you can receive in taxes back is the maximum is 3 children. Pretty sure.
You guys were talking about communes, like the Amish and the Moors. The Moors go back way before Europeans in America, but I digress. It's really interesting because that's what the Holodomor was all about. Not very many people know about it. It's the Ukrainian genocide that happened under Stalin. But basically, for communism to work, they couldn't have self-sufficient German Christians and Russians commingling in Ukraine and living off the land, being 100% self-sufficient. So the way to become ungovernable is, A, you have to study law like a son of a bitch. Like, you need to eat properly and live long enough to become proficient. And B, you need to be living off the land as much as possible. And the less reliant on the government you are, the more ungovernable you become. Now, that doesn't mean total anarchy, right? I'm not saying no rulers, because if you hurt somebody, you created a ruler over you. The person that you harmed has been given jurisdiction over you because there's an actual victim, right? So there's still the rule of law. By the way, I'm not an anarchist. You would probably identify me as a libertarian. Not a liberal, libertarian.
Yeah, I'm not an anarchist either. I believe in the hierarchy that we have today. You know, from your house to the town to the city to the state to the nation. There's a hierarchy of rulers, and they're appointed, by men, but through divine providence.
You're probably not a libertarian, Larry. Because
Why you say
libertarians,
that?
they feel like people should be free to do as they please, and so they're fine with like homosexuality and like incest and stuff like that in the confines of someone's own home and stuff, which is kind of disgusting.
I think there would be a difference between the incest and the homosexuality.
Why?
Well, one requires consent.
Incest doesn't require consent? What are you talking about?
Yeah. I've got my daughter in the room, right? The I one is generally between an authority figure and a child.
No, that's pedophilia. What are you talking about?
Well, okay.
I said incest, like think Lannister and Cersei.
Okay.
Whatever,
All right.
Brother and sister type stuff.
Yeah, as long as they're of age.
Yeah. So a libertarian would think that that's fine.
Yep.
And
So
Larry doesn't strike me as that type of person. It strikes me as
that's the
someone that
thing.
respects God's law.
Here's the thing. So, it's really weird to say this, right? But I don't care what other people do in their house as long as they don't hurt anybody. So my philosophy is simple, and this is going to sound weird to everybody who knows about mandatory minimum sentences, but I think you should be free enough to smoke pot out of a shotgun as long as you don't hurt anybody. And that might sound crazy to some people, But that's how free I think it should be. And whatever people do in the privacy of their own home, that's between them and God. And I would not want to use the power of the state to enforce drug laws or anything
Yeah,
else,
but
as
what if
long
they
as
don't
there's
want to
not a
do it in the
victim.
privacy of their home?
Oh,
They
that's
want to do it in
different.
public.
Oh, that's different. Yeah, public is you're actually under the authority of the constables, right? I keep talking about the difference between privacy and public. So if people are having sex in public, then that's crude, lewd behavior. We got laws in the books for that.
What if they just want to be topless in public?
I believe a woman is under certain definitions of feminism. I'm a feminist. I believe that women and men should be equal under the law. But I believe that testicles are equivalent to breasts. They're both reproductive organs and they should be covered.
Okay. Reproductive.
That's pushing it. You can give birth
Well, I
to
just said the woman should cover her breasts, right? Just like a man should cover his balls.
I know, but it's a false analogy because you could give birth to a kid without breasts. If you had, like, let's say you had breast cancer or something like that, and they did a double mastectomy.
And you
Now,
breastfeed in public?
breastfeeding in public is okay. But it shouldn't be like
immodest.
Yeah, there should be a touch of modesty.
Yeah.
But do I think a woman should be arrested for breastfeeding in public? Absolutely not. But should she have enough common sense to, not create like a public disturbance by just taking her shirt off and, no bra, no shirt, nothing above the belt, and just breastfeed like that? I think that'd be a little weird. I think the public outcry should, stop her from doing that, not cops with a taser and a bobby stick or whatever.
So, what's societally acceptable is your standard? Like, what's acceptable in public?
No. Like, to me, breastfeeding in public is fine because it's natural, right? But obviously, the woman should be a little modest about it. So basically, you should be able to breastfeed without exposing the nipple for like
I
more
hear
than
you,
3
but
seconds.
what if...
If a nipple pops out, I don't want to arrest it.
Okay, but what if society is such that they've been propagandized into thinking, that your body is natural and it's fine for you to exhibit it and yada yada yada. So women are always topless, especially in summertime, they're topless and stuff like that, and
No, I don't
it doesn't
agree
cause
with
public outcry.
I don't
Then
like
what?
that. So in New York, it's legal for a woman to walk around the streets topless. So as a nationalist, I believe that New York has the right to rule themselves. And I wouldn't want people from Washington, D.C. or New York creating laws that I had to follow here in Texas, right? So I respect New York's right to do that, but I wouldn't want that shit here.
I wonder how that jives with,
People have like a bad stigma for a nationalist. Basically, it means that every state should rule itself. So Israel has the right to make laws for Israel, right? And a libertarian in Israel would think, I don't want big government like putting red tape and everything all over everything. I want us to be able to do business and, be left alone. The government should leave us alone as much as possible unless we're creating victims. Right? So it's the same for Texas. Like, I want us to create our own laws. Obviously, I hate the weed laws here. We got to change that shit. Like putting people in cages for plants. Like, we got to change that shit.
Liberty is loosely defined. So you mentioned liberty, and you're a libertarian, right?
Right.
The thing is that the liberty that the scriptures talk about, according to the law of God, that liberty is available to us through order, right? And in an orderly fashion, we achieve liberty. But without order, without laws and commandments, you can't have liberty. And libertarianism promotes a sort of liberty that's not based off of order. It's based off of like individual. I'm
It's
trying to
based off
figure
of
out the right.
public acceptance. What's
So,
socially acceptable?
are you a capitalist, my friend?
Not even socially acceptable. It's because what I might think is wrong, your brother or your neighbor might think is okay. And in an anarchist, libertarianist ideology, everybody is the dictator of their own. What they consider to be good and what they consider morally um, ethical. Right? Everybody's establishes their own ethics. Now, not government, not your fellow man, not your community, but you yourself establish what you consider to be ethically okay for yourself. As long as you're not hurting anybody, right? But it's a flawed ideology.
That's what this country is founded upon. I mean, it's literally founded on the idea that we are ruled by the consent of the governed. Well, who gives them authority to rule over me? Well, I do, right? I give them the authority to rule over me. So if it can be given, it can be taken away. So the only way I give my authority away is if I create a victim.
It's personal freedom to choose what you want to do, what you want to follow. Whether if you want to do it, go through with an abortion, so be it. If you want to marry your cousin, so be it. If you want to marry your niece, so be it. Right? Nobody has um, authority over you. Not government, no politician, no officers, not your neighbor,
Only
nobody.
God. Only
Only
God
God.
and those you wrong. And at the same time, you don't have authority over anyone else. So it's like you're a sovereign without a subject. A
The
sovereign
idea with
without
that is though,
subjects.
it's a flawed ideology simply because it's based off of like the idea of liberty to them. And you can look this up, like Libertas, right, was the goddess of freedom because she promoted the ideals for the personal freedom to do anything that felt good, right? So it's based off of sensuality and feelings, not objective truth. She was called the Matron, goddess of
Satanic.
prostitution, because she promoted sexual freedom. Indeed, she had invented the concept. Slaves considered her their goddess in the hopes of winning their freedom. Right? So this idea of libertas, which the Statue of Liberty is based off of, is a very ancient understanding. There was a cult, there was cults, there was sects of people that were called libertas cults that believed in this way of thinking, this libertarianism. Right? It's on paper, it sounds good, right? We're not in bondage anymore. We're free to do what we will, do what thou wilt, right? As Aleister Crowley famously stated or infamously stated. Do what thou wilt. That's what
That's not my belief.
libertarianism promotes.
No. You can't just do whatever you want. You can't create victims. That's not the same thing.
Yeah, that's the one catch. As long as you don't hurt anybody. But what they're not seeing is like the butterfly effect. Your choices, whether you realize it or not, the variables, whether you realize all these variables or not, for you committing these transgressions that are against Yah's law, you're gonna inevitably hurt somebody.
Did God give you free will?
Absolutely.
Do you wish that I shall take it away from you? We got the
It's
largest
kind of
prison population in the planet, right here in the United States. So, do you want more boots on more necks, or do you want less boots on less necks? And let God sort them out.
the way that Yah handles these matters is through agency, right? So these rulers that have been appointed, these leaders that you think are taking away your rights, they're appointed by the Most High Yah to do that exact purpose.
I don't think God wanted the cult of Saturn to rule over us. I really don't.
No. What you don't understand is that the government that's in place, the leaders that are in place, they're a direct reflection of the population, and the population receives the leaders that they deserve. So when we have a righteous leader, it's because the population has been righteous, and everybody's happy, and everybody praised, gives praises to the Most High Yah. But when the population is an unfair leader, the population groans, right? And they curse God. But guess what? Guess who put that guy in there? God did.
So God put a robed priest in a temple, and he wanted us to go in there and willingly contract with the priest of Saturn. You know what a temple is? Is a courthouse not a temple?
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Is a robed one not a priest? I don't think the Most High God put agents of Rome over me. I think our battle's not against flesh and blood. I think it's against principalities. And if I've ever seen some principalities, it's what's going on
I know, bro.
with that.
It
But you didn't answer
sounds
my question.
insane,
More
and
boots or less boots?
I mean I can't answer that, bro, because it all depends on how much the population rebels, dude. You know
You
what I'm
sound like
saying?
a
And how
statist
much
to me.
well, if you have yeah, because I actually do support government, bro. I'm not completely against government. That's what I'm trying to say.
You're a statist. It's disgusting.
It's all right, bro.
Remove the state and let God be the ruler, and every man under God as equals. And if we're all made in the image of God, and we are all equal under God, let God be the judge and sort us out. But if we were to start causing a public nuisance, for example, getting drunk and driving in the street, or pillaging, and the other word that goes with that, then yeah, there should be someone to step in and remove that and stop that from happening. And that's what the concentration camps are for. Prison camps or privately owned prison, whatever you call it. Right, the slave camps. That's what that's for. It ain't for me. What, because I happen to like herbs? I should be put in a cage with murderers? Nah, that's bullshit. The right answer is obviously less boots. It's obviously the right answer. Policing for profiting has to end. Policing for profit is piracy. The state troopers are no different than the East India Trading Company. There's absolutely no difference whatsoever. It's all commerce. It's all good business. See, he's a statist, but he doesn't realize that the state are agents of Washington, D.C. And what was Washington, D.C. called before? Little Rome, the image of the beast. Come on, bro. Come on. Think about what you're saying. The
No, I know,
image
but
of the
even
beast.
Satan is an eight. Even Satan and his minions, the 70 minions that were assigned over each nation after the fall of Babel, though they're agents of the Most High, bro. Right? That's what people don't understand. Like, agency is a faculty, right? A hierarchy of principalities, right? That go all the way up to Yah himself, and that have dominion over us.
And you're not at
That were
war with
given
them?
they were given dominion by the Most High.
And you're not at war with them? You're
No,
at peace,
we are at war with them.
but you want them to
But
put
this,
more boots on more necks.
it's not. The thing is, like, whatever decisions are being made, right? It's all according to Yah's divine principle, divine providence, His sovereignty over all things, right? So people talk about books being left out of the Bible. Well, guess who decided those books to be left out? It was a judgment that was made by the Most High Yah to take those books out, right? For whatever reason.
Dude, it was
If Hitler, go ahead.
it was Council of Nicaea. It was Constantine who unified the Catholic religion.
I'm
Is
aware.
Yah Constantine now?
No, bro. But if Yah didn't want that to occur, He would have stopped it, right?
Are
That's what
you
I'm saying.
Catholic?
He gives us. No, I'm not. I'm a
You sure?
Hebrew. Yeah, I'm a
You mean
Hebrew.
you're an Israelite?
I mean, you can call it that. Yeah, it's synonymous.
Okay.
I'm not an Israelite, as in I'm not a citizen of this nation of Israel, the statehood of Israel.
So you're grafted into the branch.
Yeah. But anyways, it's been nice
Okay.
talking, but I gotta go. Maybe we can continue this later.
All right, peace, bro. I hope you
Peace.
find
And
peace in letting people live. Just let them live. Let God sort it out.
I enjoy talking with you, bro, and I hope to continue this later.
Yeah, same here. Peace and prosperity.
Peace.
Yeah, if you would have said he was a Catholic, that would have made sense. But to say that God ordained 66 books, Constantine ordained 66 books, not God. And he said that I was being a contrarian. Well, he implied it. I don't know, man. I think he's like an authoritarian. He couldn't say there should be less boots on less necks. That was an easy question. Does anybody in here think that there should be more slaves in prison camps in America? And if you don't like my words, should there be more incarcerated people in America? Is there not enough? What is it, like 2 million people now? Is that not enough? We need more laws on more books and more jackbooted thugs to enforce them. Anybody agree with that? Is anybody like rubbing their hands together like, oh, I can't wait for Congress to convene again? They're going to put more laws on more books, and more cops are going to enforce those laws. And they're going to use the force of the state to put them into concentration camps. The dungeon. 2 million people in the dungeon. 2 million people in the dungeon. I mean, is that not the largest slave population ever? Think about it. 13th Amendment. Involuntary servitude and slavery shall be illegal, except, wait a minute, there's an exception to slavery? Yes, there is. If someone has been duly convicted by a jury So slavery is legal if 12 people agree to it. I think the only way that someone should be a slave is if someone is testifying and that person has the right to face their accuser. But if their accuser is a fucking cop who went to school for 6 weeks, I don't know. That just doesn't seem right to me. We're talking about the feelings and wishes and opinions of corrupt politicians.